Karting Northeast at Warden Law is rapidly becoming one of this region's premier outdoor activity centres. It's not just the ultra-challenging 1200-metre kart track, but it's paintballing, remote control car racing, outdoor trials riding and everything. But this weekend, the focus is on 170 of Britain's finest kart races across Bambino, TKM, IAME, X30 and KZ2, who have descended upon this fantastic venue for the third event of the 2022 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, 6 of the 7 classes in action this weekend started their championships at Shellington a month ago, but for the Bambinos, the youngest members of our paddock, it's their very first round of the season. We can't wait to get underway. We've got over 20 races to cover, all on Alpha Live. Please don't go away. Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Karting Northeast Warden Law. My name's Henry Beaudette. Joining me as always, Anthony Jordan. Anthony.
Good morning.
What a fantastic venue. Here we are, event 3, round 2
yes.
for IAME, TKM, X30 and KZ2. The opening rounds for the Bambinos.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the smallest and youngest drivers in the championship this year start their season here at Warden Law in the northeast of England. And what a circuit it is. Let's have a quick look at the circuit itself, because it's an absolutely fantastic circuit. 1,200 metres in length, 12 corners, about 10, 5 feet of elevation change. Established 1996, almost as old as me, this track.
Almost as old as you. It went through several different ownerships. Guy Wilkes, former rally driver, had it, but then the Hunter family have been in charge for the last few years. And what an impact they have had. So, Anthony, let me tell you, let me paint you a picture of the weather. Well, first of all, we'll do the weather. Then I shall paint you a picture. The weather is slightly grey, slightly overcast, but it's going to be dry. Look at that, 0 chance of rain, very little wind, which is good news, because up here on the North Sea coast can get a little bit blusterous, but not today.
Well, I mean, if you're paying attention to the flags out there, to which I am, it looks quite blustery still. So it might be a little bit more window. But you want to paint a picture in my head.
Yes. Now, as you know, Anthony, this circuit on the northeast coast of England, we're in Sunderland.
We are.
Yesterday.
Yes.
The Black Cats finally started to roar once again. There are many, many thousands of people here in Sunderland who are feeling slightly hungover, slightly hoarse, because, as you know, football is a religion here in the northeast. However, Matty Hunter and his entire family, they have been spending lots of money. They've spent lots of time creating a new cathedral of sport.
A motorsport cathedral.
A motorsport cathedral. And Anthony, there is the cathedral. And we are happy members of the congregation today.
We are
so
indeed.
We're going to swap a spherical ball for round tyres.
Tarmac.
The ghosts of Roker Park and the ghosts of Kevin Phillips and Charlie Buchan and Jimmy Montgomery are going to be replaced by the heroes of the here and now, Dan Kelly, Caden McQueen, Fred Green, Sam Longley, etc., etc. 170 of them.
Yes.
Here this weekend. And yes, the sporting festival of joy, which started yesterday down in Wembley. The Mackhams have made it back up and they're here, they're out in force today.
Well.
Now that I've painted that picture, now you can tell the people who and what we're going to see today, Mr. Jordan.
Well, lovely. Thank you for painting a football/motorsport picture in my head. I know, you know I don't like football, but yes, okay, I'll forgive you for it. But yes, excellent stuff. Ladies and gents, yes, we've got lots of races coming up today. We're kick-starting the day with race number 9, Junior X30 for their repechage. That'll be kick-starting at around 10 past 10, so around 5 minutes time. We move on to race 10, Junior TKM for their... I believe heat. Is their heats, isn't it? So yeah, they've not had their heats yet, have they? So sorry, I got confused there. I'd be like, we've got a repechage, and then we're going into heat 1.
Yes, for TKM. So the TKMs and the KZ2s, they only had qualifying yesterday, so bonus racing.
We do, yeah. We've got heat 1 and heat 2 for Junior TKM, KZ2, and Bambino as well. Pre-finals will be starting at around 10 to 12 this afternoon for race 14, IAME Cadet, Senior X30 and then Junior X30. Then it's the lunch break, the paddock show, ladies and gents. That'll be on at that time at around 1:05 this afternoon. Then we go back into some more heat racings with TKM and KZ2 coming back out. Then we head on to the finals, race 20 onwards, starting at 2:30 this afternoon. It's Bambino, IAME Cadet, Senior X30, Junior X30, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme and KZ2 to round out the day of finals. A fun-filled packed day of racing that we have got.
Yes, we do indeed. And of course, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, we would very much like your comments to enter the live chat. We've already got plenty of comments coming in. Matthew Bocock, I can see, saying good luck to Henry Gregory and to Jensen Graham. We've got Alex Bentley saying good luck to Bradley Barrett. P14 to P1. Now that is because Bradley Barrett qualified 14th in the KZ2 class. And hello once again to our friend from Bathurst, Australia, Michael Burke at 7:05 in the evening.
Wow.
Good day. Yeah, nah, yeah, nah. That's Australian.
Yes.
Nah, yeah, nah, yeah.
Excellent.
Nah.
Good stuff. Well, Michael, welcome to everyone who is joining us on the live chat. I'll speak the sense of the commentary.
No, but
Henry's had far too much iron brew already this morning.
No, I'm just a man of the world. I'm just a man of the world.
Man of the people.
A man of the people, a man of the world, you know. Spread my wings far and wide. Will be 56. Yo. Sup. Bless up, bless up. See, roadman in the booth. Will be.
Well, we've got a bit of time before we head out for the first race today.
Okay.
Obviously, from Shenington, we crowned our first driver of the day.
Yes.
Junior TKM, Olivia Jenkins from Tim Wilson Motorsport. Here is what she had to say.
Olivia Jenkins, our first 2022 Wera Tools British Kart Championship driver of the day. A fantastic achievement from Shenington round. How do you feel?
I mean, yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good. I don't know.
Lots of words on that one. You've got a fabulous trophy and a huge array of tools. Who's going to be more pleased about the tools?
Definitely Dad.
Definitely Dad. Brilliant stuff. But a fantastic weekend yourself, leading most of the final in that one. Lost out on the last couple of laps, but again, a great performance from yourself. Talk us through that weekend about how it went for you.
I mean, well, we've always been quick run there, but qualifying, obviously we qualified at the back, so it was like we knew we had to like work for it. But I mean, we got to the front in both heats, and then we started, I think it was 4th in the final, and then yeah, like you said, I led most of it, lost at the last lap, but to my teammate, but it was just about points really. From qualifying 12th, it was just, yeah.
A cracking weekend though, and like we say, our first driver of the day for 2022, and from the first round as well, so again, must be an absolutely fantastic feeling. Anyone you'd like to thank?
TWM, like all of them, they've all helped to get here. Also my dad for being on the spanners every day, and my mum for coming to see us, and yeah.
Don't forget Vera.
Oh, I'm Vera.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Olivia Jenkins. Congratulations, our Wera Tools driver of the day for 2022.
Thank you.
Well, that was nice to hear from Olivia.
It was indeed.
Our first driver of the day. Now, when we get to driver of the day, there's obviously a bit of consternation because the selection panel chooses one driver per class. However, the rules are that if that driver has incurred any form of penalty during the course of the day, they are not eligible for nomination. Now, on track, you can see in the background, Kart's heading out the circuit. This is the Junior X30 repechage. Let's have a look. What's coming up? So there we go. Now, let's have a look at the starting lineup. This is going to be 12 drivers, 6 positions available on the grid for the pre-final and the final. So it's going to be a real bun fight. Pole position, Fred Green in kart number 51 and Sam Longley. Row 2, Chloe Chong and Charlie Morrison-Jones.
Jack Mowat and Dayton Coulthard start on row number 3. Flynn McDermott and Monte Jr. Canini will start on row number 4.
Joey Brown and Ashton Wiggins go from row 5. Thomas Wainwright and Kira Harris on row number 6. Thomas Wainwright, spoke to Thomas last night. He's running with Mark and Dave Litchfield's team this weekend. It's his first season in the British Championship, and there's one driver there trying to catch up with the field. So this 1200 metre circuit will guide you around. You can see Dayton Coulthard there with the Scottish crash helmet design into the start-finish line. Lights are not out, so it's going to be a false start. A chance to have a glance at some of the contenders, well, I mean, Fred Green, he had a few problems, so he's the Jamie Green Racing driver, and Sam Longley on the front row of the grid. Looking down, Sam Longley 28th in the championship, Fred Green 29th in the championship, Chloe Chong and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Chloe for Dan Holland Racing, she's down in 47th in the championship. Charlie Morrison-Jones, Mondi Junior Canini, he is, well, let's have a look, where is Mondi Junior? South African born, and Mondi is a little bit further up in the championship. He's 21st in the championship, so he really needs to get into the next couple of races. Joey Brown as well, he is, well, where's Joey? Can't see where Joey is in the championship. He is actually
not there.
No, not there. So maybe we'll come back to that anyway. So, second time of asking, Anthony. So look, Charlie Ellis Motorsport. Big hello to Charlie Ellis. Hoping you and your family are well. I'm still wearing my Street Hawk T-shirt with pride.
Yes.
Come on, Gabriel Stilp. Well, we'll see Gabriel in the pre-final, the final. Gabriel's already qualified. Here we go then, second time of asking. Lights are out, we're off and racing. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, 12 drivers. Which 6 we're going to go through to the main events. And Chloe Chong trying to make it 3 wide through turn number 1. Now they're into Brian's Bend, out onto the dog leg. This is the dog leg section of the circuit. You can see Mondi Junior Canini there in the Praga kart. They come out of the dog leg. This is St John's Bend now. Over the little yump into the short straight into Senna 1. Really good passing opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Into Senna 1, you go out of Senna 1 now. This is Senna 2 we're looking at here. Onto the back chicane, into the back chicane there, very technical part of the circuit. Vicious curbs going to the back chicane. Now this is the back straight, which is unique because it's not straight. Into Gasworks Bend. Downhill, the camera doesn't really do it justice. A steep downhill into the horseshoe. So we're now into the horseshoe section here. And Paddock Bend. This is where we're going to see several late lunges, Anthony. I am absolutely convinced. So that is a lap of this 1,200 metre Warden Law circuit, and it's Fred Green in the lead.
It is indeed. Well, like you said, the top 6 from this one will go through to the back of the grid for the pre-final later on today. So the bubble is 6th place downwards, and at the moment it is the number 31 of Mondi Junior Canini, who is in that bubble section at the moment, is in that top 6. But McDermott under pressure as down the inside goes Charlie Morrison-Jones from the Jade Racing team, and Chloe Chong gets up 1 more position. And Chloe Chong at the moment has got a bit of a train forming behind her.
Yep, the number 27.
Oh dear!
And that's what was that?
That was Jack Mowat. That was Jack Mowat.
Just going to say the number 27 car was chasing Chloe Chong. Oh, and she's going to get freight trained here at Gasworks Bend. 1-2 drivers go through. That's I think that may have been Thomas Wainwright also trying to get through. Joey Brown in that mix as well. Now this is a great battle, but look at the leaders. So Fred Green, Sam Longley, Dayton Coulthard. Dayton didn't make it into the main event at Shenington.
He didn't.
But now here he's running with Dave Boyce and with the SWRD team, the Simon Wright Racing Developments team. Up into 3rd place, Charlie Morrison-Jones for the Jade Racing team in 4th place. Then it's this battle with Mondi Junior Canini, but there's the battle for 2nd place with Dayton Coulthard. Now, his dad David's in Spain watching, I mean, Spain, Sunderland, Spain, Sunderland, Spain.
I'd go with Sunderland.
Exactly, of course. Yeah. What's the man thinking of?
I know. There's a race out there, apparently, at the same time. I don't even know what it is.
Not quite sure what it is. The racing is here, though.
Yes, it is indeed.
You'll be very pleased to see that young Dayton is, and again, look, very smart. You know, that's not an inexperienced driving style. You can tell that the Dave Boyce and the team have been working it. Bolt upright. Let's not move around in the seat too much. There he goes, makes the move on. Strawberry Racing Sam Longley going into turn number 1, and that puts Dayton Coulthard up into P2.
Yeah, that's a nice move, that one. It's not easy to overtake around this track, especially at turn number 1. It's such a fast banked corner as well. It takes a lot of commitment to go down the inside there, and well timed, I have to say.
And I mean, it's great camera work here from the guys at Alpha, because you see that even though the elevation change on the screen, it's only between 5 and 10 feet, but within that 5 and 10 feet, the circuit is almost constantly rising and ebbing and flowing.
Yeah.
Lots of little bits of camber, positive and negative camber. Here is steep downhill going through Gasworks. But you'll see that, there's a lots of little bits, like going into corners, there's a little bit of negative camber here, a little positive camber there. Some of the curbs are very, very very, very big indeed. And Kira Harris, who's down in 11th place at the moment. Ashton Wiggins has not gone out for this race, but yesterday Kira Harris's rib protector broke during the second heat, and she was in a lot of pain at the end of it, because you can see there just those bits of those grass curbings there, and again, very bumpy. You can see the carts moving around. They're into centre one. These drivers are taking a physical beating as we're watching. So we've got 11 drivers still in the race. 6th position is Thomas Wainwright. And again, Thomas, he's entered with Cato Motorsport, but he's running with the MDL racing team this year. Saw his dad last night, and Thomas, they were saying, you know, come on, give us a shout out. We're trying really hard. He's been racing for a while, but jumped into the deep end this year, the British Championship, in the number 36 kart, and yeah, he's holding firm in 6th position at the moment, but it's still Fred Green, Dayton Coulthard, Sam Longley, Charlie Morrison-Jones, got a gap to the number 31 Praga kart. So these are the top 4. There's the Praga kart, the Monday Junior Canini, and Thomas Wainwright is right there with him.
Yep.
They've actually opened a bit of a gap over 7th place, Joey Brown, with Jack Mowat, Chloe Chong, Flynn McDermott, and Kira Harris next.
Yep, so chopping and changing all the way through. 5 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. Lots still happening in this one, but like you say, race leader Fred Green breaking away at the moment, looking comfortable. Then Coulthard still got Sam Longley and Charlie Morrison-Jones just very close behind. They're latching onto the back now. Hopefully those three will work together and try and close that gap. They don't need to. Again, they're through, they're comfortable, they're happy. They don't need to worry about anything like that. But yeah, all the action kind of really is further back, because there has been some more chopping and changing. Wainwright up 5 positions. Joey Brown, how far back? Oh, Joey Brown, fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on 6th place. Thomas Wainwright for that bubble.
Indeed he is. He's got the bit between his teeth, as it were. And of course, Fred Green, son of Jamie Green. No, not son, nephew of Jamie Green, multiple German touring car champion, who of course runs the Jamie Green racing team. He's here. So he'll be... so the top 2 drivers, certainly from a great racing pedigree background. Checking over shoulder there is Sam Longley, just to see where that Birrell ART kart of number 15 Charlie Morrison-Jones is. The answer is sitting right there, watching. There's Monty Junior Canini, and there's the number 36 kart, Thomas Wainwright, on the Cato Motorsport livery. Yeah. The gap between him and Joey Brown is coming down, because Joey Brown, the Optima kart, that's a new team this year. That's a new team this year, and Joey trying to get there in the number 11 kart with that dark sort of mauve-coloured race suit. Has got the bit between his teeth. Now, Monday had a problem yesterday. Accident in the first heat, then the front stub axle broke in his second heat, so he's not had a lot of track time. And again, from Monday, originally from South Africa, hasn't got a great deal of experience up here. He's looking over his shoulder. This is the battle. Number 11, Joey Brown, trying to make it into the top 6 and knock Monday Jr. out of the final with 3 minutes to go. Yeah, now Wainwright managed to get the move done into Senna 1 on this lap, so that's what has caused this gap to really close in now as well. Charlie Morrison-Jones has also got past Sam Longley as well for 3rd place. Again, not really necessary at the moment, because the eyes are on this battle for the bubble. This is where the action is, because only the top 6 go through, and right now the top 6 is right there. Monday Junior Canini, and right behind is Joey Brown in that number 11 Optima, and down the inside, looked like he was going to make the move there. It was very sideways under braking. How on earth they didn't collide into each other, I'll never know. Well, that was really smart, because if Joey Brown had bumped into the back of Monday Junior Canini, then even if he made the move, he may have got a nose cone. And of course, you know, the top 6, if there's anyone gets a nose cone penalty, that's a 5-second penalty that could drop them out. So Joey Brown now looking to the inside as they come through the horseshoe into paddock. Monday Junior's going to be very careful into that corner, checking over his shoulder. Now you can see as Monday starts to worry about what's happening behind him, Wainwright is pulling away in 5th position. The next driver you've got to see is that first section through Brian's Bend. It's uphill, it's crest and lots of camber, really good flowing section of the circuit. But of course, behind this group now, watch for the number 27 crop promotion kart of Jack Mowat. He has got Chloe Chong right behind him. They are 1.5 seconds, just under 1.5 seconds behind this battle you're watching on screen. But as the more that Monday defends, and you can see him defending, hugging the inside line into Gasworks, the closer Mowat and Chong will get.
Yep, they
now
will.
that Praga kart is going to have to be very, very wide indeed.
Well, last lap, Monday didn't defend going in towards turn number 1, which was smart driving. Looks over the shoulder. I don't think he's going to. No, he's going to take the normal racing line because he can see that just in front, he's breaking away.
Yep.
So Thomas Wainwright is breaking away and he doesn't want that. And of course, he's going to be aware as down the inside there, just at the side of Shot. You saw there.
Joey Brown makes
the move. He made the move.
Joey Brown made the move. So now Monday Junior Canini's got to fight back through Senna 1. Now on the inside of the corner, there's a real bit of, like a little yump over the corner. Now some drivers have been using that but to help make the pass, but it can be risky because as the kart unsettles itself going over the yump, it gets very light and of course it can just understeer you wide. But fair play to Joey Brown. He's now getting his head down and pulling away. Monday Junior Canini's going to have, he's going to get across the line before the clock strikes 0. 2 laps, I'd say, to do something about it. And of course now you've got the 27 of Mowat and the 18 of Chloe Chong both closing in as they start lap number 12. 20 seconds plus a lap to go. You can see the spectators looking on anxiously.
Yep. Jack Mowat and Chloe Chong as well will be 2 to watch out for because they have dropped vast positions in this race. Mowat down 3 places, Chloe Chong down 6, so they want to get back up in that top 6 as quick as possible. Whether or not that's going to happen, timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time for your current race leader, Fred Green, who's currently 1.1 seconds clear from second place's Dayton Coulthard. But eyes on at this battle for the moment, 7th, 8th and 9th. Chloe Chong still just trying to find a way through. But you have to remember, all these drivers are still in a chance for this one because anyone in that top 5 or top 6, if they've got a nose cone or any sort of infringement, they could still get that 5-second time penalty. I think the top 3 are okay.
Yep, Fred Green, Dayton Coulthard, Charlie Morrison-Jones, they're clear.
Yep.
Got to say, I think Sam Longley and Thomas Wainwright are clear as well. Really, I mean, Joey Brown, they've got, these 3 drivers on screen now. They've got to get their heads down. Monday Junior Canini is 7th at the moment, so he's the first in line. If any one of the top 6, has a problem, Monday Junior will be the first in line to capitalise and squeeze into the pre-final. So that's what Jack Mowat and Chloe Chong, they're getting desperate now because they want to be, I think if the top 6 have gone, at least they want to be the first in line to capitalise if there's a problem.
Yeah. Well, one more corner to go then for your current race leader, Fred Green. For the Jamie Green Racing team, he'll exit the final corner and cross the line to receive the checkered flag. Eyes still on this moment for the last few spots. And he's going for it. Whoa, look at the smoke!
Tyre smoke! Said, Monday Junior Canini, Monday Junior Canini holds on by 100th of a second for 7th place.
Oh, blimey. That was a
little bit of drama to close out the repechage. So unofficially, Fred Green for Jamie Green Racing, Dayton Coulthard for the very first time in his British Championships karting career goes and think. Now I think that maybe on the coverage of that race in Spain later, they might be down a commentator because I got a feeling that if you listen really closely in the commentary box for that other race in Spain, you'll probably hear us as Dave is watching.
Yes, David on his mobile.
I mean, exactly. Why not? Charlie Morrison-Jones, P3, well done to the Jade Racing team. Strawberry Racing gets Sam Longley through into the main event. Thomas Wainwright, debutant in the British Championship this year. Well done to Thomas. He wanted to mention, he made sure he got it up 6 places, gained more places than anybody else in that one. He finishes 5th. And Joey Brown for Optima Performance. And he is into the pre-final and the final as well. Unlucky for Monday Junior Canini, Jack Mowat, Chloe Chong, Flynn McDermott and Kira Harris, and sadly Ashton Wiggins failed to start.
Yeah, that is a shame for Ashton, but do you know what? Quite an exciting first little race to kickstart our day, wasn't it?
Nice and tactical, clean. What was pleasing is that the drivers at the front, they raced smart.
Yes,
and that's a real positive. They raced smart. There is a look at. There's Nigel Edwards, the race director, crossing the circuit.
Yeah,
clipboard in hand.
Yeah.
most cultured clipboard in karting. There's Chris Walker
Kartpicks.net,
from Kartpicks.net.
Yeah.
And you can see where Ian Rogers in the left-hand side, the green little building there with the yellow doors, that's the timekeepers building. That's where Ian Rogers and motorsport-timing.co.uk are based. And they are the ones providing all the live timing and scoring and lots of other things. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Demon Tweaks and Wera Tools.
Yes,
Anthony, are you a tool rebel?
Well, I'm a tool.
I know I'm a tool as well. But I mean, I'm a tool rebel. But no, there we go. So Wera Tools and Demon Tweaks, our sponsors. And again, the wind has picked up. The soldiers, those flags fluttering in the breeze.
Well, we could chinwag and talk all day.
We've got another race to
We've
talk
got
about.
more races to go. Race 10, heat number 1, Junior TKM is taken to the track in just a moment's time. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Like we're saying, yes, Junior TKM, heat number 1, their first race of the weekend.
Yep, and we've got 19 Junior TKM drivers, so we've actually gained one driver from Shennington the opening round. And of course, looking at the championship, I mean, okay, so Leon Frost won the opening round of the championships. That the TKM drivers have been saying, you know, this is a fantastic, they absolutely love this circuit. It really does lend itself to, lends itself to great racing. Now, if you're listening to some background noise, we're based in the scrutineering area. Just behind the scrutineering area is where our commentary box is, which is great for getting up and close to the action. But someone has just come in with an exhaust that is not necessarily attached as the manufacturer intended it to be.
No.
So, Junior TKM. Now, we've got Jehan Calichurn and Dara McInerney on on the front row of the grid. I wanted to say Tyler Harris. So, Tyler Harris, he's going to be going in the number 88 kart. Tyler, I know that there's a lot of family, Tyler, watching from China.
Yep.
From the UAE, United Arab Emirates, and from Australia. So I wanted to say Zhao Shanghao to his friends and family in China, and in Marhaban to his friends and family watching in the UAE, and G'day. To his friends and family watching in Australia. There we go.
Henry Beaudette, intercontinental idiot.
That's intercontinental idiot. That's me. I know a little bit more. There's a piece of paper, and there's us.
There we go. It's quite cleverly covering my face. There we go.
Look at that. You can see my hand. There's my hand. And you can see Anthony's face is covered with a piece of paper.
Rightly so.
Which tells us where.
It does tell information.
Information.
Yeah, on there. It's just, did someone put something in your coffee this morning?
No. I've just got my iron brew.
No, good.
Got my iron brew.
Okay.
I mean, the wife.
Did someone put something in your own brew?
The wife is here. You know, I'm happy. I'm just high on life.
There we go.
And we're in Sunderland.
Sunny Sunderland.
Do you know what? It's the breeze off the North Sea that is just inspiring me to talk even more nonsense. Championship positions, Anthony. There we are. Look at them. There we go. 130 points. Maximum score from Shennington for Leon Frost.
Yeah, he did well, didn't he? He didn't lead most of the final, though, in that one. That was Olivia Jenkins, wasn't it?
Olivia Jenkins did most of the leading now. And Leon Frost just timed his moves perfectly.
Yeah.
But like everyone said, at Shennington, very tricky to overtake at Shennington because, of course, the nature of the circuit, it's very fast and with very few corners, you just sit there and you defend.
Yeah.
Here, a lot of the TKM drivers are saying there's going to be overtaking at every single corner. This is going to be great. Let's have a look at the
starting lineup.
Starting lineup, shall we?
Yes, I think that's good. Did you forget what starting lineup was? No.
Something like starting lineup. Here we go. There we go.
Calijan starting on pole position. Dara McInerney on that front row alongside Leo Robinson, not Junior X30, Leo Robinson, and Aidan Mitchell on row number 2.
Row number 3, Patrick Leaf and Ollie Rands, and row 4, championship leader Leon Frost and his title rival Olivia Jenkins.
Joe Cheek and Luke Bate on row number 5, Sasha Bagley and Tyler Harris round out row number 6.
Zhao Shanghao, Tyler. Jake Humphrey and Seth Hathaway on row number 7. Luke Jarman and Jack Stewart on row number 8.
Oliver Bourne, not to be confused with Jason Bourne.
Nope. Don't get his identity mixed up.
There we go. Joel Hull on row number 9 and Oliver Bowen will round out the grid on row number 10.
So again, this is something that the TKMs have not been here. So since Motorsport UK took over the running of the British Championship back in 2019, the TKM classes have not been here. So it's the first time that we've got there. I'm going to get the book.
You're going to get the stats out.
I'm going to get the stats out. Yes, I mean this is so. We've the TKM Championship have been to PFI, to Rissington, to Fulbeck, Shennington, Kimbolton, Wilton Mill. 6 circuits. This is the 7th circuit that the TKM Championship has been to since the start of 2019, and it's a false start.
It is,
a little bit spread.
They do look a bit
out,
spread out. Yeah.
And they're going to go around again. So now I have to right. Tim Wilson from Tim Wilson Motorsport in this class.
Yep.
At Shennington. Do you recall the top 4
in this class for the championship?
Yes, not their names, but do you recall the team that they raced for? Tim Wilson Motorsport. Now, on the podium, there was rumours that if Tim Wilson had said, if we get a clean sweep at the podium, I'm going to dye my hair blue.
Really?
He did.
Did he say that?
He did say that.
Did he?
Yes.
Right.
That reminds him of the podium.
Excellent.
I haven't seen Tim Wilson with blue hair this weekend.
Well, there you go.
So we're going to go and have an investigation in the paddock as to why he backed out of it.
Top 4 in the championship. They are all Tim Wilson Motorsport.
Yep.
So...
RSR, Rob Saw Racing for Luke Bates as well. New team to the championship, Rob Saw. But again, Luke Bates, very as a rookie, very, very good indeed performance to beat Ollie Rands as well, top 4, and as another rookie. But again, Tim Wilson Motorsport have got 6 of the top 7 in the championship, but it's Klassen Motorsport, Jihan Kalichern, who has pole position, and they are green. We're off and racing. Kalichern in the number 28 ARC car. Oh, and that was in the middle. That was Tyler Harris. No, that was the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek. One of the other Klassen Motorsport karts getting sideways there as they go through the dogleg on lap number 1. 19 drivers all sorted themselves out. And oh, I've got to see, you don't
that
really
curb,
that curb. Oh, my back hurts just looking at it.
There we go. But a good start then from Junior TKM. They start this one nice and clean. No dramas so far. A little chopping and changing. There's Darren McInerney there. And as they go through, but good start there from the 28, leading the way, Jihan Kalichern.
Great start.
You know, for a rookie as well, leading the first heat. You know, there is this. I mean, this grid is predominantly rookies. There is a handful in this group.
A handful of the more experienced drivers, and especially what is that not many of the TKMs, because they don't come here and race here with the British Championship. Not a lot of these drivers have got a lot of experience of this circuit. So for not only for a rookie, but also a driver that hasn't got a lot of experience has to be opening up such a huge advantage. Well, I mean, the Klassen Motorsport team, we saw Dave and Ash Klassen yesterday. I think we're going to call him Davey Six Toes from now on.
Funnily enough, I have a picture of David from when he was very, very young.
Yes.
Very, very young.
Yeah, and his wife has been very big saying, oh, look, when he was a baby, he had 6 toes. I'm like, that's your own wife saying that. So Davey Six Toes has bolted together Jihan Kalichern's kart there, and it's going very, very well indeed. Here is the chasing pack. There's Leon Frost in the number 7 kart, making the move on his teammate Leo Robinson for what is 3rd position. Dara McInerney, the E-plate holder, that means he's the English champion, won that event at Shennington. He's there in 2nd. And look at Dara, that very distinctive red and blue with Dara designs and paints his own crash helmets.
Yeah,
you know?
Lovely design on that one. So I don't know, it kind of reminds me of a bowling ball whenever I look at it. It's got a kind of a bowling ball kind of livery to it.
Funny enough, when you see his dad head reminds me of a bowling ball as well. But that's a different story altogether,
right.
Mr. McInerney. Yes, okay. But Dara's doing very well. There's Aidan Mitchell, the number 14 kart, almost getting muscled wide by Ollie Rands. So Jihan Kalichern, Dara McInerney, 1 and 2, and then there's a gap, and then there's this huge big scrap for 3rd place, being led by Frost in the number 7 kart, his teammate Robinson, then Aidan Mitchell, and here comes the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek, recovering to pass Olivia Jakins in the number 8 kart, and then you've got the number 95 of Luke Bate, the RSR machine. A little bit of a further gap back then to Patrick Leaf, to Tyler Harris. Now, Tyler, expected a bit more from Tyler. He did very well at Shennington.
He did, yeah.
He is now racing in Junior Rotax as well. We saw him race at PFI, so he's doing 2 classes. Maybe just taking a little bit of time to sort of dial himself back into the different style of racing that you get in TKM than you do in Rotax. But we'll see. Tyler's up into 10th place.
Oh, now was that a bit of debris that's just come off a kart there? There is a marshal out there recovering something that may have just fallen off someone's
yes,
machine.
Okay, Marshall in track. It is a chain guard.
It is a chain guard. So
it
that
is
curb
a chain
is
guard. That is curb has claimed its first victim. Now,
yes.
my eyes are old and ruined, so, but I can't see it. It's a multicoloured chain guard, which means it possibly could have come off one of the multicoloured Tim Wilson Motorsport karts.
Potentially,
but I don't want to say whose it might be, but certainly there's a chain guard off, and there's an idea of just how bumpy those curbs are, and you can see coming into turn number 1. Now this is flat out into turn number 1, uphill, and then this wonderful Brian's Bend section into the dog leg. We've got 6 minutes to go, and it's still poleman Yihan Kalichern for Class and Motorsport leading the way. Here comes Aidan Mitchell with a move on the number 30 of Leo Robinson. That is for 4th place. It was Joel Hull in the number 31 kart who has gone off. Now, yesterday in practice, Joel Hull had the mother and father of all accidents coming into turn number 1. It wasn't his fault. I think it was another kart slowing down on the main straight, and suddenly that slowing kart decided to dart from the inside to the outside to enter the pits just as Joel was arriving, like going absolutely Harry Flatters, and Joel was into the tyres. Luckily he wasn't hurt, and sadly Joel now enters the pits and spins coming into the pits, which will upset the scrutineering department. He looks rather sheepishly. Here comes Joel in the pits. Sadly, minus a chain guard, and now there's Sam Morgan, ex-driver, is now working up here because he married a young lady from this neck of the woods. And Joel Hull's race sadly over. Joe Cheek getting a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, just saw that pop up.
Not quite sure what, but he was having into. There goes Joe. He's now up the inside of Leo Robinson there at Gasworks. And
wow. He's seen the penalty and he's just like, right, I've got to make some moves.
I've got to go. Yep.
I've got to go.
Got to go.
Not going to hang around, is he? So yeah, gets that move done. Moves up a few of those positions. Now, Yihan Kalichern still leading the way, but not by much as we cut to the action here. Now, this is the battle for the race lead. Dara McInerney has closed in. The E-Plate has worked his way through those laps and has managed to close in Yihan, and Yihan for the time being has not given up the position yet, still holding on to it, not defending yet at the moment either, so which is good. So it's still quite a bit early for that, so he's going to hold on to that normal racing line as much as possible, try gain time, because as soon as you start you are just going to start losing time all the way. McInerney looking to the inside, switches back, thinks against it and slots into it.
But if you look at the timing screen on the side of this, I mean, they've got a 3.1 second lead over Leon Frost in 3rd place.
Oh, yeah, they've driven
there's
away.
a long way to go in the race, 3.5 minutes, but McInerney can afford to have a couple of little nibbles at Kalichern's rear bumper.
Can have a look, yeah.
You can have a little look. You can start sussing out, where Kalichern might be susceptible to a late race lunge. He's because for those of you that are new to karting, Dara's not just sitting there following him.
No.
He's not just mindlessly following him around. He's studying. He's looking at the trajectory of the rear end of the kart. He's looking at where, the back end might be sliding, around a bit, where Yihan's not covering his inside line, maybe.
Yeah. Just sussing it out.
Yeah, he's just, he's thinking.
No.
Still thinking about it.
Yeah.
But again, he gets a good run out of Gasworks there. Now up the inside, Kalichern is into the horseshoe. Kalichern not really leaving the door open through there.
No, he's kind of in the middle of the track, really, isn't it? Not going full, but just holding that tighter line just to prevent. This is 2nd and 3rd place now on your screen. 3rd and 4th. Sorry, no, you are correct. I was completely wrong. Leon Frost and Aidan Mitchell, the number 7 and 14.
Doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't happen.
Normally it's you correcting me.
No,
I jumped at the opportunity, but again, Aidan Mitchell having a really strong run. I mean, back at Shennington, Aidan was a bit off pace. He's 9th in the championship, alongside Sasha Bagley, the young lady from Wales. And but again, Frost, Mitchell, this is 3rd and 4th. Jakins in the number 8 kart is 5th. A little gap back to Tyler Harris, who's moved up into 6th position. Oh, that's sorry, Tyler Harris in the number 88 has got past Joe Cheek, who is in 7th. Then it's Leo Robinson in 8th, and then a gap back to Ollie Rands in 9th. Then it's Luke Bates, Sasha Bagley, Patrick Leaf, Seth Hathaway, Jake Humphrey, Oliver Bowen, Luke Jarman, Jack Stewart and Oliver Bourne. They are your 18 remaining runners. Sadly, Joel Hull out of the race.
And a change for the race lead. Dara McInerney, the E-plate, has just managed to get past Yihan Calichurn, and that is a kart that's not moving. That's the
Jack
57.
Stewart.
Yeah, Jack Stewart, the rookie driver privateer on the EOS chassis. That kart going no further, which is a shame.
Well,
and,
he's back in the seat, and he's trying to get it.
Is he getting it going?
So I think that was maybe a sort of a case of driver exited prepared surface, found grass, Marshall assisted wagon back onto prepared surface. Driver now trying to get himself back up to speed. The problem is, though, is he's crawled. Yeah. He's crawled. There goes a move. Sorry, that's a move by Olivia Jenkins, but he's now back up to speed before the leaders come on to start-finish straight. So I thought that was going to be potentially a traffic situation. So 1 minute to go. McInerney leads Calichurn. Here's the battle for third. It's Frost in third, Jenkins in fourth, and Mitchell there on the orange and yellow number 14 kart. Privateer entry for Aidan Mitchell. That's a Talco chassis. And he is in 5th position with, so 3rd, 4th and 5th. Now they're dropping Tyler Harris, Joe Cheek and Leo Robinson in the 88, the 70 and the 30. Through the back straight chicane, onto the back straight, which is kind of like the front straight at Brands Hatch, which is anything but a straight. The back straight here at Warden Law is similar. Now Jenkins forcing Frost into a bit of a defensive manoeuvre going into Gasworks. The problem is, though, is that when you come out of Gasworks, if you try the undercut coming out of Gasworks, you're right on the outside line going into the horseshoe. It's very, very tricky. But with 5 seconds plus a lap to go, here comes Olivia.
Yeah,
and makes the move.
Yeah,
good move.
No drama there whatsoever. Leon Frost didn't defend it, didn't think, I'm going to do anything here. No, so Olivia Jenkins gets up into P3, which is a nice move.
Well,
hopefully can pull away.
Think about what happened at Shannington. On every race at Shannington, Jenkins was leading. Here comes Frosty.
I thought
and Tyler Harris, and there was the problem, going over the yump, going into Senna 1.
Yeah.
Harris tried to make the move, then backed out of it, but as he applied the brakes, the kart is not weighted down because we're going over the yump, and of course the back end got away. He doesn't look very happy.
No, I can imagine so. Those little things like that happen, and yeah, it can cause absolute carnage. Here's a good little scrap. Who's this? So we've got the number 55 in this one.
This is Oliver Bowen, Seth Hathaway, Jake Humphrey, Luke Jarman. This is for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Sasha Bagley's in there in the number 61 kart. There's Seth Hathaway in the 33 as we start the final lap. And it's good to see, again, it's good to see it battling all the way down the field. A lot of these drivers, rookies to the championship. There's the number 51 kart on your screen. That's Jake Humphrey in 12th position. And, Rambling Gamer wishing Dara McInerney good luck. Well, Mr. Gamer, not sure if that's your real name, but call you Mr. Gamer. Your man Dara leading comfortably and en route to potentially a first heat win in the British Championship, because Yihan Calichurn, again, likewise for Class and Motorsport, this will be Yihan's best ever result. It's a good start. Let's have a look into second part of the horseshoe, Paddock Bend. And again, you can see that the race leader, Dara McInerney, defending a little bit. Checkered flag comes out. Dara McInerney takes the win. Yihan Calichurn second. And Olivia Jenkins. So, she returned the favour to Leon Frost. At Shannington, it was Olivia leading all the way, and Leon on the last lap, or with a lap and a half to go, would duck up the inside and grab the lead. Olivia waited until a minute at the last lap, and then she made the move.
She's learned.
So
she's doing the complete reverse opposite, of what Leon did at Shannington. Well, there we go. A good race one, heat one for Junior TKM. Dara McInerney, the E-plate, takes his inaugural win in the British Kart Championships in 2022 for Junior TKM, and the provisional results will appear on your screen pending Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen.
Yihan Calichurn with that second place from Olivia Jenkins. Leon Frost taking fourth from Aidan Mitchell in fifth. Joe Cheek, Leo Robinson, not to be confused with Junior X30's Leo Robinson, will finish in seventh place. Molly Rands, Luke Bates, Seth Hathaway, Oliver Bowen, Jake Humphrey rounding out the top 12 from Patrick Leaf. Sasha Bagley finishes in 14th from Tyler Harris after that spin, dropping 3 places, finishes P15 from Luke Jarman. In 16th, Oliver Bourne, Jack Stewart, and Joel Hull, I should say, who retired after, I believe, chain guard removing itself from kart.
Yes,
So,
mechanical failure, chain card went, I want to break free.
oh no, mute. There we go. So, ladies and gents, that's heat 1 for... Oh, mute your microphone now, Henry. There we go. That's right. Heat 1 for Junior TKM Race 10. Race 11, Heat 1 for TKM Extreme is coming up next. Well, if you like TKM Extreme, you're in for a treat because we've got 20 of them lining up ready for their first heat.
And you know what? I do like TKM Extreme, so I am in for a treat.
Good. I'm
Now,
glad.
We've got 20. We've also got a return to the championship for last year's number 3 seed, Joe Fowler.
Joe Fowler is back and on the front row nonetheless.
He's on the front row. Now, the reason... Do you know why he was not at Shannington, Anthony?
Why was he not at Shannington?
Well, because Joe Fowler has found gainful employment with Neil Brown Engineering and Cosworth and Team Dynamics in the British Touring Car Championship.
Oh, well, there we go.
So occasionally, his karting commitments have to sort of fall by the wayside when he's got to go to the British Touring Car Championship and tune things.
Well, how dare he?
Well, I mean, how dare he? He's back. He's back.
He's back.
He's back with Class and Motorsport, the number 3 seed. And Shannington was his drop round, and he's going to need to be on top form because Chris Whitton, dominant performance at Shannington, leads the championship by 11 points over Lee Whittingham. Now, Lee Whittingham, a big hello to Lee's mum, Heather, who sadly couldn't make it there. So, I mean, but don't worry, Heather. You know, Lee's doing his bit. Robin is on the spanners. He's bolting it together properly. Lee is doing his bit behind the wheel, and I know that you're keeping track of things at home. We hope to see you at a circuit very, very soon, and hope that you're well, Heather. But yes, now, but unfortunately, Heather, I don't know what happened in qualifying yesterday, but either Lee didn't do his bit right, Robin didn't do his bit right, because Lee is starting 13th for this one. Lucky number 13, perhaps?
Maybe.
Who knows? He's second in the championship, is Lee Whittingham, which means he's got to really get his head down. But again, like we saw in the junior race, you know, overtaking more than possible here.
Well, you say that. I mean, it is possible into a couple of the corners, but it's still a lot of the drivers. Speaking to the drivers in the paddock,
Yes,
you know,
okay, yes, yeah,
off camera,
which we do.
We roam the paddock wildly and have a good chinwag with a lot of people. A lot of the drivers say that it is quite tricky to overtake around here.
But it's
a challenge.
It's a challenge, but drivers like a challenge. And I just think with the amount of different types of corners, and of course the drivers are going to say that because they've only been practicing.
Yeah.
And qualifying, you know. And
they're not in a race situation.
Even in the heats, you're going to start seeing, you know, we saw a few moves in the heats, but drivers being a little bit more circumspect.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's have anyone else on the live chat?
Let's have a gander.
Let's have a good.
Lucy Lovell saying "Go Olivia."
No, she didn't. She wasn't saying. She's saying "Go Olivia."
Right. Okay. Sorry.
There's 7 O's in "Go."
There's actually only 3 O's in that one.
I can't see. Dara, Joshua Owen saying yes. Dara, well done. But yeah, no, good to see Chris Smith on board with us. Well, the track's going to be so grippy for the rental karting tomorrow. Well, yes, of course. Wow. And if you're watching here in the area, yeah, I mean, Karting Northeast will be open tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ponamund for regular arrive and drive karting. Come down and sample it. Lots of good things happening here. I mean, between last year and this year, they've got a whole new upper paddock that's been tarmacked.
Yep, they do.
You know, and they're talking about moving. There's going to be pit garages here. And really, I can't speak as high enough about Matt Hunter and the team. I mean, you can tell that we're moving up market because we are commentating from the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite.
Which
here.
Gave me a slight heart attack
Joe
there because when I pulled in this morning, I saw Joe Bradley at the gate.
Yep, and he's fine. I mean, he's recovering after yesterday's exertions at Wembley when Joe and half of Sunderland went down to Wembley to watch their football team beat Wycombe Wanderers 2-0 and return to the championship. But enough of the football. Now we're back to the karting. Should we have a look at the starting lineup, Anthony?
We shall have a look at the starting lineup, yes, because it's going to be an absolutely fabulous race that's going to be joining us out there. Chris Whitton and Joe Fowler will start on that front row. Archie Strong and Michael Cornell on row number 2.
Row 3, Isaac Marsh and Cian Bennett. We'll talk about Cian in a minute. Great performance for him. Charlie King and Spencer Lane on row number 4.
Jack Saunders and Sam Johns on row number 5. Harvey Roth and Aaron Lask will round out row number 6.
Row 7, there's Lee Whittingham and Kai Springfield, Ashton Cox and Ben Watson on row 7. Row 8, rather.
Tom Johnson and Fen Chapman on row 9. Megan Lawson and Charlie Gromit will round out the final row on row 10. The top 20 places, 20 karts. Lots going to happen. It's Heat 1. It's the start of the weekend for them.
Yes, and we have to say, Cian Bennett in kart number 44, one of the Rob Saw Racing.
Right.
I mean, in the championship, he's a rookie in the Well, he's not a rookie in the championship.
Not a rookie in the championship.
At 16th in the championship, turned up. It's only him and his mum here this weekend, and mum is there on to help lift the cart. Cian's doing all his own mechanic. They turn up at their hotel on Friday night. And on Saturday morning, someone had gone in their van and nicked their engine and their tyres.
Oh, nightmare.
So he's, you know, if there's anyone that we want to wish a good luck to today and who needs a good result, you know, there's number 44, Cian Bennett. As the race gets underway, he's started in the top 3 rows of the grid, so he's going to be certainly driving with an absolute determination.
Yes, I can imagine so. And yeah, that's never a nice thing to happen, is it? But to show the commitment, he's out racing and hopefully gets a good result for Cian. But at the moment, still a good start then from TKM Extreme. They've got round the first half of the lap, no dramas whatsoever as they whiz past that camera shot there. Just shows the speed of what these karts can reach, even around a tight, twisty circuit like Warden Law. They come out of Gasworks Bend down the hill towards the Horseshoe for the first time. And again, just line astern, no chopping and changing. Everyone just finding their feet, I think, after the end of this first lap. Yep,
that's a great camera shot there, just showing you going into Paddock Bend. Just that little bit of positive camber right on the inside apex of the corner. End of lap number 1, Joe Fowler on his return to the championship. Kart number 3 for the Class and Motorsport team leads the way. Chris Whitten second, Archie Strong third, Isaac Marsh, Sam Johns, Michael Cornell. Michael Cornell yesterday in the number 33 kart was trying one of his practice engines, was one of the clutchless engines. It wasn't one of the tag engines.
Yeah, it was,
which was old. This is old school. Lift the back up of the kart, run it forward, then dive in as the engine sort of turns over. But I think, and there's a move there. Sam Johns on his teammates. Sam Johns passing Isaac Marsh there, and Sam making absolutely no bones about the fact that he was moving forward. Again, podium finisher at Shennington. But there we go. It's Fowler from Whitten, then Archie Strong, followed by Johns, Marsh, Cornell, Spencer Lane, Aaron Lask, Charlie King, Cian Bennett down into 10th. Then it's Harvey Roth, Whittingham up to 12th. Then it's Saunders, Springfield, Watson, Chapman, Johnson, Gromit, Ashton Cox on the Gillard, and Megan Lawson rounding out the field.
More comments coming in on the live feed. Joel Lask says good luck to Aaron Lask. Joel watching alongside. Lucy Lovell rejoins us again, saying good luck to Charlie King and Fen Chapman in the Extreme TKM. And Luke Woodward saying good luck to King and Roth for the win.
Well, I mean, Harvey Roth, his Tim Wilson Motorsport race suit arrived, and Charlie King saying that he was a bit, well, not unhappy, but said that he was a bit gutted because Harvey's race suit arrived and his didn't, so he's still wearing his old race suit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes, but there's the TKM Extreme field spreading out. See there, Dave Class in the background there, just checking the stopwatch there, watching his man Joe Fowler coming under pressure from Chris Whitten. Now, at Shennington, Chris Whitten was able to use the power of his engine to good use because, again, lots of straights at Shennington, very fast, and the rest of the field were thinking, oh my word, Chris has got an awful lot of power in that kart. Here, it's much more of a technical circuit. Whitten can't quite utilise the waft that he has got.
First waft of the weekend.
First waft of the weekend, but Chris Whitten has been in this championship for a long time. I was going back through the championship. I mean, Chris Whitten was winning TKM Extreme races back in 2015.
Wow.
You know, it's a long time ago. Joe Fowler was in junior TKM back then, so very experienced pairing at the front of the field. Lots of wins between them. In fact, Shennington, I shall open I'm opening the Bible, Anthony, so if you check the lead, I'm opening the Bible.
Check the lead, yeah, you check.
Since the start of 2019, Chris Whitten has won 6 finals in the British Championship. That's 6 finals. That puts him 4th on the all-time winners list, believe it or not, only behind Kai Hunter, Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall. So, you know, so Chris Whitten is one of the, statistically speaking,
Yep.
Chris Whitten is one of the most successful drivers in this new era of the British Kart Championships.
There you go. You heard it here first, ladies and gents. Henry Beaudette's Bible of
Vernon
knowledge.
Wiley.
Yep, joining
Hello
us.
from New Zealand.
Yeah, welcome.
So, New Zealand and Wales. Only 2 countries in the world, New Zealand and Wales, where there are more sheep than people.
Well, I can believe that, actually, yeah.
Yeah. The Maoris in New Zealand. There we go. The more that you criticise my footballing and knowledge of other sports, Anthony, I'm going to get my friends from New Zealand to come and do the haka in front of you.
Well, no, that's rugby.
Yeah, but exactly. But that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, no.
Egg chasing's okay, is it?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Baxter Racing, Chris Whitten, chasing Joe Fowler. Producer James, of course, is a big Northampton Saints rugby fan, isn't he?
He is indeed. Here's
Yes,
a move to third.
Sam Johns.
Yeah, gets it done.
Passing
Nice.
Archie Strong.
Gasworks bend.
So there goes the Tim Wilson Motorsport. So we've got Klassen Motorsport leading. One of the 2 of the Talco privateers, the Talco supported privateer drivers in 2nd and 4th, and Tim Wilson Motorsport with Sam Johns in 3rd. But you can see Chris Whitten is really sort of giving Joe Fowler all he can handle now as they go into the dog leg. This is lap number 7. We're just over half distance there. Oh, and you can see Joe Fowler just bumping the curb there on that exit. Harvey Roth puts in a new fastest lap, and Roth is down in 8th position. Ahead of Charlie King, and then Lee Whittingham up to 10th now.
4 minutes to go. That's that 1 lap. And again, kind of just breaking away now, these top 2. Not really going for any moves left, right and centre. They're just, you know, just line astern, going to the flag. And then, well, you know, Chris Whitten, he's probably eyeing up a move. I mean, he's stayed right behind Joe Fowler. Not let him break away. He's probably the closest he's been so far this race, and you know, these 2 behind, it doesn't look like they're closing up too rapidly. I'm just looking at the gaps.
And again, this is 3rd and 5th.
1.6 at the moment.
3rd and 5th in the championship from last year.
Yeah.
So you know, they're just sort of, this is like cat and mouse.
Yeah.
This is just eyeing up the competition, cat and mouse. Sam Johns, that plain white crash helmet, and Archie Strong trying to close in. Michael Cornell doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
You know, Michael Cornell, ever present in the championship, was on the podium in the first ever round of the Motorsport UK British Championship back in 2019 at PFI. Hasn't had another podium since.
Really?
No, hasn't had another podium since. So, but he's this year certainly. You know, he seems to be back on song, and doing what Isaac Marsh. That's Gus Lawrence's stunt double. In 6th position, Harvey Roth, Charlie King 7th and 8th, Spencer Lane is 9th, and Whittingham in 10th. Lask is 11th, Cian Bennett 12th, Springfield is 13th, followed by Ben Watson, Tom Johnson, Jack Saunders, Gromit, Cox, Lawson and Chapman, all 20 drivers still running, and you know, on lap number 9 there's 10 seconds between the top 17, which is very close indeed. I've just stepped on a cable tie in the commentary box, Anthony.
And I've yanked it out your hands and I've chucked it on the other side of the commentary box because I know what you're going to even try to do with that.
I was not going to slap you with a cable tie live on air. Yes, I was.
Right, excellent, cool, perfect. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. That really hurt. Yes, our front 2 still breaking away. That actually really, really hurt. You honestly...
Producer James made me do it. There's Joe Fowler. And there's a great camera shot of one of the apex in the corner there. But Joe Fowler leading, Whitten in 2nd. Sorry, Anthony. I spent my entire season abusing poor Anthony Jordan. It's a nice little welt on his hand. To apologise. And that wasn't even with the buckle part of the cable tie.
Not? Oh,
no,
well, aren't I a lucky lad?
Yes, you are.
Back to the racing.
Whitten gets off. Whitten gets out of centre 2 a lot tighter than Fowler. Now that tells me that he's got the drive out of the corner. He's got better grip coming out of the corner, but the kart's not bogging down too much. Now you can see Fowler's using a lot more of the circuit than Whitten. So, you know, Fowler's having to use, so that the back end of Fowler's kart is more free. Whitten's kart is more stable, but a lot of times when the kart grips up too much at the rear end and that's when you see drivers not using all the track coming out of a corner, but they're not using it because his kart's bogging down, which is costing them exit speed. Not the case with Witten, who is able to stay right with Fowler, but with using less of the track, which is good. And now Fowler beginning to defend. 45 seconds to go. You can see Fowler checking over his shoulder. Sam Johns is closing in.
Yeah, he's broken off from Archie Strong, so he's managed to close in on these two. And now with Joe Fowler starting to experiment with defending, this is going to allow Sam Johns to really close in. Sam's going to take the optimal line here into Gasworks Bend, and he'll super close that gap, which he has done. 20 seconds left on the timer, plus that one lap. Anything can happen still. It's only heat one, though, ladies and gents. This isn't an important race. I mean, it is. You know, they're still, you know, they'll get points for this one. Into classification points for their pre-finals and finals later on today, but they're not championship points. So, you know,
well, in TKM you get you get 2 heats and a final.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 2 heats, you do get there are points for the 2 heats combined, championship points for the 2 heats combined, and. I said the clock has struck 0, so next time around they'll get the last lap board. I think Fowler started defending too early because he's brought Sam Johns into play. Johns makes the move into the back chicane there on P2, and now Sam Johns got the momentum. Don't just sit there, Sam. Now you've got to go.
Yeah.
Before Joe realises that he's got a new rival right behind him. Now he does. He's looked over his shoulder. Let's have a look. What can Sam Johns do about Joe Fowler as they begin their last lap? Witten has now got some clean air behind him to make a move, but here comes Fowler defending. Witten's going to try and go round the outside at turn number 1. He can't do that, can he?
No, he can't do that. You don't think he'll even get the switch back here either. It's such a fast corner and you can't really get that move done. It could happen in towards Senna 1. Find out as they smack the curb on the exit of the dogleg. They've got to really watch out for that one as he looked down the inside of St. John's. Now Chris Witten's fighting back alongside Johns, and he can't quite do it. Now Johns has kind of broken away. Joe Fowler's opened up a little bit of a gap now after that one through the centre S's. They come out in towards the back chicane. Out they go, in towards back straight. They'll climb the hill up into the Gasworks bend, and again, look at that.
And now, Sam Johns having to defend.
He's have to defend now,
So Fowler has managed to escape. Will we see a lunge going into this bend? No, it's still only a heat, though. I think I guarantee in one of the finals, Anthony,
he'll have gone for it.
Someone's going to go for it. Checkered flag comes out. A win for Joe Fowler on his return. Second for Sam Johns. The spirits of Landau Kart Club still ring strong across the karting firmament. Sam Johns, one of the last drivers still racing to ever be a member of Landau Kart Club, the young driver from Cardiff. That's Landau International Raceway, global home of World Motorsport's birthplace of champions. That's the one. Yep. Joe Fowler from the British Touring Car Championship back to the British Karting Championship takes the win. Sam John second, Chris Witten third, Archie Strong in fourth, Harvey Roth is fifth, Isaac Marsh sixth. There is your provisional finishing order on the screen. Cornell, Whittingham, King, Spencer Lane, the top 10. Aaron Lass, Kian Bennett, and Anthony's got a boo-boo on his hand, but producer James made me do it. I'm now a bit nervous in the contract, so I'm sure that you licked one of my iron brews yesterday, Anthony.
I did something a lot worse.
Excellent. There we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching for the first time, Anthony and I have an ongoing sort of a miniature jackass where we sort of abuse each other during the course of the season for your viewing and listening pleasure. At PFI, I licked one of his chips and put it back in his lunch, and then he ate it. Yesterday he did something to one of my iron brews, and I drank it. And again, every time there's a cable tie in the commentary box, I'm just forced to slap him with it.
Yeah.
But he'll get his revenge, don't worry.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? Well, again, a fabulous result for them in that one. But I think TKM Extreme really does show all the sort of class you would need to know about it, because TKM. How old is TKM now? It started in the 1960s. It started in the 1960s. It's just one of those. It's a great budget class, very friendly. Yeah.
A lot of the drivers here, they're privateer drivers. Like we said, Kian Bennett is just him and his mum this weekend, and Kian's just got a top 12 finish in around the British Championship and in one of the heat races. You can compete. Very, very friendly. When you go out and do the winners' interviews on Sunday, you see the camaraderie camaraderie between
the
drivers, the teams. There are teams in it. You've got the likes of Klassen Motorsport, Precision Racing, Tim Wilson Motorsport. You've got Talco supporting drivers, but then you do have real, privateer entrants as well, which is great to see. And in addition to privateer entrants in TKM, the next race we've got a lot more privateers, which is KZ2, and that's going to be absolutely superb. 22 drivers.
Yes, indeed. That's a very full grid indeed that will be joining us. We'd love to go for the sting for it, but we don't have our man in the box at the moment.
Dear.
He's had to pop to the
facilities.
Facilities, yes.
He's had the facilities. What did you feed him this morning?
I didn't feed him anything this morning.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It was last night what I fed him.
Yes. So there's a look at look at the facilities here. So you've got the timing building there, directly next to start-finish line. Behind that, there you've got the restaurant area, the viewing gantry, the spectator area in the second green building. But what Matty Hunter and the green building right at the end of the start straight, that is where we are. You can see the in the window,
the long window with the
white square in it. That's our commentary position. You've got the scrutineering area and the weighbridge, and just at the top there, behind to the right of the screen, that's the paintball area, where you obviously got paintball, and then behind there with the Demon Tweaks logo, that's the new paddock, which is now freshly tarmacked, and some excellent effort. And when we come back here in October, in August rather, there's going to be some garages here because Matty Hunter and his team, they've got inspiration from the Le Mans karting circuit. Alan Dove, the font of all karting knowledge, karting1.co.uk has been on, and it's excellent. You should try and follow Sam Shaw's got some support there as well, but Alan is trying to get a Rotax kart. He spent £600, a budget Rotax kart, to try and compete, to show that you can compete in karting on a real budget, and it doesn't have to be buckets and buckets of money.
Yes, but he also shows that you need to work in your neck muscles as well.
Yes, he does. Now, what does Mr. have to say? Formula TKM started in the late 80s and was called 100 UK. Yes, because it's called the 100 National. There's the Fusion Motorsport team. Now, look at that. You can tell that everybody on the left-hand side of that picture, that would be Mr. Rogers there, Mr. Hazelwood, Mr. Walker. They've never met a sunbed they haven't liked. And then they've got some teeth whitening thing going on there. Christian Johnson, who used to work for them, has got some teeth whitening business. So there we go. But I'm not sure who those white legs belong to next to Jake Walker. But obviously, and then you've got the drivers. Some of the cadets that we're going to see out, the IAME cadets we're going to see out later.
They'll be out later, but race 12, heat 1 of something else is popping up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some of the fastest karts in the UK in short circuit racing. It's KZ2 coming up next. Now, if you're a karting fan and you like racing and you like racing and all that sort of stuff, you'll love this because it's got gears in it, ladies and gents. And the added benefits, yes, indeed. 6 gears. 6 in total.
And a standing start. Now, the grid, it's a 3x2, or is it? No, it's a side-by-side grid here. It's a standard 2x2 grid. Yes. So who's that? Joe Shaw is saying, sorry, no birthday cake today. Well, I have to say, so at Shannington, it was Sam Shaw's dad, Rob's 50th birthday, and she provided some very nice birthday cake.
Yes, it was.
But then Sam went and broke his go-kart and had accidents.
Yes.
So maybe the birthday cake was a bad omen, and maybe now that there's no birthday cake, Mummy Shaw can just watch Sam race and have, well, so there you go. And of course, so who else is there? Looks like Vernon Wiley from New Zealand. Looks like a fine summer's day over there. Yep.
It's a peachy...
If a blanket of grey cloud is your idea of a fine summer's day, which it is up here in the northeast, then it's a fine summer's day.
It is a fine summer's day. No sun in the sky at all, which means it's a beautiful summer's day in the UK.
Look at the vista behind
the circuit. It's lovely.
There.
Yeah. We are in a beautiful part of the country. Yeah. And but just behind this cameraman, it's North Sea.
Seagulls trying to nick you. Seagulls trying to nick you off the promenade.
I was in the town centre, or the city centre, I should say.
Yes,
last night.
But that must have been an experience.
It was an experience. There was a seagull bigger than a dog on the street. It was terrifying.
A well-fed seagull.
It was very well said. It was, honestly, it was terrifying. Speaking of dogs, there is a dog in the paddock. Yes.
Dog watch.
Dog watch. Gus Lawrence's...
Gus Lawrence's Jack Russell.
Yes.
Called George. George the
Russell.
Russell. George the Russell is here. Right, let's have a look at the starting lineup for KZ2, shall we?
Let's do that.
Ooh, go on then.
Just because there is 22 of them about to take to the circuit, and Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner are going to start on the front row of that. Joe Charlton and Morgan Porter will round out row number 2.
Caden McQueen and Lewis Halliday start from row 3. Tom Adams and James Glenister, championship leader and Shellington winner, on row number 4.
Miles Murphy and Shane Daly on row number 5. Lee Ward and Ashley Lewis will round out row number 6.
Dan Gould and Bradley Barrett go from row 7. Charlie Cole and Spencer Shinner on row 8.
Alan Kenyon and Derek Morgan on row 9. Josh Price and Sam Ward on row number 10.
Hannah Lang and Ashley Goodliff round out the field of 22 drivers. What is really interesting is that a lot of the drivers that have come out of direct drive karting into KZ2 this year, most of them struggled at Shannington, but now when you look at the grid, you've got Morgan Porter on row 2, Caden McQueen and Lewis Halliday on row 3, Tom Adams on row 4. Tom went out to Genk for the first round of the European KZ2 Championship. Really, I said, real eye-opener, 90 drivers. I think Tom qualified about 77th, but made it up into about 40th by the end of the weekend. But again, those drivers, those inexperienced KZ2 drivers, are starting to make their mark, and I've got to say, a little bit earlier than I thought they would.
Yeah.
Caden McQueen is racing with an injured leg.
Yep.
But luckily, it's his hands. He needs to change gears, so that's fair enough. Miles Murphy. Miles has got the Demon Tweak sponsored car. Miles has not only got drivers racing in the Formula One in Spain this weekend wearing his crash helmet designs, he's also got Pato O'Ward in the Indianapolis 500, who I think qualifying for the Indy 500 got rained out yesterday. Most famous race in the world. The Indy 500, and Miles Murphy, the helmet designs the crash helmets for many drivers. And as I say, you wouldn't know this, but one of the most famous race announcers of all time, Tom Carnegie, who was the Indianapolis Motor Speedway announcer, for 60 years. And when a driver would start a qualifying lap, Tom would be, and he's on it. That would be the way it is. So, but yes, Miles Murphy will be on it. And of course, and it's a new track record. That was his thing,
There you go.
But, and again, Tom passed away recently, but yeah. Here we go then, the back of the grid. The 63 aboard, there is Karting North East staff. You've got on the right-hand side Charlie Turner, number 4 for the Rush Performance team. Dan Kelly on the inside. Dan's actually the championship leader, even though James Glenister won there. It's very close. Just 4 points separate Dan Kelly, Lee Ward and Charlie Turner. This is 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds, and by the time they reach turn number 1, these KZ2 karts are doing nearly 100 miles an hour. 4 red lights, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start for the entire field, and Morgan Porter sneaks through from row 2 to take the race lead. What a start from Porter.
Yeah, that was a lightning start. Really got that car off the line well and streaks away in the lead. There were 3 wide going through Brian's Bend in that one, and already
Derek
one car.
Morgan.
Yeah, off and out the side of the track. The privateer driver on the MS kart struggling in this one and has dropped right to the back of the field. He'll have a lot of work to close back up as well. There, the number 6 coming through as well. Bradley Barrett for the Sodi for Test team. He's coming through as well. Started 14th on this row. Came through. We had someone comment in saying he wanted to go 14th to 1st in this race.
That was, Bradley Barrett. That was top gear from the rear.
Yes.
For Barrett. Here we go, round Gasworks hairpin. And because of the timetable, we're not, the KZ2s are still using the back chicane. They're not using the full back straight, just because timetable restrictions, so it's a little bit of a slower lap than they used to here. But Porter, for that Kart, he's driving for more racing, but he's on the Kart Republic chassis, and great start. The key is now, can he maintain it over 10 minutes? The consistency of the more experienced drivers will come in to play. Charlie Turner in the number 4 kart, Dan Kelly. Now, when we get to the lunch break, we're going to see the paddock show from last night. You challenged Dan Kelly to change tyres on that number 29 kart. So if any of the rear wheels fall off that kart, I mean, we're not going to blame Anthony, but it'll be your fault.
Well, that sounds like very much you're blaming me.
Well,
but
possibly, yeah.
Possibly. There we go. Down the start-finish straight then for the third time. 2 laps completed. We start lap 3. 8 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. Like I say, Morgan Porter comfortably leading the way still. About half a second is the advantage that we've got from Charlie Turner. And then from behind Charlie Turner, it's actually starting to close up quite nicely because Dan Kelly is starting to fight back on that Andy Fairless Racing chassis, or kart, I should say. Joe Charlton, the privateer, he's coming through as well. Joe, obviously, last year didn't have a best season, did he?
Nope.
Obviously, won the championship in 2020. Fantastic move around the outside, as here. Change for second place. Dan Kelly gets it done on Charlie Turner, moves up into P2. But yeah, like I was saying, he won the championship after a fantastic overtake on the final corner at Fullbeck.
Yes, correct.
Yes, it was the bumpiest circuit known to man.
Yes.
It did that. And then, 2021 didn't go his way. And it's good to see he's fighting back, and he's looking much stronger this year.
Yes, Dan Kelly into P2. Now, Dan brings with him a huge collection of supporters. The fact that Dan Kelly fan club, we met them last night.
Yeah, his entourage.
Dan's entourage. Now they're all just the outside of turn.
McQueen.
Oh, that's Caden McQueen in the croc. Backwards off the circuit now. Was that a spin or was that a seizure? Let's have a little look. Apparently he may have been assisted.
Let's have a look what happened then.
Let's have a look if we can. But Caden McQueen, we're getting word from the circuit that he may have been helped.
Assisted.
Slightly by an unnamed assailant. But and Joe Charlton has dropped back a little bit in the number 3 car. Lewis Halliday in the number 56 is up into 4th place. Charlton back to 5th. Adams is 6th, the number 17 machine. Then it's Glenister in 7th. Shane Daly, what a fantastic run, the Oak Plate champion for More Racing, in 8th position. Then it's Lee Ward, privateer driver, Lee Ward, number 8. He's in 9th position. There's Halliday on the Sister Energy Core chassis to Charlton. Caden McQueen back in the race, so he's continuing on, just obviously to make sure that nothing is broken. All 22 drivers still running. And there's the number 8 all-white machine of Lee Ward, who did so well at Shannington, was up at the front of all the heat races and the final. And one of the worst performance drivers maybe missing a gear there and causing a little bit of a backlog. And you can see the O plate there of Ireland's Shane Daly, the 2 Irishmen, Daly and Ward, battling away there. Behind them is the number 6 Sodi Vitesse kart of Bradley Barrett. So Barrett started 14th up to 10th. Then it's Spencer Shinner, Ashley Lewis, Miles Murphy, Dan Gould, Alan Kenyon, Charlie Cole, Josh Price, Sam Ward, Ash Goodliff, Delboy Morgan, Hannah Lang and Caden McQueen. Dan Kelly, meanwhile, we saw it flash up on your screens there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That is a new fast lap, 48.28 seconds. And the gap between him and Morgan Porter is down to just half a second. So the Dan Kelly entourage watching at the outside of turn number 1, all in their black baseball caps with the gold sponsor logo on them.
Oh, big moment there at turn 1. Sorry, it was off camera, but the 34 just off
Ashley
screen.
Goodlift.
Ashley Goodlift had a huge lock-up moment there in toward borderline, heading towards our commentary box, which is why it scared the life out of me.
It's quite all right.
We've got a building.
Because between the exit of turn number 1 and the commentary box, Dylan the cameraman is standing there, so he'll take the brunt of the...
he will absorb that, yes,
on our behalf.
Yes, lovely.
Now, Dan Kelly, meanwhile, back at the front. We're on lap number 7. There is Lewis Halliday in the number 56 kart, holding off Tom Adams in the number 17 machine. But at the front, Dan Kelly closing in on Morgan Porter, and there is Adams making the move. And you can see, so it was his 17th birthday last week, Tom Adams. So, trip to Belgium for his 17th birthday.
Nice.
It just goes to show, even though that weekend didn't go well for him, he said he went out and qualified 77th out of 90, and then had to race with it. But that experience is shown. Look how much better and how much more confident he is back in the British Championships now. Just his second time in the British Championships in a KZ2. Caden McQueen comes in to retire the number 42 kart, save his tyres for later.
Yeah.
But that weekend in Genk was, well worth it for Tom Adams. It's really showing. There goes the top three, and there is Adams, and he's already pulling away now from Lewis Halliday. So closing in, but we can have a 3-car battle for the race lead as Bradley Barrett makes a move into turn number 1. But here's the battle for the race lead. The 46 of Morgan Porter, Moore Racing, Kart Republic chassis. The number 29 of Dan Kelly, Andy Fairless Racing, Birrell ART chassis. Then Charlie Turner, number 4, Rush Performance on a Maranello chassis. So it's great to see lots of different chassis, different engine tuners. You've got SRP tuning Charlie's engine, Andy Fairless engine program, obviously with Dan Kelly, and Morgan Porter with a TM engine. So lots of variety, and here comes Dan Kelly. Now we'll wait for the support. The Dan Kelly entourage are on their feet. The end of the main straight, and Dan doesn't make the move there.
No. It's just, again, sliding in behind. There's still 2.5 minutes to go in karting. That's a century.
Long time.
Very long time. So, yeah, he's just going to hold behind, I think, for the time being, but he doesn't want to hold too much because, like you say, Charlie Turner is closing in. And did that look to me like Morgan Porter was slightly further on the inside of the corner?
This is where, again, Morgan Porter, former British champion in senior Rotax. He's raced all over the world. He's raced in the World Championships before, but new to KZ2. Dan Kelly has been racing this class since he was 15 years old, and he knows inside out. We're at the business end of the race. This is where mental fatigue sets in this class. You know, you're not, because you're spending most of the lap with one hand on the wheel. Now Porter, and there's the number 8 kart of Lee Ward, who has reversed into tyre barriers. That is up at Gasworks. But here we go. Charlie Turner waits to pounce. Dan Kelly will want to make his move on Morgan Porter before Charlie Turner starts sort of thinking about where he can make a move, because then Dan doesn't want to be the meat in a KZ sandwich. Oh. There was a collective ooh from the commentary box there.
There was.
Again, he thought about it, thunk about it, and thought better
of it. Now,
yellow flags.
This would be, of course, for the number 8
of
Lee Ward.
Lee Ward, who is still parked in the barriers.
Yeah.
And now out of his kart and walking away, out of the final corner. So a minute to go. Now Dan Kelly looks to the inside. That's a strange way. Maybe just trying to sort of get into Morgan Porter's peripheral vision.
Maybe.
Distract him a little bit.
Maybe. Potentially so. Well, we'll see if that pays off for him. But less than a minute to go then on this one. And Morgan Porter still looking comfortable in the lead. Has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check that there's no one having a cheeky move down the inside of centre 1. And Dan Kelly holding on to that one. Now, again, 2 very distinctive different racing lines there through the centre S's. Yes. And he's really closed in. I thought they actually made a little bit of contact there, but they hadn't. In towards Gasworks, and really close. It just shows through that middle sector how much Dan Kelly's got some waft in that kart.
Yes, indeed. He's just waiting and waiting and waiting. Now out of the final corner, 15 seconds to go. So 2 laps of this race remain. And into turn number 1, uphill through Brian's Bend there, into the dog leg now. Dan Kelly, I think it's going to be a case of point and squirt. Watch into Senna number 1, or watch into Senna 2, rather. Senna 2, this is Senna 1. Thinks about it again. Now, is he going to dive up the inside going into this corner? No, not quite close enough. Morgan Porter runs a little bit wide. This is going to give Dan Kelly a chance out of this corner, out of the back chicane. Will he dive up the inside? The yellow flags are gone now at Gasworks. Here he goes!
There it is. Times it perfectly, and Charlie Turner gets through as well. So Morgan Porter in one corner goes from first to third, and that was a bold move there from Dan Kelly, but he timed it perfectly, and you could see it coming from a mile away.
Yep, and now last lap board goes out. Kelly leads, Porter now gone. His chances of winning are out of the window. He's going to set up a third. Can Charlie Turner spring a surprise on the last lap? So Dan Kelly's going to go from offense to defense very, very quickly. Into center number 1. Oh, that bump.
Yeah, it really hits you hard, doesn't it, as they go through there?
Anyone who's wondering that or doubting that these aren't supremely fit athletes, just look at this footage. No suspension on these karts. They're getting thrown around in these seats. And again, we get to the end of the main straight in these KZ2s. They're doing nearly 100 miles an hour. Kelly covers his line into Gasworks.
I think that's settled it, really, hasn't it, as they go through. It's only heat 1. I don't suspect Charlie Turner's going to go for a late lunge here. He may try and get the switch back, and it could be a run to the line. But for now, it's going to be Dan Kelly who will take the win from Charlie Turner. Morgan Porter across the line. Tom Adams will take 4th place from Joe Charlton. James Glenister, the man who won the final at Shenington, crosses the line in Heat 1 in 6th place from Shane Kelly, the O-plate. Bradley Barrett, good recovery drive, up 6 places from 14th. Finishes in the top 8. Miles Murphy holding on to his qualifying position of P9. And Lewis Halliday rounds out the top 10 in the number 56.
Had a few retirements late on in that one. I mean, we've got Spencer Shinner, Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis, 11th, 12th and 13th. Alan Kenyon finishing 14th. Then Charlie Cole, Derek Morgan and Hannah Lang. But we saw Lee Ward retire. Sam Ward also went out. So did Josh Price. Ashley Goodliff and Caden McQueen all retired. Now, on the chat, we've got people there. So Chris Smith, wondering, how can you have a go? Well, Chris, I mean, depending where you are in the world, you know, to go to your local kart circuit, if you want to try a kart like this, go to your local outdoor kart circuit first, and then find out who are the local teams that are based there, and simply go and ask them. Now, I mean, okay, it's not as simple as that, but again, this sport, even though it's at such a high level, it's so accessible for newcomers into it. Just come up and speak to the people. So I don't know where you live, Chris, but I mean, if you are, say, local to here at the circuit, then turn up, speak to the owners, speak to Matty Hunter, the owner, and his family. I mean, Matt's son, Reese Hunter, he's got a team, runs a team. They just started out, they're running in Rotax. Yeah, just ask, and, you know, you will get in a car. So, all right, Chris, I live in Newcastle. Sorry about that. But, yeah, turn up, come to Karting Northeast. Ask to speak to Matt Hunter. Say, oh, listen, I watched the live stream. I've come to do your rental karting. I would like to try. How can I organise a test session in one of the Hunter Motorsports karts? And you will find that that will happen much easier than you think. Us karters are a friendly bunch.
On a good day.
Most of the time.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, occasionally.
We're friendly all the time.
All the time,
all
Anthony.
The time. All
There's
the
a look
time.
as the kart's going into the Way Bridge.
Wow.
So there we go. So, you know,
Good
obviously, Chris, you know, when you come here, you've got to pretend that you're from Sunderland, because they're big Mackhams here at the Karting Northeast.
Yeah.
So Geordies, just, you know, just play that one down a bit. But yeah, just come along. That's the best thing. That's the best advice you can give to anyone who's watching, who wants to get into karting. Look at where your local outdoor karting circuit is. Go there. Ask. Try the rental karts, and then at the rental kart, say, okay, listen, I want to try. Where can I? You know, where can I maybe try something a bit more, you know, potential? And every kart circuit will know of a locally based team that competes either at this level or at club racing, owner-driver racing. That is how you get in. If you don't ask, you don't get.
No, exactly that. You
Right,
don't.
there we go. That's
So-
public service announcement over. What's next, Anthony? Please tell me.
Well, we go from the fastest karts in the paddock to a nice way of saying the slowest karts. Bambino for their Heat 2. Race 13's coming up next. In a nice way, they may be slow, but they're certainly fierce racers.
Because they're so wee.
They are just little engines.
And little people,
Little
aged
drivers.
between 6 and 8 years
Yes,
old.
indeed.
Now, they had their first race yesterday.
I can look up some things for you.
What happened? Anthony, tell us. I really want to know. What happened in the first race yesterday?
Right, well, Saturday, heat number 1. Yesterday, Riley Morrow took the race win in the right chassis. The number 22 taking the race win from second place, Austin Oman. Chester Fawkes took third from Harper Das, Ellis Child, Cole Teal, Charlie Page, Ethan McEland and Jensen Bigland rounded out the top 9. Lewis
Kirkcaldy. Now, I
Kirkcaldy,
wonder,
yeah.
that's a Scottish name now.
It is.
Is that a relation to former British Formula 3 driver and sports car racer Andrew Kirkcaldy, I wonder?
Potentially, yes.
I wonder.
But
Well,
it
we'll
rounded out the
find
top
out.
10. Jack Mellon and Daniel Ferguson round out the top 12 and the entire grid in that race. So, there we go. Saw your arm there. You can't blame that on anyone else. There we go. But, no, fantastic race on that one. So, yeah, what do we expect to see from heat number 2? Do you reckon, Henry? What do we reckon?
I'm not quite sure. Well, I mean, again, this is a long track.
It is a long
and
track.
So we're going to see and a lot of these drivers. I mean, just looking down, I mean, we've got several rookies. Austin Oman, though, he's an experienced driver. Ellis Charles, Harper Das, experienced drivers. So we've got some experience, lots of rookies. I think we're going to see a lot of youthful exuberance. Here's a grid.
Here is the grid indeed. Austin Oman and Riley Morrow will start on row number 1. Cole Teal and Lewis Kirkcaldy. Going to have to try and get used to that one. Kirkcaldy. Sorry.
Chester Fawkes and Ellis Childs on row 3. Jensen Biglands and Charlie Page on row 4. Harper Das and Ethan McClelland on row 5. Then Jack Mellon and Daniel Ferguson on row number 6. So 12 drivers. So a few fewer than a few fewer Bambinos than usual. Now, this will be a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. They do a standing start.
They do.
And we're getting reports of some very light precipitation in the air.
This could be still okay, because you've got to remember the Bambinos do not run slicks.
No, they don't, correct.
They run treaded tyres, so they could be okay still with that one. If it does decide to suddenly wants to start raining, and God, that looks knackered. That looks knackering, that does.
What, that jog?
Yeah, running.
Well, I'm not, you know, I mean, as a former ex-half marathon runner myself, and someone in the peak,
Don't lie.
The peak of physical fitness that I am.
Absolute lie.
It's not a lie.
It's a lie.
I did.
You ran for about 2 seconds yesterday and started crying about cramp.
Yes, I did. but like I said, I had a banana last night.
Good.
I'm not saying where, but I had a banana.
Muting you straight away, or you say anything you shouldn't. Right, there we go. So, like I say, the Bambino's on the grid. So, like you say, that front row, Riley Morrow and Austin Oman starting on that front row. Revs slightly rising.
Yep.
And parents, mechanics, guardians all remove themselves from the grid.
Lee Manchester.
Yeah.
Marching down the grid is Lee Manchester with a purpose.
He is.
So here we go. 6 to 8 years old. This is the UK Bambino Championship. It's the 3rd year the Bambinos have had an official British Championship. Let's remember last year, as the lights go out, standing start, last year, Austin Newstead won all 4 rounds of this championship undefeated. Can we see a repeat of that as the number 22 of Riley Morrow takes the lead? It's a great start from Riley. Oh, he's leading by about 20 kart lengths by the time we get to turn number 1. Now, this is the class that we're going to see an awful lot of different racing lines. The karts are much narrower.
Yes.
So as you can see, obviously they're much shorter wheelbase, they're much narrower, less powerful, and of course the drivers, so we'll see an awful lot of 3-4 wide action, I am absolutely sure. And again, for those drivers with a black number plates, now a black plate on the back, that is a novice plate. That shows that the driver is in one of their first 5 ever race meetings.
Yeah. And there is 2 rookies out in this one as well.
Well, they're rookies. We've got Daniel Ferguson and Jensen Biglands, who are rookies. However, we haven't seen Jack Mellon. There's a few more rookies now.
Yeah.
I think that, again, the rookie families on their entry list say, are you a rookie? And of course they think, well, no, I'm not a rookie because I've raced before, but they're rookie in terms of they haven't raced in the British Championship before. So there are a few more rookies in the field than our timing screen suggests. In fact, looking there, Austin Oman, he raced last year. So did Ellis Child and Harper Das. But I think everyone else is probably a British Championship rookie, and there we are. There is Das in the number 95 kart.
Yeah, just got past Kirkcaldy there, and fighting through the order. Now, Harper Das started quite far down in the order, up 6 places.
On the 5th row of the grid. Oh, there's number 58 kart of Jack Mellon.
Yeah, just going over that curb, which it looks small when you're in a KZ2, but in a Bambino, it's Mount Vesuvius.
I know, it's up their knees.
It is.
Some of these drivers. And you can see the number 7, Austin Oman, really starting to put the pressure on the race leader, Riley Morrow. Now, I shall just to quickly check.
Get your stats out.
I don't think we've seen Austin Oman on the podium yet in Bambinos. He finished 7th in the championship last year. Harper Das was 10th in the championship last year, but he's chosen not to use the number 10 seed. He's gone back to his regular number 95 seed. Oh, and there's a problem for the number 23 of Ethan McClelland out of the race. And again, smart driver, that's what you're taught to do. If there's a problem, you stick your hand in the air,
And someone will come to you.
Yes, yes. So that's up at the entrance to Gasworks on the back straight that isn't. But it's Riley Murrow. So here's an example of how the difference in lap speed. So in KZ2, the fastest car, it's 48.2. They were going round in. The fastest lap in this one is 1 minute 12.4.
So a little bit slower.
Just a little bit slower, but yeah, that's 1,200 metres.
Yeah.
In
it's a long track.
In 1 minute 12.4. We're looking at so it's Murrow and Oman first of all. Here's the third place battle on your screens now. Harper Das, Lewis Cacaldi, and Charlie Page in the number 33. Then a gap back to Chester Fawkes, Cole Teal, Ellis Childs, then Jensen Biglands, Jack Mellon and Daniel Ferguson. Ethan McClellan's kart has been pushed away, sadly.
He's not been able to restart.
So we're down to 11 drivers. And Harper Das. Now that's a really brightly liveried kart. And if you have a look at Harper's race truck is in the top paddock. And it's got some absolutely fantastic colourful graphics on it. You'll see that one up and down the motorway.
Here comes Cacaldi. Yep, 3 wide into turn 1, and Cacaldi gets it done.
That's a good move.
That's a nice little move there.
The young Scotsman.
That's that nicely timed. 6 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. And again, all avoiding that curb on the exit of the dogleg that time around. Smart move, that one.
When are Minimax out next? Well, the Minimax drivers are out next in 2 weeks' time at Lark Hall in Scotland.
Yes, because this
no
is...
Minimax this weekend.
This is IAME.
And there's no Mini X30 class, so sorry, Luke F96 Racing. You have to wait for... I think we're in Scotland on Queen's Jubilee weekend, aren't we, Anthony?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully the weather will be good.
I've had to turn down my invites from the boss, from Liz, to come and do some commentary.
No.
True story. You know I only speak facts.
No. Well, that's questionable. 9 times out of 10 it's questionable. Oh. But well, there we go. Riley Murrow is leading the way still, comfortably. 1 second is the advantage from Austin Oman. And Harper Das in this sort of group here, just a little further down. Looks like they are catching Austin Oman.
They are, but believe it or not, they are catching, even though they're 3 wide. Yeah. They're still catching Austin Oman. But again, lots of respect for racing. There's your race leader, Riley Murrow, in kart number 22, followed by number 7, Austin Oman. We're on lap number 5 now. We've got just over half distance. Cacaldi with the Cross of St George on Cross St Andrew. What am I talking about? Who dear me? On his crash helmet, the Scotsman at kart number 18. Then it's Das, the 95. That number 33 kart is Page. The very distinctive, again, that's a nice like green and red livery. Up the inside goes Page. No. Backs out of it, but they are catching Austin Oman. Last time around, Austin Oman did a 1 minute 13.5. But chasing back, Lewis Cacaldi, a 1 minute 13.0.
There you go. So half a second in that last lap alone. And yeah, you can really see that gap visibly much smaller now. So they are closing in. Still 4 minutes to go in this race, plus that 1 lap. And like I say, Riley Murrow, he's just slowly pulling that advantage. Nearly, well, timing screen says about 3 seconds, to which it is 3 seconds. So Oman really struggling here, and Cacaldi's going to go for the move down the inside once again. So is Harper Das.
Oh, there we go.
Potentially so. So is the number 33 of Charlie Page as well. Gets it done.
Austin Oman. Freight train back from 2nd to 5th, and Chris Smith making coming here. Turn down while Liz for racing. Aye. Turned the read down to go to Lark Hall to commentate with Anthony.
There you go.
He's my karting queen.
Ah.
There we are. There's a battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now, Austin Oman, he's lost a lot of pace, but now he can sit with these 3. So even though he was half a second a lap slower, I don't think you're going to see Austin drop off this group now by half a second a lap.
No, he'll latch on.
Yeah, he'll latch on and just follow. Because sometimes, again, these youngsters, when you're on your own, you can lose a little bit of focus. You're not following somebody, so you sort of lapse a little bit of concentration, which is completely forgivable considering that these drivers are all in infant school.
Yes.
You know, they go into school on Monday morning and they do colouring.
Yeah. I've said multiple times when we watched Bambino racing at my age,
But they're being, and today, on a Sunday, they're on international TV, viewing figures, thousands of viewing figures from all over the world, watching the race. Yeah, they go into school and it's like, have you learned to tie your own shoelaces yet?
Yeah.
That is the difference, and it's incredible.
Teacher telling you to draw within the lines.
Yeah,
And
which
it's
is
like,
what...
no, I want to draw outside the lines.
But it shows you, like, you know, how that these. So when these drivers do make a little mistake, you can forgive them because, yeah, some of them don't know how to spell their own surnames yet. But I don't know how to spell my own surname, and I'm 41. That's all right. Here we go. Meanwhile, Riley Murrow on his debut, 4 seconds up the road. We're not seeing that much of the number 22 Kart because he's just driving well within himself. This is a great battle into the back straight. Okay, now Austin O'Man trying to come back.
There we go.
Kirkcaldy. So Harper Das has moved into second. Charlie Page is up into third. Then it is Kirkcaldy in fourth. And Oman now looking at the inside in the number 7 Kart, falls back into place in fifth. Behind this group, about 5 seconds behind this group, you've got Ellis Child in 6th, Cole Teal in 7th, then Jensen Biglands, Chester Forks, I thought it was Chester Fields there, but no, that's his son. Chester Forks, Jack Mellon, Daniel Ferguson. They're the remaining runners. And 33, Charlie Page now he gets the move done.
Yeah.
So on the main straight, here comes Kirkcaldy, and now it's Harper Das's turn to get freight trained as Oman pushes him back to fifth.
Yeah, it is indeed. So again, just chopping and changing all the way through. And again, Oman now down the inside of Kirkcaldy through the dog leg, and Kirkcaldy still holding on to that one, hits the curb on the exit of the dog leg. They'll go round St John's absolutely fine, and Kirkcaldy holding that inside line. And here comes Harper Das in the 95, back down the inside at centre one, gets both of those positions, moves back up into P3. So from 5th to 3rd back all the way in this one lap, 37 seconds left on the timer. And this is a nice little scrap they're having here.
No, it is indeed. It's a great little battle. Nice, clean racing. You know, here comes Kirkcaldy. He's going to try and go high, wide, and handsome into Gasworks to get the undercut. Oh, Das runs a little bit wide, side by side. Now, can Austin O'Man tuck up the inside and force Kirkcaldy wide? Yes, he can. Smart there from Austin O'Man. So. It's allowing Charlie Page to break clear right at the top of your camera shot there. That's your race leader, and we're still 2 wide, 3 wide. Harper Das sort of meandering across to the inside line there just to cover. Right, Kirkcaldy takes a wide entrance into turn number 1. He's going to get a good run through Brian's Bend into the dog leg now. And you can see the curb, you know.
Yeah. They keep just clipping it as well, just at that wrong moment, and it just looks like they just...
It can launch the car from one side to the other. So, clock has struck 0. Riley Murrow on his way towards another race win. Did we check the results from yesterday? Because
we did.
It was Austin O'Man. No, that was warm-up.
No, that was warm-up, yeah. Heat 2, it was still Austin O'Man.
No, that's...
No, sorry, I'm on the wrong day. Heat 1, it was Riley Murrow.
Murrow. So, I mean, Riley Murrow, undefeated at the moment in the British Championship. Can he make it 2 heat wins out of 2? Can we see a repeat of last year's Austin Newstead? Well, Austin Newstead undefeated all season. Undefeated, wasn't he? Yeah, so... And you've got to think for someone like Harper Das and Austin O'Man, who raced against Austin last year, they think, oh, right, okay, Austin's moved up to IAME, we got a chance here now, and suddenly somebody else new turns up and steals the thunder. Steals the thunder. So here we go, on to the final lap. Riley Murrow leads by 7 seconds over this battle. We got the number 33 of Page second, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Oman, Das, and Kirkcaldy in that order. Into Senna. Oh, that's out of the dog leg. Now down to St John's. Yeah. Up towards Senna 1. You can see the lump on the inside there. The yump. All the drivers avoid that. Now out of Senna 1 into Senna 2. Oh, Harper Das runs a little bit wide, but because of the low-powered nature of these classes, a little mistake like that goes unpunished. Yep. Bouncing over the curb, up the hill, onto the back straight that isn't, and into Gasworks. Albeit, we're only at the Gasworks hairpin here, but your race leader is actually going around the final quarter. Yeah, so final quarter. Checkered flag is out, and your winner is Riley Murrow. There he goes, fist in the air. Well deserved. And the mulleted checkered flag wearer, sends home. And look at that, Charlie Page is happy with P2. Fair play to Charlie Page. That's what we want to see. You want to see emotion. Again, it's a heat race, but these are the youngsters. He's happy with that. He's pleased with that. Is Charlie Page. Austin Oman is third. And again, fine neck warmer on our checkered flag wave up here at Karting Northeast. Well, it can get a little bit windy up here in the northeast, so you grow a nice mullet to keep your neck warm. There he goes. Oh, great haircut. Billy Ray Cyrus, eat your heart out. There's your provisional results. Riley Murrow, Charlie Page, Austin Oman, Harper Dasson, Lewis Cacaldi. Your top 5, Ellis Childs, Jensen Biglands, Cole Teal, Chester Falk, Jack Mellon, Daniel Ferguson, and Ethan McClelland, who sadly failed to finish. So 11 out of the 12 drivers make it to the end. 2 wins out of 2 for Riley Murrow. We'll see the Bambinos later on for their final. And they don't have a pre-final, so it'll be straight into the final for the Bambinos. So that is race 13. Now we're on to the first of our pre-finals. It'll be IAME Cadet up next in a few moments' time. Let's have a look. IAME Cadet pre-final up next. So here we go. There's a look at the dummy grid for the IAME pre-final on your grid. Now, not a little bit of controversy, but something to watch out for in IAME. So yesterday in the heat races, the pace on the rolling lap was very, very slow indeed, and it was causing quite a few of the drivers, the engines to oil up. So we had a situation where 3 or 4 drivers, including Shennington winner Kit Belofsky, failed to take the start in the first heat, and another 3 or 4 drivers, including Mad Croc's Luca Narroway, failed to take the start in the second heat. So the pace of the rolling lap is what is key. The drivers need, of course, the officials are trying to get the drivers to slow down to stay in their correct positions and a correct rolling lap procedure, and yet the drivers want to go quick to stop the engines oiling up. So you've got a bit of a topsy-turvy grid. Pole position is the O plate of George Edgar, and now I think this is where some of the drivers going up there. There's George going through your screen. There's some of the count. There's Jake Dalton on the left and Reese Wade on your right. There's Alex T, who is Kit Belofsky's mechanic, and now they're being summoned to the front of the grid for a chat with race director Nigel Edwards. And Anthony, this is where obviously our commentary is going out over the tannoy system here at the circuit.
So we're probably going to have to be a bit quiet
as the drivers get a briefing about the correct start procedure.
Those last 2, just nice and steady for me. Okay, we don't want the start to be any faster than what you've been going. But I do want you to try and keep it all going on the rolling lap. What you want you to do in return, please, is promise me a better race than yesterday. There's some poor driving standards out there yesterday. Too many incidents on track, guys. It's a long race, 10 minutes. Okay, 12 minutes. There's plenty of time. Just up the standard a little bit. It's hard racing, but you've got to be fair, guys. Yesterday was a messy old race. It was not good. Okay, a little bit quicker on the rolling lap, steady on the last 2 corners. Good race. Thank you. Enjoy.
Well, there we go then. So drivers getting a pre-race brief there from race director Nigel Edwards, and he will head back out onto his prime spot on circuit. And like I say, the Honda cadets will get themselves all reseated and ready to go for their pre-final.
33 drivers in total. Championship positions. Jensen Graham at the end of Shannington weekend leads from Kit Bolofsky, Jesse Phillips, Henry Domain and George Edgar. George Edgar has pole position for this one in the O-plate kart. Looky there, you've got, see the number 26 at the outside of row number 1. That's Jesse Phillips for the Fusion Motorsport team. You've got the number 27 of Jensen Graham there, who starts third. Lewis Islin in the number 46 on the right-hand side will be starting in 4th place. But it's the drivers down the middle of the pack that you've got to start watching. So watch out for number 5, Henry Domain, who was pole in qualifying yesterday, but oiled up at the start of one of his heat races. He's starting 9th on the grid. Kit Bolofsky didn't start one of his heat races, but then came back to win his second one. He starts 12th. So there's going to be lots of drivers coming from the back. But look at that, the Fusion, the Ollie Roller Motorsport colours. There are a few interlopers, not many, however. And looking down at the grid, the top 15 drivers are all either Fusion or Oliver Rowland. You can just see the nose of the number 84 kart on the right-hand side of the screen. That's Jensen Jones. He is the best placed non-Fusion and ORM driver on the grid in 16th. Yeah. 33 drivers, they leave the dummy grid. This is how they line up, Anthony.
George Edgar and Jesse Phillips on that front row. Jensen Graham and Lewis Islin will round out row number 2.
Row 3 is Ethan Woodwards and Henry Carter. Then Blair Smith and Anthony Wachowski on row number 4.
Henry Domain and Riley Cranham on row number 5. Austin Newstead and Kit Bolofsky will round out row 6.
Row 7, Sky Parker from North Wales and Aaron Richardson with Colby Patterson and Jensen Jones on row number 8.
Jacob Ashcroft and Noah Baglin on row 9. Kenish Rao and Joseph Smith will round out the top 20.
Row 11, Archie Levitt and Jensen Ackerman, Edward Haynes and George Howes on row 12.
Henry Clark and Harley Hodgson-Wells on row 13. Harley Musk and Kazra Kamyab on row 14.
Row 15, John T. Restrick and Sukhmani Kera, and then Jarlath Sayer and Luca Narroway on row 16.
Teddy J. Porter rounds out the field, and there is...
Oh, no! Luca Narroway again! That's the second time the Mad Croc driver has failed to take the start. Lights are they out? Are we racing?
Yeah, they're out. We're racing.
12 minutes plus 1 lap, and yellow flag wave. So Luca Narroway did not get away. So we're down to 32 drivers. Everyone else cleanly away, led by George Edgar. Yet now, yellow flags waving. You can see Narroway's car at the side of the circuit. Very difficult to sort of police non-overtaking there. We're side by side into Senna 1, and it looks as though it is Edgar Phillips, Jensen Graham, Islin, and Ethan Woodward who are leading the way. Oh, one of the Fusion drivers, that's the number 88 kart of
Archie Lovett.
Running a bit wide there. And a warning flag for Teddy J. Porter, starting right down at the back of the grid.
Wow.
Not sure what that was for, but up at the front already you can see Henry Carter, the number 72 Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver. Someone kicking up some dust coming out of Gasworks Bend. He has made some progress as Carter in kart number 72. There's Austin Newstead in the number 74 kart, getting muscled wide. Here's the view into turn number 1. Flat chat in these IAME Cadets. Through that corner, you can see some of the Jamie Green Racing Tony Kart entries there towards the back of the field, but it's good to see that Jarlath Sayer has qualified for this race. Didn't qualify for the final at Shannington, but again, we've got 33 drivers here with us this weekend, so everybody is into the main event. And there's the number 18 kart of Riley Cranham trying it, and a problem for number 22 Kanish Grau.
And someone else is off as well, because that's an exhaust that's come off. So
Yes.
Someone's lost an exhaust, and it was alongside with the 22. There is the exhaust.
Smouldering.
Right, if there's a marshal that's heading to that, do not pick that up without gloves.
No.
In fact, do not pick it up at all.
Just leave it.
Leave it.
No. Just leave it till it cools down a little bit. We'll soon find out who that is. We'll hear who that is.
We'll hear who that is,
very
yes.
shortly. So, end of lap number 2. Jesse Phillips has the race lead now in the number 26 Fusion kart, followed by George Edgar, Jensen Graham, Lewis Islin. Then it's Henry Carter, Riley Cranham, Henry Domain, Anthony Wachowski, Kit Bolofsky, and Blair Smith, your top 10. We'll wait to see.
I think it's the 44. I think it's Sukhmani Kera.
Sukhmani Kera for Jamie Green Racing. And we'll have a little look at the back. Oh, no, it's the number 74.
It's the 74, sorry.
Oh, it's Austin Newstead. So Newstead and Kanish Grau, the two teammates, have come together. Well, we're going to see a black and white mechanical flag. You can hear on the screen that's a rather throaty exhaust. And right,
Sounds great.
Jacob East, congratulations, you beat me to it. That looks
It's
exhausting.
There we
Hey.
go. Well, technical flags going out for Austin Newstead now for the 74, so he'll have to bring that kart into the pit lane, and that will be a retirement because that is a big part that I don't think a mechanic's got in his pocket.
Yes, no, that's not something you carry to the grid with you.
No.
A spare one. But look at that Fusion freight train at the front. We're looking at the midfield battle at the moment. There's Newstead. We're following him. He's chasing his teammate, the number 77 kart, George House. At the moment, we'll see Newstead peel in there, hand in the air for Newstead, and into the pits comes Austin. Great camera work there to see him trail in. So we're down to 31 runners now, and it's a Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4 with Domain and Carter. There's a look going into St John's Bend, and Alex Gill there, Austin's mechanic, getting it. Now, obviously, there was an incident with Kanish Grau that caused it to go off. So, I mean, obviously, one driver went up over the top of the other, ripped off said exhaust.
And I believe that said driver was Kanish Rao, yes, but yeah.
So out of the race goes
George House with a
5 second penalty for George House. I'm not sure what that is for, whether that's contact or whether that's a start line infringement.
Well, breakaway then for the top group. There's a group of 4, and then Kit Bolowski kind of still there, but not fully there alongside. So it's a Fusion lockout for the top 6 at the moment.
Yes.
So Fusion looking good here at Warden Law.
Well, I mean, looking, I mean, I'm
You
going to
get your stats out.
I'm going to get the
lads.
Bible out, and this is not going to be pleasant reading, sadly, for Ollie Rowland Motorsport. But I mean, this is only the pre-final. However, in IAME Cadet, Fusion Motorsport have won the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 finals. Oof. The last time that Oliver Rowland Motorsport won a final in IAME Cadet was final 1 at the 2020 season finale at PFI with Nathan Tye. And of course, that was the day that Tye lost the championship to Macaulay Bishop.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's October 2020 was the last time that Ollie Rowland Motorsport won a final in the British Championship. Fusion took a clean sweep last year and won the opening round this year. And at the moment, you have to say Fusion holding the top 6 positions in this race as well.
Wow.
Jesse Phillips. Oh, there's somebody running wide there. That is, I believe, the right kart of number 15, Joseph Smith. We saw Joseph in the paddock show last night. And that is not what Joseph was hoping for. You can see the paddock show during the lunch break today, if you haven't watched it already. We spoke to Joseph, and he said, I'm hoping for a nice solid run. Yeah, and sadly, that is not going to happen in the pre-final. This is just the pre-final,
not
he
can
the
come
main
back.
event just yet.
No, of course, for ladies and gentlemen who are joining us who are unaware of what a pre-final is or what it does, basically, it sorts out the grid for the final later on today. So wherever the drivers finish in this race will determine where they start for the final later on today.
Yep, exactly. These IAME Cadet drivers, they had 2 heat races yesterday. The results of the grid for this race and the results of this race decide the grid for the final
race
of the day.
There you go. But it isn't the final race of the day.
Well, it's their final race of the day.
It is, yeah. I think they're the first final that we've got out today. No, they're the second final. Their final, 3 o'clock start time.
And now there's a move. The number 63 Ollie Rowland Motorsport kart of Noah Baglin making a move. And that was on Riley Cranham. So Noah is now the lead ORM driver in the race. You can see in front of him, he's got the number 9 kart of Bolowski in 4th. Now, have we lost a kart? Oh, there's
another one.
8 running wide. That is Archie Lovett has gone off track. So we've got Graham, Phillips, and Izzy. Where is George Edgar?
Leading.
He's not come up on our timing. So I think George Edgar's transponder has not worked.
Or he's in second.
So George Edgar's transponder has not worked there. So he's still out there leading. It was just a little bit confusing. So we've got a Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the 5th of those Fusion karts, the front of your screen, number 9, Kit Wolofsky, and Noah Baglin is the leading ORM kart in 6th. Behind Baglin is Cranham, then Domain, as we've got, that's just the number 15 Carter Smith being pushed into the pits. So George Edgar's kart didn't pick up the transponders. Now it's back there as we complete lap number 8. 4 minutes to go. It's Edgar, then the 27 kart of Jensen Graham, then the 26 of Jesse Phillips, the 46 of Lewis Islin. Great teamwork driving. No one's battling. Everyone just sitting in a line, and they're pulling away. And now Noah Baglin has got past Kit Wolofsky. So Noah Baglin really, really doing a great job. And you can see there's Baglin, then Wolofsky in the 9, the 18 of Cranham, and Henry Domain in the number 5 ORM kart at the back of this second train. So we got a 4-kart lead group, then a 4-kart chasing pack. Behind that in 9th position is Anthony Witkowski, followed by Scotland's Blair Smith, Jacob Ashcroft. Interesting about Jacob Ashcroft, he's been sponsored by the TVR Kart Club.
Oh,
so
right.
yeah,
There you
so
go.
TVR Kart Club. Again, well, it's now Russian owned. Shouldn't really say that, but it was British owned. Based in Blackpool, was TVR. Great cars. TVR Chimera, Cerbera, Griffith. I like the TVR Tuscan Challenge of the 90s personally.
TVR's renowned for not breaking down.
No, well, if you're the 3rd owner of a TVR, then they're all right, because the first 2 owners have sorted out all the problems, and by the time you get the 3rd owner, it's right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
There we go. Top tip there for anyone.
Yep. We're providing a service.
We are.
But Jacob Ashcroft's sponsored by the TVR Car Club, which is great news. And there is a move by by Ashcroft's teammate Henry Domain, passing Riley Cranham for 7th place. So young Noah Baglin, he of the peroxide blonde hair, leading this second group. Up at the front, George Edgar leads Jensen Graham, Jesse Phillips, and Lewis Islin. Islin in 4th place, just starting to fall away a little bit. Just a little bit. Now he needs to sort of get back in the slipstream. It's not as easy to stay in the slipstream here as it is at other circuits, Anthony, because of the technical nature of the circuit.
Very twisty.
Yes, you've got a really nice long straight, which does give you a tremendous slipstream, especially from the exit of the final corner all the way up to the dogleg, because that is flat out. But then this middle section, the sector 2 and sector 3, very tight and twisty, you can lose touch. So here's a move.
There we go.
Is Phillips passing Graham for 2nd, and Islin is caught back up.
Yeah. Now, again, for the ladies and gentlemen who are watching this, who are unfamiliar with cadet racing, you're watching this and you just think, but they're not really overtaking. They're just kind of going. And it's just like, yes, they are.
That's the idea.
That's the idea for the majority of the race. But when they get to about this part of the race, with about a minute to go, or around that time, they will start to battle and they will start to go for those final few positions, because now those groups behind of 3, you'll see, will now start to close in as Jesse Phillips really clouts that curve at the exit of the dogleg.
And you can tell then what Anthony's saying is right. Oh, there's a change for 2nd place as Jensen Graham goes back up. But what Anthony's saying is right, because Henry Domain in that chasing pack has just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
So they're thinking, right, now it's time to go. 45 seconds to go. We've got to catch these leaders. Because the minute that you see the O plate of George Edgar start to defend the inside line, they'll slow each other down, and this second group, like a freight train, will come steaming towards them. That was a steam train reference because, of course, as you drive up here past Darlington, that's where the first ever steam train was built and run. Right. Stephenson's rockets in the 1850s, 1840s.
Excellent. There
Font
we
of
go.
all knowledge.
There's
my steam train reference.
Excellent.
Choo-choo. Here we go, up the front.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so top 4 still behaving relatively calm for the time being. What's going to happen as they go into the middle section of the track? Center 1, of course, a favourite to overtake. Anyone going to go down the inside? Yes, indeed. Jensen Graham gets it done on George Edgar. George Edgar back down now into P2. Jesse Phillips is going to try and find a way past as well, but slotting in now. They are overtaken, but they're not losing a lot of time. Now, you've got to remember, they could be happy with this. You know, this is 2 front rows. Absolutely no issue for the final later on. They don't need to battle.
There was a little bit of battling going on there.
Yeah, a bit of a bump and a margin.
As Jensen Graham braked early for Gasworks hairpin. But just look at the time. So you've got the top 4, then there's 1.38 seconds between Islin and Baglin. That is going to come down exponentially starting right about now, because you can see Graham defends, Edgar goes to the inside. Now swinging wide is Islin in 4th place to try and get that run. 1.3 seconds the gap back to the second group of 4 karts. That's down to 1 second already. The next time they cross a split marker, it'll be about 0.5 of a second. Here comes the cavalry. Have they timed it just right, or is it going to be a little bit too late? I think we're going to get 8 karts nose to tail going into Gasworks for the final time.
Yeah, I think they were just a little bit too late there as Jesse Phillips gets the move done on Edgar. Edgar drops back another 2 places, as well as Lewis Islin in the 46 gets past as well. And now, there you see Baglin right on the back of these 4. Yep. And as they go into Gasworks, as you called it, Henry, spot on. Baglin around the outside. Oh, it's not going to work, and I think he's going to lose a couple of places from that one now as he slots back into place. No, he holds on to P5. Well, actually, no, he hasn't. Henry Domain's come up now into P5. As they come out of the final corner, it will be Jensen Graham in the 27. He'll take the checkered flag from Jesse Phillips, Islin and Edgar crossing in 4th place from Domain. Baglin, Bolowski, Cranham, Ashcroft, Rutkowski, Smith, Woodward, Carter and Parker, the top 14 cross the line. Jensen Jones will be next in the Mad Crocs motion kart, and the next group comes through.
Got to feel for George Edgar there.
Yeah.
Led the majority of that race and then just got snookered on the final couple of corners. Similar thing happened in the final at Shenington, if you recall.
Yeah.
Where George Edgar led the majority of the race and got shuffled back to, I believe, 3rd at the end of that final race as Kit Bolowski came across the line to win. But there's your provisional results, and that's what you want to see. The top 7 separated by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, love it.
And looking down, obviously, we've got a complete fusion Oliver Rowland Motorsport lockout at the top 14. Jensen Jones, 15th for the Croc Promotions team. Edward Haynes, best privateer, 21st place there at the end for the 2020 Bambino champion. And a little bit further back there, Henry Clark as a privateer in 26th. The best of the Sukmani Kira, Jamie Green Racing, Sukmani Kira was in 28th place. Jarlath Sayer, sorry, in 22nd. Good result for Jarlath Sayer for Jamie Green Racing in P22.
There we go. Karts will head in and they'll head to the weighbridge. Of course, all karts will have to be weighed as they come in. They have to meet a certain weight criteria.
Yes.
And of course, if they do not meet that weight criteria, they get hit with a penalty. So, yes.
Also known as an exclusion.
Yes. So, yes, they're not allowed to be below the weight.
There's George Edgar coming through. And, of course, we wish George's cousin, Johnny Edgar, well, and had to step back from his role in the FIA Formula 3 Championship. He's got Crohn's disease, and he's looking forward to, he said, looking forward to managing that and getting back in the scene. There is Henry. There's the Fibre King logo. That's the new thing for 2022. Fibre King have come out where you can have your name or the Fibre King logo on your Iridium visor. And of course, it looks great from the outside, but you can't see it from the inside, so it's not going to distract you from driving. So that's the new thing. That's the new craze. It's karting's version of a fidget spinner for this year. Having the logo or your name on the Iridium visor.
Wow. There we go. Well, ladies and gents, we've got a bit of time before our next race. Senior X30 pre-final is going to be taken to the track around 12:15. We're going to be taking a short ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, well, a somewhat windswept Karting Northeast here at Warden Law. There is the Motorsport UK race truck where the race control centre is, and there are some wind turbines behind them. And just beyond the truck is where the North Sea is. But the wind has picked up. Business is about to pick up, Anthony Jordan, because we have Senior X30 about to go out for their pre-final. Now, only 22 Senior X30s here this weekend, which is a little bit, you know, down on what we normally expect. But again, very, very, very strong entry, especially up at the front.
I think there's something to do with, exams as well,
Well, there is
afoot.
exams, but also 27 drivers at Shillington, so we haven't got Oscar Joyce. Oscar Joyce has got an exam.
Yes, yeah.
So he'll be back the next
A-levels.
round. A-levels, well, yeah, advanced levels,
Yeah.
yes. Oliver, Marcus Luzio's now going to race in Italy. Hampton County, Alfie, Baxter Davis, Brandon Templeton, Nat Thomas, Alex Moody. Hopefully they'll all be back soon. But next up, it is Senior X30. Voila.
Voila, is that a French word?
Voila, it's something like that. Yeah, I'm cultured, aren't I? There's a look at the starting grid. You've got the old plate of Gus Lawrence, who has got George the Russell here. George the Jack Russell here.
George the Jack Russell.
You've got Carly Atkins. Now, yesterday, Carly Atkins in the number 42. Second cart there on your left. Great performance. Best performance yet. Finished second in his final in the second heat for the Mad Croc Promotions team. There's Thomas Fleming, the number 3 seed on your right-hand side. Bart Harrison, the number 7 seed. That very, very smart Harrison Holmes. Speaking to Bart, he said, well, Harrison Holmes, they said they insisted that if they're going to sponsor me, they have to change they have to have their corporate colours. So we went to McBarrett Racing, and McBarrett Racing said, of course, so he's changed the livery of the kart for the McBarrett Racing kart in deference to his sponsors. There's Sam Shaw, no birthday cake this weekend.
Absolutely devastated.
Thomas Fleming on the right-hand side. So Fleming will be starting on the outside of row number 2. Shaw on the outside of row 3. Harry Platten, the GP plate holder, the BMR restart driver. Shannington winner, only 8th on the grid, and championship leader Aaron Walker in the number 15 Strawberry Racing kart, only 6 on the grid. So watch out for Sam on the 3rd row of the grid. Here we go. Let's have a closer look at the starting lineup.
Why don't we have a look at the starting lineup for it? Because it's going to be a humdinger of a race.
Yes.
Gus Lawrence and Bart Harrison on that front row. Callie Atkins and Thomas Fleming will round out row number 2.
Aaron Walker and Sam Shaw go from row number 3. Archie Tillett and Harry Platten on row 4.
Sam Heading and Louis Johnson-Cool on row number 5. Harvey Ryby and Brad Pennell on row 6.
Marcus Littlewood and Alistair Cresswell on row 7. Connor Clifford and James Pashley on row number 8.
Jude Farrenhoe and Harry Cottrell on row 9. Christopher Bingham and Ewan Wilson will round out the top 20.
Oliver Greetham and Gary Edwards round out the field. I noticed that, Oliver Greetham, Ewan Wilson moving over to the BMR restart team this weekend. That's the first time he's been anything other than an S8 kart for a long, long time. As Ewan Wilson, so let's see if that brings him any better fortune. Russell Banfield saying hello everyone. Hello there, Russell, glad to have you on board. This is pre-final time, 12 minutes plus 1 lap in Senior X30. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Bart Harrison, who leads the field through turn number 1. All 22 drivers safely through turn 1 and Brian's Bend and up into the dogleg with Harrison leading from the outside of row 1, and looks like Thomas Fleming's made a good start in Dan Holland Racing number 3 to move into P2.
There we go. Yeah, it was a good start there from the entirety of the grid. Like you say, Gus Lawrence there, not the finest start, and again running slightly wide there out of centre 2. So really struggling at the start of this one. Again, could be something to do with pressures. Pressures.
Yep. It's a long race.
It is a long race. It could come in later on in the race, so we'll have to find out on that one. But yeah, the O-Plate's struggling out there, side by side, a little further down as the 33 looking a little bit slow out of the gasworks.
Cresswell.
Yeah, so that car not looking like it had the best of waft out there, but it seems to be fine now, and it's back on the start-finish straight. Crossing the line then, Bart Harrison leading from Fleming, Atkins, Walker, Platten, Lawrence, Tillett, Shaw in the top 8. And what are you R-ing about?
I'm R-ing at Gary Edwards, the Irishman for Strawberry Racing, who hasn't appeared to have gone out. Now, he didn't come out this morning, and I'm wondering if there's some sort of injury. Has he got to change for the lead?
Yes, indeed. And Callie Atkins has gone through as well, but Thomas Fleming in the number 3 now takes the lead of the pre-final. Struggling yesterday was Fleming. Qualified P8 in qualifying. Didn't have the best of heats as well, but looking much...
Getting better.
JP working hard on the kart.
Jonathan Paler, as mechanic, has been working hard, and Bart Harrison has slipped from 1st to 4th. So Aaron Walker in the number 15 Strawberry Racing entry, again leading the championship by just 2 points coming into this weekend over Harry Platten, and Harry Platten has moved himself up into P5. And again, this is the first time that the IAMEs and the first time the X30 classes have been to Warden Law. Since the championship became Motorsport UK controlled, as Carly Atkins, new leader.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
The great Carly. I can get a WWE wrestling reference in.
Oh, dear.
With that. The great Carly takes the lead.
There we go.
How much longer?
I was on to it. Fleming looked for the move there, but didn't come to fruition. Side by side a little further back there. Archie Tillett and Sam Heading side by side out of Gasworks. They settle their dispute and slot back into position as Gus Lawrence pokes a nose out on the side of Harry Platten, the GP plate, as they exit, and actually goes through turn number 1 as well. So Gus Lawrence making moves back to his original starting spot of P1 at the moment. Jamaican driver Callie Atkins leading the way.
49.98 seconds. So that was on the lap that he made the move for the race lead, which is impressive. So now, can he get his head down and go? Of course, the Croc Promotions team, they have won. They have won in this class with Caden McQueen before. Let's have a quick glance at the figures. as we get a change for P3 now. Bart Harrison coming back into play. The Crop Promotions team, 2 wins. They won the last 2 rounds of 2021 with Caden McQueen at PF International. So, yeah, certainly that's a race-winning package as James Mills from IAME looks on there in the blue jacket. And it seems American karting, there's more talent, says Paul B. Well, certainly, I mean, there's certainly a lot of karting, a lot of talent in American karting as Bart Harrison makes the move, and certainly Ryan Norberg is one of the world's best kart racers. I worked with Ryan earlier this year, but the British Championship is certainly known as domestically the best national championship anywhere in the world, as Gus Lawrence goes through, the British Open champion. He makes up a position on Bart Harrison, but Carly Atkins has now got Aaron Walker chasing him down. Then it's Lawrence in 3rd, Harrison 4th, Fleming down to 5th, Platten is 6th, Sam Shaw 7th for premium karting. Then it's the Mick Barrett Racing number 9 of Charlie Tillett in 8th place. So you've got Croc, Strawberry, PF International, Mick Barrett, Dan Holland and BMR Restart and premium karting. 7 different teams in the top 7 positions.
Platten making the move there on Fleming, moving up into P5 as well. So Platten making moves. Fleming, despite the fact that he took the lead early on in this race, slowly now starting to fall down the order. 7 minutes to go in this one, up into Gasworks hairpin, and a warning flag for Louis Johnson-Cool as well in the 61. Something not happy with something he has done out on track. And,
but it shows he's trying.
It shows he's trying.
There we are. There's Alistair Cresswell picking up the place there, passing the number 22 kart of Brad Pennell. That's for 11th position. And now Alistair Cresswell just coming out of TKM into X30 racing this year. So again, he had a bit of a rough time at Sherrington, but now getting more used to the rough and tumble and the hustle and bustle.
Fastest lap. Something tells me your pressures are coming in.
Yes, indeed. So I guess there's a move from, Sam Shaw now makes the move on Thomas Fleming. So Fleming has gone from battling for the lead of this race down to 7th position. So maybe his tyres came on really quickly and now they're beginning to go off. The kart might be gripping up a little bit. Who knows? Reddy Gilbert, who's a long-time viewer of this championship and a big Croc Promotions supporter, is certainly supporting Carly Atkins, and Carly is, he's inching away from Aaron Walker. There's briefly on the screen the number 7 kart of Sam Heading. This is a battle further back. Good to see towards the tail end of the field. You've got Chris Bingham there in the number 26, Ewan Wilson back up at the front now. We're looking at James Pashley, Oliver Greetham, Connor Clifford. They're all outside the top 15. But here is Atkins and Gus Lawrence now closing back in on Aaron Walker. And Paul Fletcher from PF International, he's here, watching. His enthusiasm remains undimmed after all these years. And Gus Lawrence starting to really set about Aaron Walker. This is the mad thing about Senior X30. The PF International team, they haven't, since the start of 2019, they haven't won a final yet. They've had 3 second places, 3 third places, but they haven't won a final yet. Gus Lawrence is looking to change that statistic because PF International, they're a very, very celebrated team in British karting. Mark Litchfield, Oliver Hodgson, they won not just British level, but European and world level events. And now based just exclusively running in the UK. And Gus Lawrence, he's won the British Open Championship. That's why he's on his kart as he comes through the back straight chicane, really setting about the number 15 green and white Tony kart of Strawberry Racing's Aaron Walker. But they've sampled the second and the third step of the podium on numerous occasions, have the PF International team since the start of 2019, but not the top step. It's a long way to go. Gus Lawrence looking good at the moment, though, to at least make a challenge.
Yes,
indeed. Got to set about the championship leader first, however.
He has indeed, 4.5 minutes to go. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to tempt fate, but there's some really dark clouds coming overhead.
Yes, I mean, the mood of the commentary box is sunny as always, but outside it's a little bit dark as Gus Lawrence takes E2. into the back straight chicane. 4 minutes to go. Atkins leads by 0.6 of a second. Lawrence just giving Aaron Walker a little bit of a signal to say, okay, come on, let's go. Closing in fourth position is Bart Harrison. Now they've dropped Harry Platten by a little bit, so Platten still runs in fifth. 77 of Harrison into turn number 1. Through this beautiful sweeping section, Brian's Bend into the dogleg. Now hard on the anchors for this technical middle section. Watching that exit curve at the exit of the dogleg. Through St John's, over the yump. There's a bump on the exit of the curve. And you can see braking for Senna 1. On the inside, you don't want to go to the inside unless it's desperation time. Now we're through Senna number 2, onto the back chicane.
Let's see what can happen. 3 minutes left on that timer. And Platten looking comfortable in his position, 5th place.
Out of Gasworks. Oh, there's a move.
Yeah, who was that? That was Sam Heading. Yes,
Thomas Fleming.
It was indeed.
So Sam Heading heading one way, and that's forward. Fleming has now dropped back to 8th position. Louis Johnson Cool for Premium Karting is next. Then it's Marcus Littlewood, podium finisher at Shannington for the Jade Racing team in the number 11 kart. Brad Pennell is 12th, Archie Till at 13. Then it's Harvey Ryby. Jude Fernihow for the Jack Dex Racing team on the MS chassis is next. Then Oliver Greetham, Connor Clifford, Ewan Wilson, James Pashley, Christopher Bingham and Harry Cottrell. So all 21 starters still running. 10 seconds separates the entire field.
Yeah.
Really, and this is lap number 12.
You can't write it really, can you? Some of the closest racing out there in the senior classes. 2 minutes left on the time. Oh, look how close to the edge of the track there that Sam Heading did. Under braking, the back stepped out, and it looked like the rear was just going to clip the grass there, and you certainly don't want that with the rear tyres touching the grass.
Not.
I mean, the grass at the moment, it's dry out there. It's completely bone dry. There's no damp patches or anything out there, so he might have got away with that one. But yeah, it just shows how right to the edge that they're going. Now, Kelly Atkins at the moment, that gap, it's fluctuating. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. So
only by a tenth.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's fluctuating down.
Yes.
And as we get towards the business end of this race meeting, you know, that 0.49 of a second. Oh dear, Sam Heading, 5 second penalty. Now, obviously, that's, I mean, not a nose cone, that's a driving infringement of some description. So Sam Heading, that will drop him out of the top 7 down to, well, with the outside the top 15, because the field is so closely packed together. So, okay, Carly Atkins, time to show what your metal's made of. You've got 1 minute to go. You're leading a pre-final for the first time in your career in the British Championships, the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championships, and you've got the British Open champion closing in. The gap was 0.6 of a second. Gus Lawrence has got it down to 0.4 of a second. He's going to make a move. Are you going to defend too early? Are you going to be able to defend cleanly and robustly enough to keep him at bay?
Well, we're going to have to find out, because like you say, that timer slowly running out. At what corner do you reckon is Gus going to go for the move? I mean, you've got potential opportunities at turn 1. You've got opportunities at centre 1. You've got opportunities at Gasworks Bend. But where do you reckon it would happen, Henry?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking if Gus Lawrence gets a good lap here, don't be surprised to see him go for a move somewhere where Carly's not necessarily expecting it.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean into turn number 1. High risk, high reward.
Yeah.
And it's where Carly isn't necessarily going to defend. What Gus has to do, though, he has to make sure that he just drives this next half a lap very, very cleanly. He's not close enough yet. He's got to make about 4 or 5 kart lengths through the back straight chicane. Carly hasn't looked over his shoulder yet this lap. That's smart. So he's not defending. So he's not putting himself in a position where he's going to have to defend just yet.
Yeah, this is a strong drive from Carly Atkins here. The 41 Croc Promotions driver out of the final corner.
He's not closer to make a move into turn number 1.
No.
There Atkins looks over the shoulder.
Yeah.
Now he knows he doesn't have to defend into turn number 1. So it's going to come down to one of the centre bends or a last gas plunge into Gasworks, if it's going to happen at all.
It might not happen at all, because that gap still looks too big to me. I mean, Gus Lawrence has closed it in. It's less than 0.4 of a second now, but it's just not enough to go for that move. Now, Atkins goes defensive. Now he's on for a run, potentially into Gasworks here. Or around the outside here of Senna 2.
Cheeky.
But he tried it. through the back chicane.
Here comes Aaron Walker.
Yeah, Walker's in it now as well, but I don't think he's close enough to get the move done as Lawrence. And yeah, there's not going to be many opportunities to get it done now. So Carly Atkins looking comfortable in this pre-final.
Out of the final corner they come now. Carly Atkins, for the first time, takes a win in the pre-final in the British Championship for Crop Promotions. Lawrence second, Walker third, Harrison fourth. You can see there Thomas Fleming sort of frustratedly, you know, punching the steering wheel, crossing the line. Harry Platten comes home in fifth. Sam Shaw is sixth. Sam Heading with a penalty is seventh. Now plus 5 seconds to Sam Heading. That's going to drop him down to about 14th position. Thomas Fleming will move up to 7th. Louis Johnson, Cool, Marcus Littlewood and Alistair Cresswell will round out the top 10. Then it's Pennell, Ryby, Tillett, Clifford, Greetham, Fernehow, Pashley, Cottrell in the entire field. Very close. Good stuff.
Good stuff from that one. There's a look at the pending pool class and provisional race results at the end of race 15, Senior X30 pre-final. Of course, that will determine their grid for the final later on today. So do stay tuned for that one because it will be an exciting one. Carly Atkins starting on pole position for that final.
Indeed.
Now, of course, we've got one more race to go before the lunch break, where you at home will get to enjoy the paddock show that was filmed yesterday evening. Enjoy all the fun antics that me and Henry get up to while joining the drivers in the paddock. But, like we're saying, race 16, Junior X30 for their pre-final is coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gents.
Yes, indeed.
Junior X30. You're scrabbling your paperwork. You've hit it down. You're getting your notes out. Chris Walker has joined us in the contract. How are you, Chris? He's very well, ladies and gents.
Excellent. So this is the first capacity grid. 34 strong Junior X30s. Quick weather report, Chris. Have we got any precipitation in the air?
Yeah.
No is the answer.
No is the answer.
A successive no.
Chris Walker's head will fill that first.
That's a bit cruel, isn't it? I mean, normally it's up to me to make those jibes and remarks. Quite offensive. But here we go. We've got a few moments to go. 34 karts, 40 drivers entered. Now, we've got the grid, but we've got the 6 drivers. Henry, do you think Sam Shaw should get a 5-second penalty for not dropping game?
Well, I don't know what that means.
Dropped game. Drop game. I don't, Rusty, I don't think Sam Shaw should get a 5-second penalty because he hasn't brought us any birthday cake this week. I think that he can be forgiven for that. If he's dropping his nose cone, I couldn't see any incidents. I'm not sure. Should he get a 5-second penalty? For having a light blue coloured card? Maybe if you don't like light blue.
I have said on stream that I quite like the premium karting livery.
I like the premium karting livery, but sorry, Rusty.
Or sticker kit if you want to get pedantic.
I don't think that Sam Shaw should get a 5-second penalty for not giving us birthday cake. No, I think that he should get a 10-second. Exactly. Yes. There we go, Rusty. Now. Look at the circuit, so no weather. I mean, it is just, you know...
Because we're quite high up here, aren't we? Despite the fact that we're close to the coast, you do come quite steep uphill here, so we do see over the veranda.
Yes, the vista.
The vista.
The panorama of the northeast of England. So, I mean, obviously, on our way up here, went to see the Angel of the North. If you're in the area, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
I've never been.
You can go and see the Angel of the North, 65 feet tall. So, interesting fact about the Angel of the North, which is a 65-foot statue, one of the most one of the most famous bits of architecture and sculpture from the 20th century. Sir Anthony Gormley made it. Each wing of the Angel of the North contains enough steel to make 4 chieftain tanks.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Did you read this on the information placard at the park when you were there the other day?
I knew it anyway, just because
you
I'm
didn't.
a man of the world. No, I read it. But I'm telling you that that's the thing.
That's the knowledge.
Get Henry to drop game on some of the mum. Dearie me. Good luck, Freds. for Rebecca Lloyd. We're going to see Freddie Lloyd out there. Now, Freddie Lloyd, he's got Reggie Dewey as his mechanic. Mr. Excitement himself is back in the paddock.
Don't give him a champagne bottle on a podium, though. Don't give Reggie Dewey a champagne bottle.
No, because he'll smash it.
He'll smash it.
So Tom Faulkner, welcome aboard. Yeah, good luck for Freddie Lloyd. Lots of people watching in, and I mean, this is so I've got the top 28 drivers. Obviously, we saw the repechage earlier. I haven't got the full grid with the repechage qualifiers. However, if Anthony Jordan looks at his screen, he'll be able to go to Junior X30, and then he'll look at repechage results. And if we have a little look, Flynn McDermott had a penalty. So the top 6 that we saw in the repechage, Fred Green, Dayton Coulthard, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Sam Longley, Thomas Wainwright and Joey Brown, they all successfully got through post-race scrutineering. No penalties, no drop noses, and there we are. They're all in the final themselves. Now the championship situation, Mr. Jordan,
go.
Fionn McLaughlin leads the championship by 2 points from Harry Burgoyne Jr. Gabriel Stilp is third. Now look at that, 184 points for McLaughlin, 182 for Burgoyne Jr., 181 for Stilp. Couldn't be closer.
No. Couldn't be closer, couldn't it?
Well, it could be,
well,
but
it could.
If they all had the same points.
It could be, yeah.
It was a figure of speech, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's close.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's very close.
It's very close.
This is the pre-final, so championship points are up for grabs in this race. Now, the championship points for the heats have been given out, and of course Gabriel Stilp got maximum points from the heats. That's why he's on pole position. Brandon Carr, second place points, championship points from the heats. Fionn McLaughlin, third place, championship points. Interesting to see several different names. We're going to go to the grid very shortly, but the likes of Zach Green up into six on the grid, Eden Spanswick on the fourth row of the grid. We're going to see there's some real outsiders in with a chance here. There's a look at the overall circuit. Now you can see drivers and families spectating at the top of the banking. Of course, all across the outside of the main straight, you've got spectators areas, and of course, right where the camera position is, up at Gasworks Hairpin, there's more spectators.
There is,
there. Now, to the right of the camera shot, you've got the trials bike riding area.
Yes, and there's
right at the right-hand side, there's the trials bike. I mean, why you would want to ride a bike up and down that's just a big hill with rocks that you can hurt yourself. Why would you do that? I don't know. But then again, I'm an indoor person, not an outdoor person. Alfie Garford getting some support.
Yeah. Now, he's starting at the back of the grid, is Alfie, in this one.
Because he had a problem in his second heat race, went out of his second heat race. Now, who's that looking at his phone on there? That is, I believe, Tyler Harris.
Yes, it is.
Yes, and again, so Tyler's family watching. There's Warwick Brigham walking across the front from Strawberry Racing. There's one of the young IAME Cadet drivers in the Kart. That might be Jensen Jones sitting down in the grass there. Just, I don't know, picking flowers,
yes, it is.
picking daisies, yeah.
No one is safe when the cameras are on the spectator zones. No one is safe.
So we'll have a little look at the starting lineup very, very shortly. Again, so we've got a few moments to go.
Indeed. What time is this race supposed to start? It's supposed to start at 12:40.
Well, it's exactly
in 2 minutes.
Well,
time.
It's actually in 1 minute and 32 seconds.
Well, well,
I mean, if you wanted to be pedantic about things, I mean, let's have a little look at the back of the.
Honestly, Henry, if you looked up the word pedantic in the dictionary, it'd just be a picture of you.
Well, I mean, I've just because I like my statistics all written out nicely in an analog way, and we live in this digital world, I know what they all mean.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. I like your stat book. Your little. Your book of stats. I like it.
Oh, you know, I occasionally share it, but again, useless information. So sometimes you need to reflect on the history of what's going on. There is a look at what's going on currently, and that's the start of the front of the demi-grid, which Ollie Walker and Brandon Carr. Well, Ollie Walker standing there, Brandon Carr sitting there. We bumped into Brandon in the paddock show last night. Brandon, one of the very few drivers who enjoys doing mechanical work on his car. Oh, latecomer to the grid. That's Macaulay Bishop.
Yep.
For the Dan Holland Racing team. He sets himself down. I don't know why he was late to the grid.
Just fashionably late. That's all that is.
Well,
Yeah,
but before the gate closed.
yeah.
So
Crucially.
So the 42. Well, the 42. So the Crop Promotions 42 team, they've just won the Senior X30 pre-final with Carly Atkins. They got Gabriel still on pole position for this one. I mean, that's the Crop Promotions. They run the number 42 a lot in all the classes. Katie McQueen and KZ2s in the number 42. Then you've got Gabriel Stilp in Junior X30, Carly Atkins in Senior X30. Although someone's about to mention to me that doesn't Carly Atkins drive the number 41, Henry? And the answer is yes, he does. So shows. There's Reggie Dewey in the middle, Mr. Excitement on the spanners for Freddie Lloyd.
Yeah. Engines
are
roar.
fired.
Shall we have a look at the grid?
Why not, Anthony? Why not?
Let's have a look at the grid,
Take
shall
it
we?
away.
Gabriel Stilp and Brandon Carr on row number 1. Fionn McLaughlin, your current championship leader, starts on row 2 with Leo Robinson alongside.
Macaulay Bishop and Zach Green go from row 3. Henry Jocelyn, round 1 winner, and Eden Spanswick go from row 4.
Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jack Hobson on row number 5. Jack Cox and Jack Nettleship round out row 6.
Fast Freddie Lloyd and Lewis Bird go from row 7. Ryan and Ashberg, privateer driver, and Wesley Swain go from row number 8.
Jack Cunningham and Isaac Phelps on row 9. Taylor Orridge and Harry Burgoyne Jr. will round out the top 20.
Cian Garrity and Josh Agambar are next. Nathan Clifford and Henry Gregory are on row 12.
Morgan Moore and Leo Brown on row 13. Alfie Garford and David McIntyre will round out the grid on row 14, which is a complete lie because we've got the repechage drivers as well.
Fred Green and Dayton Coulthard on row 15. Charlie Morrison Jones and Sam Longley on row 16. And now rounding out the grid, Anthony.
Yes.
Tell them who's rounding out the grid.
Well,
it's Thomas Wainwright and Joey
Brown. There we go.
There we go.
Well,
now, first time into the main event for the likes of Dayton Coulthard and Thomas Wainwright. Let's see. Lights are not out.
It gives you time to look at some stats.
Well, it gives us time to reflect on the fact that Harry Burgoyne Jr., who is second in the championship, oiled up at the start of one of his heats yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's why he is starting all the way down in 20th position. But watch for the driver of kart number 68. Harry and Brandon Carr are trying to do Junior X30 and Junior Rotax. Harry Burgoyne Jr. won Junior Rotax at PF International.
Yeah.
And that, because Harry is doing the two classes, I'll open the book, he has now got 5 wins, 4 second places and 3 third places. He's in a tie with the likes of Guy Cunnington, Ethan Jeff Hall, Dan Ginchard, Clayton Ravenscroft, Henry Ayres and Keen Nakamura Berta for 5 overall wins in the finals. So Harry Burgoyne Jr. could become one of the most successful drivers in the modern era of the British Kart Championships this season, but he's going to have to, well, in the finals at least, he's going to have to do some work there. Do people still actually race X30 or Rotax? Well, weird stonk.
Where have you been? Living under a rock?
X30's taken a bit of a dip this year in terms of numeracy, not quality. The quality is still second, and then Brandon Carr shows poles to the Gabriel Stilp, the inside grass. They're going into turn number 1. Carr takes the lead, 34 drivers, all safely through the dog leg and onto the second half of the opening lap. What a start from Brandon Carr, getting Gabriel Stilp out of the way. Stilp will not be happy about that. Stilp has dropped back to third. No, make that second, because he's just got back in front of Fionn McLaughlin. And there's several drivers going on. There's the MLC Motorsport number 39 of Leo Brown. Getting shuffled wide. There's Macaulay Bishop in the number 67 kart in front of Leo Robinson. Last year they went head-to-head in Mini X30. There's no Mini X30 this year. It's all juniors and seniors. But it's new leader, Brandon Carr. Gabriel Stilp second, Bishop third, Robinson fourth, McLaughlin fifth, and Henry Jocelyn rounds out the top 6 ahead of Jack Hobson, Jack Nettleship, Jack Coxon, Eden Spanswick, your top 10. Harry Burgoyne Jr. already up 4 places to 16th.
Yep, working hard all the way through this one. I mean, this grid is packed full of top quality talent out there, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic pre-final that we're going to watch right now, and of course the final coming up later today. And again there, Pratt Thompson just being nudged out slightly wide there by Burgoyne. Yeah, there is Stilp. No, it's not Stilp. That's Bishop.
And that was Lewis Bird making a move on the number 44 Optima kart.
Looked like McLaughlin ran a little wide there as well.
in the second of those Fusion karts, the number 29 Fusion machine. But you can see now Stilp looking over his shoulder, closing back in on Brandon Carr. So the KR Sport number 30 of Brandon Carr leads this race. Well,
believe it or not, Brandon Carr's had more spanners in his hands than the steering wheel this weekend.
Yeah, he's been working hard on that kart.
He has.
You know, he's one of the few drivers that really enjoys mechanicking his kart. You know, it's obviously he's doing well because he's bolted it together properly so far with the help of his mechanic Ollie Walker.
Well,
of course.
I mean, he's helped a little bit, Ollie, hasn't he?
Just
allegedly helped.
Ollie just popped a quick setup on to put it on the front row of the grid for the pre-final. Stilp, though, closing in. Now, if one thing that we know from Gabriel Stilp is that he is ultra aggressive, he is not afraid to make a passing manoeuvre where other drivers say, well, that's not a passing opportunity. There's the number 77. Excellent performance once again from privateer driver Rylan Eschberg. Here comes Gabriel Stilp. Turn flat out. That's about 70 miles an hour. Mirror signal right-hand down manoeuvre.
Yep, lovely move there down the inside of turn number 1. Absolutely fantastic. Now, can Stilp capitalise on that and break away? But is Brandon Carr going to latch onto the back and follow suit? Carr's not going to fight back straight away, but fighting down the inside there goes Fionn McLaughlin on Leo Robinson. Robinson has managed to get past and back up into P4 as original starting spot as well. The Algerian doing well for Fusion.
Yeah, and saw a couple of the one crop promotion car a little bit further back in the pack. I think it may have been Taylor Orridge forcing Jack Cunningham a little bit wide. Isaac Phelps having a really good run. Spoke to Isaac's dad last night. Now Isaac has got Angus Fender working as a driver coach. Isaac only started karting in 2020, which of course was a little bit of an aberration of a season with COVID, so didn't do much racing in 2020. 2021, well, we're just chucking him into the deep end in the British Championships. He's had a few issues. Now we're just getting the racecraft, but I have to say at the moment, Isaac Phelps running in the top 20 for the Jade Racing team.
Burgoyne Jr., fastest lap of the race, 51.480. Where is Burgoyne sitting right now? 14th, up 6 places now, so getting through that field. 8 minutes to go, plenty of time in now. Henry Jocelyn as well on the 26, having a good little run here. Henry's quick around this track and latched onto the back.
And again, Jocelyn, what a extra boost of confidence. Not only did the Shennington win give him, you know, if you look at the paddock show, which is coming up after this race, we'll see that we went and spoke to Henry Jocelyn. As one of the younger and lighter drivers in the class, you'll see in the paddock show what his mechanic has to do up to minimum weight.
Yes.
Now, you think that a lot of these drivers have lead on their karts that get them up to minimum weight. Every time a kart goes over a curb or a bump, if you've got lead on your seat and that seat is moving around, there's more of the seats, a heavier seat moving around, cracking into your ribs. It's why every single one of these drivers uses a rib protector, and it's why Keep 7 kart of Leo Robinson, but why when Kira Harris's rib protector broke yesterday, she was in so much pain at the end of one of her races because, you know, every time, it's not just the seats, it's not just the carbon fibre, the seats, the tillet seats that you've got, there's lead weights on those seats as well to bring the karts up to minimum weight. Macaulay Bishop looking like he is in trouble a little bit. He's got Fionn McLaughlin, Jocelyn and Robinson behind him. Then it's Hobson, Nettleship, Cox. Zach Green in 10th position has just set the fastest lap of the race in the number 53 Jamie Green Racing Tony kart. Freddie Lloyd still runs 12th. Harry Burgoyne Jr. is up to 13th position. Leo Brown has gained 6 places. Now, of the repechage qualifiers, Fred Green is 21st. He's gained 8 places. A little bit further back, Joey Brown's up to 28th. Dayton Coulthard runs 29th. Charlie Morrison-Jones is 30th. Thomas Wainwright is 32nd. And Sam Longley 33rd. But still, apart from Morgan Moore, who has had a brief spin, all the remaining 33 drivers are all within 13 seconds of the race leader. Wesley Swain pops up with the fast lap of the race. Well, that's going to make his mechanic Andy Potter very, very happy.
Shall indeed, yeah. P16 at the moment for the Fusion driver. Having a good little scrap at the moment with Lewis Baird, the 44, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson as well. So that's a very mid-pack sort of battle at the moment of this race. 5 minutes to go. I think Robinson's managed to get back past Jocelyn as well, so they've just chopped and changed for position. Now, crossing the line, here's your race leaders then. Oh, look at that. How quick he goes into turn one. Oh, in fact, all of them, you just see the direction change. They just go turn and it will just bloop and it will go.
I mean, Gabriel Stilp, the race leader, he's harder on his tyres
right
than a lot of us, because he, you know, the next time we get that viewpoint, there's a great camera angle there from our turn one cameraman. You know, you look at Stilp, it's like he stabs the cart into the corner.
Yeah.
Whereas Kart guides the cart. Now Stilp, again, he's got a lot more kart control because he's making a bigger adjustment. He's got to catch the back end quicker, but that is scrubbing a little bit more life out of the tyres. Whereas Kart, a little more of relaxed turning, helps maintain, you know, tyre life. We'll have a little look again going into turn one at the start of the next lap. But here we go. Now let's have a look. Now look at Stilp. He'll be and jump, stab. You see the overcorrection, whereas Kart a lot smoother.
Yeah.
That's great kart control from Stilpy, but he is using his tyres a bit more than he needs to.
And when it comes to the finals later on today, he's going to need those tyres.
He will.
So
he will. So again, just interesting for the viewers to see the difference in driving styles there and how those different driving styles affects the tyre wear, the performance of the karts, little nuances that the untrained eye you may not gather. I mean, you didn't need an untrained eye to see the airtime that Gabriel Stilp got over the curb there in the back chicane. Again, very, very aggressive. Now behind them, Fionn McLaughlin runs third. Macaulay Bishop is down to fourth in the number 67 Dan Holland racing car. Here's a good battle of drivers, and that is going into Gasworks hairpin. That looked like it was for about 18th place on back. They had Cameron Thompson, Wesley Swain, Taylor Orridge in that group. There's one of the premium cars. That's the number 88.
Oh dear!
Oh dear! And that's going to be a big crash. That is one of the MDL drivers. Exit stage left. That is Cian Geraghty out of the race. The number 73 got right in front of Ash Klassen and the Clash of Motorsport team. Cian Geraghty out of the race now.
He doesn't look happy, does he?
Oh, a change of lead at the same time. Brandon Carr moves into the lead. I wonder if we can see a replay of that, possibly, to see what happened as Stilpy comes back. Here we go. It was coming out of this corner. There's a big bunch of them, and then as they come out of the 88, and it's the number 71. And that's Geraghty in the 73, and it's the 71
Henry
of
Gregory.
Henry Gregory vaulting over the top of Geraghty. So Geraghty's okay. Henry Gregory continues on. We've got a new race leader. 2.5 minutes to go. Brandon Carr, Gabriel Stilp, 1-2, separated by about the width of a postage stamp.
There we go. 35 diving down the inside there as well.
Phelps.
Yeah, Phelps making moves.
He's dropped a couple of places to 22nd, but again,
he's getting back up there.
Learning his racecraft, and into the pits comes the number 83, Jamie Green racing kart of Scotland's David McIntyre.
Yes.
Sadly to retire out of the race. So we're down to 31 drivers now. Dayton Coulthard in that 31 place. So, you know, he's still there. He's going to be, you know, battling away. He's learning. This is the first time he's got to the pre-final of a British Championship rounds. You know, all this is just a warm-up for the final later on. Stilp back in the lead.
Yes, indeed. They are chopping and changing, which is allowing Fionn McLaughlin and Leo Robinson to close in as well. Leo's got a little bit more time to gain on this one, but now it's starting to become a group of three. McLaughlin now, the Irishman, right on the back of Carr and Stilp. Brandon Carr looking like he was going to go for a move on the inside there. And again, from that camera angle, you can really see Stilp working at the steering wheel. The back end stepped out.
Was not happy there going into Senna 1. McLaughlin, the championship leader, closing in. Harry Burgoyne Jr. is up to 10th now. So again, making solid progress. But again, this track is harder to overtake on than others now. Say Brandon Carr, he told us in the paddock show last night that he's going to take. You can expect one of two types of races. You could expect a really rough hack, or a bit more of a spread out race. I've got to say, we're sort of in between both of them.
I think, yeah.
You know, there's been overtaking, there's been passing, but it's not been, you know, every corner someone's going in. But it's only a pre-final.
It is only a pre-final, yeah. Final later on today. And of course, this will determine the start for that final.
And arguably, the strongest karts aren't necessarily right at the front, because Burgoyne is very, very quick coming from, at the moment he's up in 10th, and you could think Stilp, I think I have to say, Stilt is leading just through sheer grit, determination and bloody-mindedness.
Yes.
You know, that KR Sport Cosmic chassis, a Brandon car, and the 29 Fusion Motorsport Express chassis, they look the happier carts. You know, that croc of Gabriel Stilt is getting absolutely ragged around.
Yeah.
As we start the final lap.
We start the final lap, and we're about to find out who wants that inside line going into turn 1 for the final later on today. So technically, 2 of these drivers will have the inside line going in first or third. You don't want to be second in this one.
But Brandon Carr showed that even from the outside line at the start of this one, all you've got to do is sweep across the front, push the pole man on the grass, and you've got the lead going.
And you've got the lead, yeah, it's very true.
Gasworks hairpin, any fireworks at Gasworks, Anthony? Let's see.
No, kind of, maybe. No, not really.
Looks like a little sparkler.
It is a little sparkler.
But Gabriel Stilp now, 2 corners to go. Stilp is going to hold on to win the pre-final. And Carr will just defend second from Fionn McLaughlin. So Gabriel Stilp takes the win. Hey, that's a clean sweep in Junior and Senior X30 for the Croc Promotions team.
It is, yes, indeed.
And, Macaulay Bishop crossing the line, looking none too impressed with life, as he drops to 8th there at the end. So, Stilp, Carr, McLaughlin, your top 3. Then it's Leo Robinson in 4th, Henry Jocelyn coming home in 5th. Nettleship was 6th for the Jade Racing team. Zach Green up to 7th for Jamie Green Racing. Then Bishop in 8th, Burgoyne Jr. 9th, Jack Hobson is 10th, Freddie Lloyd 11th, Rylan Ashberg leading privateer again, another great performance for Rylan into 12th, Spanswick, Swain, Bird, Cox, Orridge, Pratt Thompson, Fred Green and Josh Agambar round out your top 20. There is a look at your provisional results.
Pending Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen. Now, we're going to look at these. We do have a lunch break now.
Yes.
But afterwards, what have we got afterwards? Tell the people what we got afterwards.
Well, afterwards, we've got some more heat races, and you did that on purpose. I hate you. All of you in the commentary box. Right, okay, anyway. But we have got some heat races coming up after this one. We've got Heat 2 for Junior TKM, Heat 2 for TKM Extreme, and KZ2. Stop laughing, Henry, in the background.
I'm not. You carry on.
No, and then
Anthony doesn't like getting jabbed in the ribs while he's trying to talk live on air.
No, I don't. And then after those 3 Heat 2s, we then go into the finals.
7 finals?
7 finals, so because there's 7 classes.
And 10 races to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching this morning's part of the racing. Don't go away, because you have got 19 minutes and 47 seconds of absolutely superb Paddock Show broadcasting coming your way. At the end of the Paddock Show, we'll be back with the remaining heats and the finals. Don't go away. I've got to say, this is really nice, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's lovely up here, isn't it?
There's the North Sea.
It is, yeah.
Great karting circuit, paintballing, you know, full paddock.
Yeah, indeed.
And of course, you, the viewers. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Paddock Show here at Karting Northeast, Warden Law. Event 3 of the 2022 season. It's 7 classes, 170 drivers.
Oh, yes.
Bambino's the first time, but then you've got IAME, TKM, X30, and the KZs.
Yeah, KZ2.
Marvellous. Now, we've got to try and negotiate our way down
the hill. I don't know why you want to start up here. 1, it's windy.
Well, to see the panoramic view of, you know, there's the North Sea. We're in the northeast. Now,
it's the Paddock Show, though. We've got to go down into the paddock.
And I've got to say that the paddock has grown since last year. Look at this new, I mean, fair play to Matt Hunter and the family and the team here. Right, we're going to try and not fall down the stairs.
Not fall on our faces.
Not fall down the stairs. Here we go. Plod. But, yeah, fair play. This part of the paddock, this didn't exist last year.
Didn't, no.
No, it didn't. And so the team here at Karting Release have done absolute wonders for the thing. There we go. Important Tim Wilson Motorsport, Harvey Roth. Court, we're going to pap you now, Harvey. How's it? So the TKMs, you've only had practice today. So you've had quali. How did quali go?
All right, not too good. Messed up my quali lap, so.
Messed up your quali lap. So you are.
P2.
But you were on for P2. You ended up
11th.
P11. That's not too bad. You got all the TKM drivers have got all their heats tomorrow in the final. So yeah, good luck tomorrow, Harvey. Chicago Bulls. Oh dear.
No.
Come on, keep going. Look, there's more drivers, plenty of drivers.
They've accumulated.
They've accumulated. Fionn McLaughlin, Monty Canini Jr. Now, at Shennington,
yes,
when we went into premium karting,
yes, we did.
You know, out as we were walking away from premium karting, Henry Gregory dived out of the awning and did. There we go. Something like that, which is a football thing. It's a football thing. Mondi Jr., you've had a problem with drivers trying to drive over the top of you today in Junior X30, haven't you?
Yeah, enough. I'd been taken out twice in Heat 1 and then in Heat 2 my kingpin failed. So
Kingpin. So we're going to be starting top gear from the rear tomorrow, I think it's going to be, yeah?
yeah, definitely.
And Fion's had a great day. Now, Heat 1 winner?
Yeah, and second in the second one, but I got a bumper because Harry Burgoyne oiled up and we all hit him. 3 drivers or so.
Oh, fair enough. But so you're doing okay. But I mean, what have you got? Any advice? I mean, what was that? That's your advice. Just stop crashing, Mondi. Stop crashing.
Oh,
It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
That's what a lot of people say.
Aye, well, it's fair enough.
Well,
With friends like that, who needs enemies, Mondi?
there you
we go. Right, we're gonna now.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
He got his C in like Ronaldo.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
There we
go. Are we on the right side? I never know.
I don't know, sure we're on the right side, but we're on the right side for now.
We're off for now, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the right side
so
for now.
It changes every
But
race
again,
track, doesn't it?
but look at that. You know, fair play. That is an incredible bit of work. Now I know that we're going to come back here, so we're going to be coming here twice this year.
We are, yeah.
The Rotax round is in July.
Gonna get run over.
And the Hunter find. Oh, let's. We're going to paparazzi in the car. Who's this coming down? We're going to find a.
You're going to stop them and interview
X30.
them?
I reckon that's an X30 driver going through there.
He's giving you the cold shoulder.
He's giving you the window staying up.
Dear.
Charlie King, how's it going? How was your qualifying in TKM?
7th. So
7th, all right.
better than Shenny. So.
Better than Chenny. There we
you
go.
go,
What's with the race suit?
Well, Harvey Roth got his TWM one and mine hasn't arrived. So
Oh, we just spoke to Harvey Roth, and Harvey Roth.
It was a lovely race suit as
They
well.
kept me for out qualifying, wasn't he, at Shenny? So we out qualified him this time.
But yet he's got the suit.
Don't matter.
Doesn't matter. All right, we're doing that.
There's Michelle.
There's Michelle. There's Bart Harrison on a scooter. I'm not sure if you're allowed to be on a scooter, but Bart Harrison, we're going to get on this side.
Yeah.
Lots of TKM drivers. So the TKM family are up in the top paddock.
We're going to get run over again.
We're gonna get run over
We've
again.
chosen the worst time to do these.
Well,
we always pick the worst time to do these.
Someone's going to get plenty of airtime. Now we've got Dara
We'll move over again and we'll let them...
Here's where the driver... No, Dara, you paint your own crash helmets, don't you, Dara?
Yes, I do.
How the E-plate holder, so the English champion in junior TKM, as one of our friends and family go through. So how's it going in junior TKM?
Good. Got second today in qualifying, so good result.
Yep.
Looking forward to tomorrow.
Excellent. What about you, young man?
Yeah, P4.
P4?
Yeah, so just looking forward to tomorrow. It's a great track, really. So.
Yeah, great. Do you know what? Someone said that. Sam Johns in TKM Extreme, he said, can you speak to Motorsport UK and say, can you come here all the time? TKM didn't come here last year, did they?
No, they didn't, no.
What do you think? Okay, so compare this to Shannington. What do we think?
It's the best track in the country, easy.
Ooh, that's a strong statement.
Strong statement. Well done. But I mean, is that because you think you're going to be lots of overtaking? Tell the viewers, what can they expect from you guys tomorrow? Plenty of overtaking?
Carnage, fun race.
No, not the C word. No. Shh. Tara, okay. Tell the viewers what we're going to see from the TKMs tomorrow.
Incredible racing.
There we go. Brilliant. That's the one.
Excellent.
Good lad, Dara. We're learning.
I think we brushed over that quite well.
Yeah,
I think we got away with that one.
Got
Yes,
away with
we
that one.
did.
Now, the challenge. You have a challenge.
Oh, no.
Yes, you do.
What have you done?
Well, you won. You're 1-0. You're undefeated in challenges this year.
What, I'm 1 for 1?
Yeah, 1-0. That's undefeated in my book. You haven't lost a challenge this year.
Okay, yeah.
And that was at PFI.
It was.
You put one tyre off and on a rim quicker than a racing driver.
I did. I mean, I picked a racing driver purposely because he didn't really know how to do it. I
Yes.
didn't pick a mechanic. So
Well, no.
some may
mechanics,
say I
so we're gonna-
cheated slightly.
No. We're going to go in this way
okay.
because 2018 British KZ2 champion Dan Kelly
Right.
is waiting. He's sit there. So you're going to challenge Dan Kelly. 2 tyres on the
Right.
kart. Proper Formula 1 pit stop style action. Are you ready to take this challenge?
Absolutely not, but let's do it. I don't think I have a
That's
choice.
just how I planned it. See, here we go. His mechanic has prepped the car. Now, Dan is come back to the championship this year. We're going to speak to Dan there. Now, Dan's got his entire fan club here. And we're going to come in here. He brings more fans to the world of karting than anything else. Dan, first of all, you had qualifying today in KZ2 and it went quite well.
It was not too bad. Managed first.
Now, please tell us a little bit more about, number one, these logos, and number two, your supporting crew. I mean, you've got head of security here. Head of security is, your name is?
Max.
Max is head of security.
Head of food and beverages, which is Will.
Head of food and beverages.
Ollie, who's media.
Head of media, Ollie.
And Liv is related to Ollie.
Liv is related to Ollie. Liv is related to Ollie. So, head of media. Head of keeping the team fed and waters, head of security, just in case Anthony gets a little bit chopsy.
Yeah.
Obviously, the glamorous side of things and media. And also, and Jamie, who bolts the car
Ace
together.
mechanic.
Yeah.
Ace mechanic. Now, tell us a little bit about your KZ2 kart.
Oh.
And Andy Fearless Racing Birrell AR2 kart.
About 45 horsepower, 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, 6-speed gearbox, clutch for when we're doing our start off the line, because we do proper starts. So you can spin the tyres a bit. They're a bit of an animal, really. Go like the wind.
Now, you've been in this class for a long time, 2018 British champion. You weren't here last year, but you've come back this year. There's 24 drivers. The competition level's really picked up. You know, you're using all your... when you started in KZ... how old were you when you started KZ2? Because you're only about 15.
15, because of the way it works, you can come into it when it's the year of your 16th birthday. And because I was born on the 29th of December, I could do it basically a year early.
Yeah, because you were like the baby-faced assassin, and now you're the grizzled old veteran, as it were. Well, we're past it. We're gonna see now. So tell us a little bit about what you're gonna destroy Anthony at now.
I don't know.
Well, I've been told that I've got to challenge you to a tyre change contest.
I mean, we say challenge.
I mean, I never changed them myself. So.
Well, there we go. So there we go. So I mean,
I could have a
it's Jamie
chance
the
here.
mechanic can come over here just to supervise this,
Right.
you know, because I want to make sure, because at the end of the day, this is
My name's Ginger Spice.
Ginger Spice. Okay, no problem. So Ginger Spice.
I can
because
see-
we've
I
got
can see the
we've got a
resemblance.
very expensive wagon here that Dan is
Yeah,
going to be
like,
challenging for us
you've-
the British Championship. We
you've-
are letting Anthony Barrel Jordan go get loose on it. So we've got the I tell you what.
Can I have the shortest? No, I'll take the shorter
Mr.
one.
Jordan.
I know the
Cut.
tricks here. Let's see. I'll take the shorter one. What was it?
You.
That didn't get picked up on a microphone.
No, okay.
Right,
so
okay.
I'm gonna.
Do I have to hold this?
Well, I think you
Can
might
put
have
it
to.
here?
Right.
No, that's going to fall. We'll put it in the
Okay.
sink.
So
There we
what
go.
are we going to do?
I've loosened mine a little bit.
Okay. Shh. Ready? What do you mean? You got to change a tyre, DJ. It's pretty simple. I mean.
Change it or just take it off. Off and back on. Off and back on.
Off and back on.
Okay. In 3, 2.
No, mine's not on.
Official adjudicator might have to go in there and.
Can I put the bit on first? Oh, this is no guns away first. Yeah. He's cheating already.
No, he's not cheating. He's a racing driver. He's prepared. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, Dan's missed it. Dan's got two off. DJ's dropped his nuts already. Excellent. The hubs come off. Right, now back on. DJ's... Anthony's trying to line his nuts up. There we go. Come on, you can do this, Anthony.
I can do this. I
Anthony.
can do this. I can beat him.
How many have you dropped, Anthony?
I've only dropped one.
Only dropped one nuts. There we go. Here we go. How's Dan doing? Oh! Easy work. Oh, he's still... Oh.
On, I think.
There we go. So,
Disqualified.
well, no, the wheel's on. So the wheel is on.
Hold on. The wheel is supposed to be attached
And
to the car.
Anthony's not happy with this. Well,
It's not attached to
but
the car.
no, but the wheel is on the hub. That's the main. No. Yes. Right. 1-0. Dan, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Team Cali, thank you very much. Head of security, Max. Remember, you can now remove this interloper out of there. Thank you, JB. Appreciate that. Let's go. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go.
Well done.
Cheers.
Well, it's 1-1.
One
then.
all. It's
DJ
like-
V the paddock.
DJ Viz. I think that went quite well.
I think that went terribly.
Now, so I mean, the KZ2s, they just had their qualifying
Yep.
today. Let's have a little look. Strawberry Racing again going really well in Junior X30 and Senior X30. Harry Burgoyne Jr. Had a bit of a problem, oiled up at the start of the one race. Right karts, always really good to see right karts in the paddock. Tell you what, let's have a little chat with Dave Boyce. Dave Boyce in the right kart team. So this is young Mr. Smith in Cadet. We'll speak to Mr. Smith. How was your day so far? How were your 2 heats?
Okay.
Okay. Now, the they've had a few problems in cadets, haven't we, in IAME, with oiling up at the start. Did you manage to get both races underway okay?
Yeah.
What's been the problems with drivers oiling up at the start of the races?
They're just too eager to get going. They just want to get going, but they want to go fast, but they're not.
No. Well, we made it through. Now, again, on the right Kart, where's Dave Boyce has gone off there. You've got Dayton Coulthard as a teammate. You know, obviously, and Dayton is David Coulthard's son. What's that like, having the son of a Formula 1 driver as a teammate?
Yeah, it's quite cool, actually, because a lot of people come up here and, like, look for him. And yeah.
I mean, we come looking for you, because, you know, you're the man behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Good. So, what are your hopes for tomorrow?
A solid result, really.
A solid result. Good luck, Matt. Good luck. It's great to see Simon Wright Racing developments. Really, really good to see them, you know, in the paddock. There's Dayton's car. Now, again, Dayton didn't do cadet, so he's come into the sport late, which means there's I don't know if he's got a football in his seat.
Confused, mixed minds about what sport he wants to play.
Yeah. Nick Barrett Racing, now that was a happy. So, I mean, Henry Jocelyn in Chennington, the winner there. Let's have a look. This is a race-winning awning. We've got a bit of a committee going on. There's Bart Harrison. Now, we'll speak to Bart. Archie Tillett. We're going to come in and say hi to everyone. There's Warwick Ringham from Strawberry Racing. We're going to speak to Bart because Bart's had a fantastic day in Senior X30. First of all, Bart, I got to say, now your kart is sponsored by Harrison, so you're not in the traditional Mick Barrett colours, so you've got that lovely gold and blue one. But how on track today? How was it?
Yeah, the pace is good. It was just quite hard starting from P2. I got into first in the first heat, but in the second one it didn't go as well. So yeah, pace is good though.
Pace is good. Tomorrow, you know, you've got a race. I know Gus Lawrence, he had a run. You've got obviously Aaron Walker's going to be there as well. You've got some real strong competition.
Yeah, Gus has been fast. He's had some good races, so I'll try and see what I can do in the pre-final.
No problems. Now, there's Henry Jocelyn's car. Henry's not here at the moment. Henry won the last round at Shenington, but since then he went off to do, he was Team UK's CIK Academy driver.
Yes, he
Now,
did.
a couple of years ago, Bart, you were the CIK Academy driver. Have you been able to tell Henry, sort of like preparing what that's like? You know, we've got 54 drivers, one from each nation, identical equipment. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but it's a big challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been trying to help him, but it's really hard.
How did you do?
I didn't do great.
I thought that's what I mentioned. I thought, come on now, we bigged you up for today, but you know, can't let you get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, it was a tough one, and I got a bit of bad luck, but I think Henry can do well in it.
Excellent, no problems. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
One thing that I've spotted, Henry, is how much lead is on the side of Henry Jocelyn's kart there. That is quite a substantial amount.
Well,
how much, man on Firstly, what is your name?
Aaron.
Aaron.
You don't know a man like Aaron Charles? You don't know a man like Aaron Charles? Oh my God.
No, the whole paddock. You've been here far too long.
Offended now.
Sorry. Right. Well, Aaron, how much lead has he got on there?
He got 3, 6, 9, and then 2 on the bottom. So yeah, he's got 11 on with a full tank. So he's got quite a bit.
Cool, crikey. That sounds like quite a lot that he's got to carry on there. Obviously, Henry, he's quite a small lad, isn't he? And
he is growing slowly, but surely he is growing. So yeah.
Is he good out there on track?
Yeah, he's getting his first year junior. So yeah, but a step up from Mini last year. He's definitely improving, and like I say, win at the British Champs was really good for us. And yeah, the academy went well in the final. So yeah, just got to keep pushing hard, and he's doing a good job at the minute. So.
Awesome stuff. I'm going to leave you to crack on with work, and so you don't attack me for not knowing your name. Sorry, Aaron. I know it now. Right, running.
There's obviously the glamorous side of karting, the wags, the karting. Karting wags. There we go. So I mean, here we go. Rush Performance. We've got a couple of minutes left. You know, this is Optima Performance. That's new team this year. Good to see. And it's incredible there. So the Rush Performance. Okay, so James Glenister won the opening round at.
He did, yeah.
Rush. You know, we'll come in and say hi to the Rush guys. This is very so. KZ2 centre, but 1, 2, 3. Mr. Adams. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I've always could do with an extra screw. I've had one loose for years, but there we go. They plugged me in. I got more than one loose. But again, really good to see Brian Rush and his team. They're supporting the class 2, 4, 6 karts, half a dozen, and of course James Glenister in kart 22 championship leader.
Yep.
Brandon Carr in KR Sport, he's had a really strong day. I think, well, maybe we'll go and say we've got a few minutes left.
We've got a couple.
We've got a couple of minutes left. There's
there.
the Optima team.
Yeah, I love how they've put the two teams that have got very similar liveries
Yes,
right next
together.
to each other, just again to confuse us just that little bit more.
Yeah,
than
well,
what
let's
we
tell you
already
what.
are.
Well, Brandon's doing both. Brandon's on the podium at Rotax.
Was, yeah.
And we're going to come and see him now. Oh, he's seen us.
I have to
There's
say-
Toby George.
Brandon's probably done more work on his kart this weekend than his actual mechanic. Every time I've come
Mr.
in
Walker.
here, Brandon's working on the kart.
Oh, well, I mean, if you when you look at the state of Ollie there, you can see why the Brandon's got to do all the work. Here's the lesser spotted racing driver doing some work on his car, and the kart is quick. Brandon, first of all, well done. Last race, really good.
Thank you.
What's it like doing the two classes so far? You're jumping out of Rotax into X30 back and forth. You're finding that is okay, not a problem?
It's all right when it's two complete different weekends, but it's hard when it's both weekends together.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. What were you doing just then? And why has your mechanic let you loose on the spanners?
I don't know.
He knows you're all right.
Yeah, enjoy it and it's just clean it and.
Right now, tomorrow you've got your pre-final and final. Do you know where you're starting?
Second, I think.
So you're starting second. So what we need you to do is you tell the viewers exactly on Alpha Live tomorrow what they can expect from Karting Warden Law tomorrow, what kind of action they can expect and where they're going to see you.
Well, you'll see me at the front and it'll be a very rough race, or it'll be a very spread out race. Be one or the two, and hopefully it's a battle.
Hopefully it's a battle and you'll be in it.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Have a screw. Lovely.
There we go.
That's it.
There you go.
There we go.
You're
Look at how
welcome.
we're doing
You're
now.
welcome. Right.
Right.
Well, hopefully he doesn't fail scrutineering for that screw. Not
No.
being here, so there you go.
Well, I mean, Tom Adams' dad gave me the extra screw. There we go.
Well,
I mean,
Henrik, we could talk for hours and hours about this paddock. We could interview every single driver here, but
yes.
we are running out of time.
Sorry.
I
Long enough.
know. Well,
but what a great facility.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, today, where you'll be watching on the lunch break, we've got lots of racing. We've got all the TKM racing, KZ2 racing, Bambino, 7 classes. I think we've got about 20 races live.
Something like that, yeah.
Which is really good. And you
Fantastic
can join us
news.
all on Alpha Live, round 3 of the Wera Tools British Karting Championship, Karting North East. Are you a Mackham or a Geordie, Anthony?
I don't know. Undecided.
We're in Sunderland. You're a Mackham, through and through. See you in the morning.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a drift limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session here at Karting North East Warden Law. It is event 3 of the 2022 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. My name's Henry Beaudette, and as always, a sunglasses wearing Anthony Jordan is with me. Hello, Anthony. Now you're not wearing sunglasses.
No, I've taken them off.
So we are looking at the wind-affected circuit here. We have got 10 races coming up. The first race will be Junior TKM, their second heat race. Then we've got Heat 2 for TKM Extreme and Heat 2 for KZ2. And after that, we will be into the finals. All 7 classes: Bambinos, IAME Cadet, Senior X30, Junior X30, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, and finally KZ2 to round out the day. So once again, please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, which is a place to see plenty of people commenting in from all over the world. We've got, a good amount of following, 26,000 subscribers now on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and some keen and interested spectators watching on the grass bank. It's a little bit windswept there at the moment, but again, dry. Got a few of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers there on the left-hand side. Is that, yeah, that's Alistair Cresswell there. Tim Wilson's a Senior X30 driver. And view, that's the outside of turn number 1. So our commentary position is
just behind
that camera angle. So we got a great view of turn number 1. 1,200 meters this circuit. Anthony, it's been a good morning's racing. The TKM, so the junior TKM heat was a bit of a sedate affair. The drivers just sort of feeling each other out, feeling out there, where their strengths and weaknesses are. There's our scrutineering area and commentary building. And,
hello.
And having a wave, and our producer James, and I'm in there somewhere as well.
But like you said, it was a bit sedate, wasn't it, Heat 1? Yes. I mean, it was still an exciting heat. We saw Darren McInerney take the win in that one, gaining 1 place. Johan Kalachern did a great run as well, qualified on pole in qualifying.
And I know that the Klassen Motorsport team are watching that race back with key, because, Davey Sixtoes and his Klassen Motorsport collective. I do know that they're very excited at Klassen Motorsport, because team principal, David Klassen, he's going to watch N-Dubs.
Oh, is he?
Now,
and he doesn't know who N-Dubs is,
He doesn't know who N-Dubs are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, N-Dubs, they sound really, really talented musicians, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean...
One of them was called Dappy, Snappy, Slappy, Happy Slappy. I'd give him a Slappy. But there we go. I don't know what... I mean, that's one of the advantages of being a dinosaur.
Yes.
Is not knowing what N-Dubs
I was one of the non-cool kids on the way to school, on the bus, listening to N-Dubs.
I was one of the non-cool kids back in the 90s listening to Marilyn Manson with a ponytail.
Hey, I like Marilyn Manson.
Exactly, there we go. Well, we are the beautiful people here in the commentary box. Let's have a look. Who's calling in? Has anyone
joined us in the live chat? No,
not yet.
Oh, we're lonely.
Underway. So the next we've got a minute or two before Junior TKM gets underway. 19 drivers. And that will be, I'm sure, a 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. So the first 3 races, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And then the finals will all be 15 minutes plus 1 lap, apart from Bambino's, which will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. There is race director Nigel Edwards.
With his clipboard.
Cultured clipboard. And
always pointing.
Just making sure that all the other officials are in their positions, ready to go. Now, of course, Junior TKM, it'll be a rolling start. In the background there, you've got Lee Manchester, who's one of our start line officials. And interesting with the new Motorsport UK jacket, so it says all officials on circuit. There's the track flag, finest mullet in the paddock. Looking down there.
Look in the land.
It is the back of his neck is never cold, always warm.
Or sunburnt.
But yeah, exactly. But interestingly, the officials, all officials have got to have orange on them, no matter who they are on the circuit. So Motorsport UK and the Wera Tours British Kart Championship have incorporated orange into the officials' clothing. There's the paintball arena.
Yes.
Never got a chance to get in there and have a go at smacking around with a few paintball pellets.
Oh, what I would give to shoot you several times with a paintball gun.
If anybody, there's probably a lot of people in the paddock that would pay good money to see me getting peppered with a paintball pellet. But we're back here for the road tax round. Maybe there could be some charity thing where it's like, you know, pay lots of money to a charity and Henry can shoot Anthony with a paintball pellet.
Absolutely not. We'll do it the other way around. But, ladies and gentlemen, lunch break is over. Race 17 is upon us. It's Heat 2, Junior TKM, coming up next.
Oof, really? Here we are, engines have been fired. Let's have a look at the starting lineup.
Let's do that indeed. Yihan Calajan will start on pole position. Dara McInerney alongside Leo Robinson, and Aidan Mitchell will round up row number 2.
Row number 3, Patrick Leaf and Ollie Rands. Row 4, Leon Frost and Olivia Jenkins.
Row number 5, Joe Cheek and Luke Bate. Sasha Magley and Tyler Harris will round out row number 6.
Row 7, Jake Humphrey and Seth Hathaway, with Luke Jarman and Jack Stewart on row number 8.
Oliver Bourne and Joel Hull on row number 9. And Oliver Bowen will round out on row number 10.
So, of course, this is heat number 2. At the end of this race, the championship points for the heats will be allocated. So Leon Frost leading the championship by 8 points over Olivia Jenkins at the end of the Shennington weekend. And now we wait. We've got Calichurn on the ARC chassis for the Classe Motorsport team. Kart number 28 then, the Tim Wilson Motorsports Kart Birrell ART chassis for Dara McInerney on the outside of row number 1. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Calichurn. 3 wide once again, the number 70 car of Joe Cheek getting sideways on the inside. And gathers it all together, but it is your pole man, Yihan Calichurn, and the outside front row start, Dara McInerney maintaining positions 1 and 2 as we go through the dog leg and down towards St John's on lap number 1. Calichurn, McInerney, and then there's Tyler Harris making a move. Spoke to Tyler during the lunch break and he was saying, oh, you know, made a mistake in the heat, shouldn't have gone for the move at that corner where he had a spin. And at the back of the wheel, there's number 34 Kart with Oliver Bourne behind the wheel. That's very striking wheel rims there are. Now, do believe that Jack Stewart, who we saw retire from the opening race, not sure that Jack has gone out in this one.
We'll find out whether or not he has at all. No, I don't think he has. Yeah, the privateer 57 Jack Stewart has not crossed the line.
No, so we're down to 18.
No. 18 drivers out in this one. 8.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. All looking well so far. Yihan Calichurn still holding on to that race lead. Patrick Leaf, good start from Patrick Leaf, actually. Up 3 places. Same with Leon Frost as well, also up 4.
And again, Patrick Leaf, he was very quick in qualifying at Shennington, then faded during the races. Now he's getting a little bit of racecraft back with him. And already, in fact, there's Leon Frost into 2nd position at the expense of Patrick Leaf in the number 22 car. We're starting to see in race number 1 there was Calichurn and McInerney sort of broke away. Now we're getting a bit more of a group of at the front that we sort of expect to see. Calichurn, Frost, Leaf in the 22, McInerney, Ollie Rands, Joe Cheek, Olivia Jenkins 7, Tyler Harris up to 8. They're all there in this lead bunch. Oh, Joe Cheek just bouncing over the curb, coming out of the dog leg there. The top 4, well, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on your screens, starting to pull away from the 6th place battle a little bit. And in fact, in 6th position is Joe Cheek. And Joe Cheek's got Jenkins, Harris, Mitchell and Bate right behind him. They've got a little bit of work to do to sort of latch back on to this group here as they come into Gasworks on lap number 3. Fastest lap, Joel Hull, 53.69.
There you go. So, 7.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. Back out of the final corner, across the start-finish line. Kalachern just ducking his head in. And look at the body movement there from Joe Cheek. I don't think it was Joe Cheek. Ollie Rands, actually, in the 27, just saying, come on, come on, come on.
Yep.
Trying to push that car along as much as possible. Got to try and catch up to the back of this group because you can see the gap now that's starting to open up between himself and McInerney. It doesn't look like much on camera, but trust me, on that straight where it really opens up, you can lose all the benefit of the toe down the straight, can't you?
Exactly. And Cheek got his head down, but then behind Joe Cheek, that really big group there, Joel Hull, new fastest lap. We saw Joe retire from the opening race. His chain guard came off, and then he crashed coming into the pits.
Yes.
And there's Aidan Mitchell getting past there. That's Luke Bates, the number 95 RSR, the Rob Saw Racing entry, going past the number 14 cart of Aidan Mitchell. Tyler Harris has a little nibble up the inside of the number 30 Tim Wilson Motorsport cart of Leo Robinson. And Harris gets rebuffed. Behind Harris, it's actually Joel Hull in front of Harris. It was Robinson behind Seth Hathaway, Jake Humphreys. Jack Stewart is in the race. He's just popped up. Obviously a transponder not functioning properly. So we do have a full complement of drivers. So apologies to Jack Stewart's fans. Your man is out there.
Yes. That caught me by surprise as well, because, he had nothing pop up there. But good stuff. Less than 6 minutes to go, and like I say, a bit of a breakaway happening here. So Kalachern has managed to open up there. He's kind of repeating what he did in the first race, really.
Yes, but look at that. Leon Frost, body language, head down.
Yeah, he's bringing the pack.
And he knows it's now or never. We've got to get, up there before Kalachern can sort of break that slipstream completely. Now, McInerney should work with his teammate for the next few minutes. Leaf is next in fourth, then it's Rands, then it's Jakins, Cheek, Bates, Hull, Mitchell, Harris down in 11th in the number 88 cart. Now Kalachern starting to look over his shoulder a little bit more. He's starting to wonder, and there's a fast lap for McInerney. That's good news for Leon Frost, because McInerney will push Frost along. Bad news for Ihan Kalachern. Well, the Klassen Motorsport team will be biting their collective fingernails and toenails. They've got more toenails than most.
Yes.
Apparently.
Oh, dear. But, like you say, I think it was around this time of the race as well when Kalachern was caught up in the first heat as well, am I right in saying?
Yep.
Yeah, it was around with this sort of 4.5 minutes to go, and then they kind of stayed line astern for the rest of it, and then that's when the move happened a little bit later on. So, again, keep a close eye on that, what could actually happen in this one, because, like you say, any one of these drivers could still come away with this heat win.
We start lap number 7, and less than 5 seconds separate the top 14.
Exactly. So still, honestly, anyone could take this race win.
Yes, indeed. But again, this is smart racing. It's close, but as you see there, Tyler Harris, well, he went for that move. There's a change up at the front as well. That is, I think, McInerney possibly passing Leon Frost the second, was that? Let's have a little look. There was certainly a position change, or that was actually Rands and Jakins maybe swapping positions. No, it wasn't. It was a change of the lead. It was.
Yes.
It was Frost going past Kalachern. So now this is going to bring everyone close together, bunch everyone up. The top 4, nose to tail, as we complete lap number 7, going on to lap number 8. And they've got a bit of a break behind them, so suddenly the top 4 have broken clear of Jakins in 5th. So Jakins and Rands did swap positions. We did see them swap position, but again, it slowed them down.
Yeah, it did. And, Jakins second in the championship so far. I know we're only 1 round in, so it doesn't really mean much. But
points mean prizes.
I know exactly that. You can see her teammate is leading this one, and she's there in 6th place at the moment with a gap between the two of them. So, you've got to keep a very close eye on that one. We're looking very closely at the front nose on Kalachern. It looks okay to me.
But his side pod almost didn't look okay,
no, it
because
didn't.
Tara McInerney went for a move there, backed out of it. But it was almost wheel-to-wheel contact there between Kalachern in the 28 and the E-plate of McInerney. Leaf still there in 4th, and here comes Olivia Jakins. So Jakins has broken clear of that second pack, and she is now hunting down the lead quartet to make them into a quintet.
There we go. Closing in nicely. And as soon as they start scrapping, to which they've already started, really, haven't they? I mean, it's not to a large extent, is it? It's quite basic. And Jakins, fastest lap of the race. So pulled the pin and is closing in on that group in front, and is doing, well, I have to say, a pretty good job of it, because that gap is disappearing quite quickly.
Yes, 53.59. Seth Hathaway gets a warning flag, and Hathaway down in 15th position and just been passed by Oliver Bowen. And still, we're on lap 9 now, and the top 13 separated by just 5 seconds, and that includes a 4-5 kart breakaway. So behind these 5, and it is a front 5 now, 6th to 14th are pretty much nose to tail. Now Leaf checking over his shoulder. As you can see, Cheek checking over his shoulder. Harris is next in kart number 88. Then it's Hull, Bate, Mitchell, Rands, Robinson, Humphrey, Hathaway, Bowen, Jarman, Sasha Bagley.
Oh, that someone's pulled off. It's
and
the 27.
That's the number 27 of Ollie Rands, just outside our commentary box window, and he's strutting past us, looking not too impressed with life. Now, no chain off the kart, because the marshal is wheeling it back directly in front of us. Was that just a seizure, or was it potentially just someone getting...
There goes Jenkins, sorry, Henry, on fourth place. Patrick Leaf now down into 5th. So Jenkins has caught the front leading pack, and now is trying to make her way slowly through it. 1 minute to go then, plus that one additional lap. Big look over the shoulder there from Leon Frost, and another one, actually, a double look over the shoulder down the start-finish straight. So maybe it's not as all well in Leon Frost's situation there. He's slightly concerned, and then you can see Calichurn right behind now, and everyone has closed right in. So this is a big group of 5 drivers going around with less than a minute to go.
And Olivia Jenkins, now she runs the risk of losing that momentum that she had. If you just sit there and follow now, if she's going to make any more progress, it's got to be quick.
Yeah.
Because she's, the 4 drivers have been sitting nose to tail for several laps. She's the one that's caught them. She's made one move, but now she gets dragged into just running their pace. Side by side in front of her for the lead, however. Frost, Calichurn, McInerney, then it's Jenkins and Leaf at the back of this group. They're going to, it's going to be close before they get across the line. They will get across the line before the clock strikes 0, so 2 laps to go. That's not what Leon Frost wanted to see. He wanted 1 lap to go, but Calichurn moving around, trying a different line into the dog leg. Gets a good run out of the dog leg, but can't pass going into St John's. These 5 karts still nose to tail. Behind them, Joe Cheek is 2.1 seconds behind this group in 6th position. And then he's got Hull, Harris, Mitchell, Bates, Humphrey, and the rest. Oh, Johan Calichurn really looking strong. He's going to have a little look. If Frost doesn't defend the gasworks, Calichurn's going to have a look. And Frost does defend. And Calichurn swung out a little bit wide, but then, of course, almost got passed by Dara McInerney, who in turn has got Olivia Jenkins breathing down his neck.
Yeah. So, back across the line. Last lap board comes out. Here comes Jenkins on McInerney in towards turn 1. Jenkins gets the move nearly done and can't complete it. McInerney holds on to it. That's good driving from the 2 of them.
Yes.
But they've got to be so careful, because you've got to remember they are teammates. They do not want to wipe each other out.
No, that was really because Jenkins had momentum. Patrick Leaf was pushing her on, and she committed. And then, now, out of centre number 1, Frost runs a little bit wide. This is going to give Calichurn a chance to dive up the inside going into the back straight chicane, but it's 1-line racetrack through there. But Calichurn does have momentum. Oh, he's going to have to go spring out wide going into the gasworks, but where can he go? He can't tuck underneath Frost because he's on the outside. Now the crossover to the inside. No, Frost covers. 1 corner to go, DJ. I don't think he's going to do it.
No, I don't think he's going to do it, but he could be a run to the line here, because he was slightly wide, was Frost, but a checker flag will come out. Frost will take it from Calichurn. McInerney, Jenkins will take 4th from Patrick Leaf. Tyler Harris, Joel Hull will cross in 7th place. Great drive from Joel Hull, actually. We didn't mention him much, but 11 positions gained from Luke Bates, finishing in 8th place. Aidan Mitchell, Seth Hathaway rounding out the top 10.
And look at that gap there between Tyler Harris in 6th position to Sasha Bagley in 16th, 4 seconds. Great stuff. So that's the end of the junior TKM heats. We will be back with the junior TKMs for their final
No pre-finals.
Nope. So in TKM, it's just qualifying 2 heats and the final. It's a shorter race weekend for the TKMs for budgetary reasons. That is what the general consensus was. That no Friday testing, and so all the practice takes place on Saturday, racing on Sunday to cut down on the budget for them. So that's bodes well for the final, Anthony.
I think it does.
Indeed, and we'll look ahead. The next race up will be TKM Extreme in just a few moments' time.
It shall be. Yes, indeed. TKM Extreme for their Heat 2 will be taking to the circuit in just a moment's time. Let's remind ourselves from the races earlier on. Heat number 1, Joe Fowler took the race win from Sam Johns. Chris Whitten taking third from Archie Strong, Harvey Roth, and Isaac Marsh rounding out the top 6 in that race. Now, what can they do this time around? Of course, Chris Whitten and Joe Fowler starting on that front row in heat number 2 for race 18. Those two having a absolutely fantastic battle in that one. But Sam Johns, like you say, the driver himself coming through an absolutely fantastic run. You know, to be able to get past a driver so experienced as Chris Whitten in TKM Extreme is, you know, quite an achievement. And you're touching my screen, my laptop, Henry.
I was giving you a little bit of a prod about in the commentary box there.
Okay.
Just to answer some of the things. So, when's the Senior X30 final? Asks Iggy14. Iggy 14. If you just pop Iggy Pop, if you pop back on at 3:30.
About 3:30.
That's because the person from Motorsport UK has already answered the question.
Oh,
Lucy Level, good luck, Olivia. Well, you'll see Olivia J-Kids back in the Junior TKM final, Lucy, at 4:30 local time.
There we go.
There we go. Public service
announcements
done. Public service broadcast. Great band.
Yeah. When was this band formed?
They're going now.
Are they?
Yes. Cheery me.
Well, clearly I'm just not into music as much.
Not down
as
with the kids. Not down with the kids like me.
Yeah.
You know me. Man of the people. Man of the world. Anyway, TKM Extreme up next. That's going to be a good one again. You were saying about, you know, Joe Fowler, Chris Whitten, you know, great experience. Let's hope that Kian Bennett, you know, has a good run, and let's hope that the people that went into his van outside his hotel on Friday night and helped themselves to his engine. Even, his mum was saying, she even brought some drinks on for the weekend, like a crate of like cans of pop, you know, and they even took that cans of pop. So, yes, it's the
and a TKM engine.
The criminals that have got a TKM engine and are burping because they've had lots of fizzy drinks down there, the ones that you want to catch. So I hope that Kian gets his equipment back. But here's a look. Now, the wind has died down a little bit again. The wind has abated.
A little bit.
That's a Shakespeare word. The storm has abated, you know.
I mean, you're kind of going for the Shakespeare look.
I studied Shakespeare.
Did you?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Did you actually?
Absolutely did, yeah.
Henry Beaudette, cultured as ever.
At 2, Anthony. Instead of Brutai, yeah.
2B or not 2B.
That's the 2P or not 2P. That is
in the B final.
In the 2B or not 2B. Or 2P or not 2P, which is the amount they put on the cost of a Freddo lately.
Yes. Oh, right, okay.
Shocking.
How much are Freddos now? They're like 50p now, aren't they?
Ah, yeah. Only thing more expensive than Freddo is now a litre of petrol.
Yes.
There we go.
There we go. Well, like we were saying, TKM Extreme Race 18 coming up next. Why are you hiding?
Because Rod Taylor, one of the Motorsport UK stewards, I wonder if I've done something wrong.
No, why?
Normally when I see Rod Taylor at a race meeting, he's going to have upset him. Yes. I've upset somebody. No, it's okay. Right.
Funny enough, he always smiles at me.
Well, good luck, Liv. Olivia. So Max Penny getting, again, Olivia Jenkins, lots of support, which is good to see. Here we go then with TKM Extreme. Heat 2 up now.
Let's have a look at the grid. Chris Whitten and Joe Fowler start on the front row. Archie Strong and Michael Cornell will round out row number 2.
Isaac Marsh and Cian Bennett on row 3. Charlie King and Spencer Lane on row 4.
Jack Saunders and Sam Johns on row number 5. Harvey Roth and Aaron Lask will round out row 6.
Lee Whittingham, big hello to his mum Heather watching back home, and Kai Springfield on row 7. Ashton Cox and Ben Watson on row number 8.
Tom Johnston and Fen Chapman on row 9. Megan Lawson and Charlie Gromit will round out row number 10. And the field here for race 18. 20 drivers.
20 drivers, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. There's Michael Cornell checking his steering somewhat vigorously there in kart number 13.
So that's still the direct drive engine that he's got on
That's
that.
yes.
Yeah. So I
he's
saw
still picking it up,
wheeling
it, and then
dropping
it
it.
Yes.
Oh, the amount of times I've seen a driver start it up and then get dragged along by it.
The mechanic then, the forward momentum of the mechanic ends up then face planting the tarmac on the dummy grid. Here we go. Well, it's Fowler versus Whitten, part 2. What can Cornell do, the privateer driver in kart number 30, a true privateer driver? Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Fowler on the outside of row number 1. He takes the lead from Whitten. Cornell slots into 3rd. Everyone else safely through behind into the dog leg, and it's that's one driver running out a little bit wide there. One of the Talco karts, that may have been Jack Saunders in kart number 32, and at the back of the field there, the 34 kart possibly of Lee Whittingham getting a little bit sideways. Yeah. Everyone's safely negotiating the first couple of corners. Fowler leading once again from poleman Chris Whitten.
Yep, it's a good start then for TKM Extreme. They whiz past the camera up their way to Gasworks Bend into the braking zone. No absolute sends. Well, I say there's no absolute sends. There was one there from Lee Whittingham, the privateer driver.
Wow.
Gets that job done.
Well, obviously Heather's been on the phone and said, right, come on, Lee.
Sort it out.
Buck up your ideas. Get going.
Get it done. Yep. Get it done.
So she's had a word, and Lee is...
he's doing it.
He's doing it.
Getting on with it.
Good boy.
Joe Fowler leads the way. Chris Whitten, Cornell, Strong, Bennett, Marsh, Johns. John's good start to that race, up 3 places. Yep. Keep an eye on that. Obviously, he finished second in this first heat. So, he's starting in that mid-pack. He can get through the pack. So, keep an eye on that.
He's sitting behind his teammate. There goes Sam Johns on for a move on his teammate, Isaac Marsh. And side by side, but Johns makes it work. Archie Strong in kart number 60 has just got past Michael Cornell for 3rd place. Now, that engine on Michael Cornell's car, that's going to be a pretty old engine. If it's a direct drive engine, if it's a non-tag engine, he's run a little bit wide there. And they're 3 wide. Oh, dear. And that is Isaac Marsh in the number 40 kart, and the 7 of Spencer Lane, who have had what we call in the trade a territorial dispute.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. But like you say, you're talking about direct drive, it being an old engine. Another thing that Michael Cornell doesn't want to happen, and I'll touch wood on this one before I say it, because commentator's curse kicks in, and I don't want this to happen. But if he does spin that kart, the engine's gone.
Engine cuts out, and you've got to get out and restart it yourself. There's no button to restart.
No, exactly. It's not as easy to get it going again.
There goes the number 44. Now there goes Cian Bennett. So Cian Bennett on his spare engine, because his race engine is elsewhere at the moment.
At the bottom of the North Sea. More.
No. It'll be a. They'll track it down, I hope. But I mean, he's certainly an inspired drive so far. Sam Johns now goes past Michael Cornell as well. So Johns up into 5th position. Cian Bennett up into P4. I was going to say now, I mean, Cian Bennett, if he carries on doing this, I mean, we nominate one driver in each class as driver of the day, and Wera Tools, provide a toolkit for them. The public vote on it, but I mean, Cian Bennett, if there's one driver that needs some tools at the moment, it's Cian Bennett, but he's got to drive well to get the nomination for the class.
They can't have any penalties.
No penalties. Oh, there's Sam Johns. Good move there from Sam Johns. Well,
just slicing through the field.
Yep, like a hot knife through butter.
Oh,
there we go.
Love that one.
I love that. That is a Murray Walkerism.
Yeah.
If ever there was one.
I do love that one. Plus, I love butter on toast as well. There's nothing better in the morning. And ladies and gentlemen in the chat, you can disagree with me or agree with me on this one, that there is nothing better in the morning than a slice of toast with some nice melted butter on top.
What about peanut butter?
No.
American peanut butter, PB&J.
No.
But I'm also man's like Marmite.
No, Marmite is terrible.
Marmite and peanut butter, says producer James.
Absolutely terrible. Back to the
If
racing.
you want to disagree with Anthony on the
I'm
live
feeling
chat.
hungry now. Back to the racing.
Okay, well, there's the number 93. Well, Lee Whittingham was feeling a bit peckish because he had a little nibble,
Nibble.
on the rear bumper of Aaron Lask's kart there as well, the number 93. And Lask, with that black NASA panel, held him off. There's the number 95 kart going. That's Ben Watson. Kai Springfield, a podium finisher at Shenington in the number 97, running down in 13th at the moment in the number 97 kart. Further back, there comes Lee Whittingham into Gasworks Hairpin. Lee is up into 10th place, so he's gained a couple of positions in each race so far, but you know, Joe Fowler controlling the pace at the front. The battles is the 32 of Jack Saunders, the 95 of Ben Watson. That's 11th, 12th, and Springfield 13th. Charlie Gromit is right behind them in 14th. Then it's Tom Johnson, Fen Chapman, Ashton Cox, and the recovering Spencer Lane, and Isaac Marsh. Megan Lawson has dropped back to 19th position. But all 20 drivers still running. But Fowler controlling this one. And I have to say, he looks even more comfortable.
It does, yeah.
At the front of this one. Now, I mean, we're only in the heat. We're only at the second heat.
Yeah.
But I'm going to crack open the book of statistics and tell you when the last time Klassen Motorsport won a final. And the answer is, it was round 2 of 2021 at Kimbolton, and it was that man, Joe Fowler. So this is round 2 of 2022. Joe Fowler has made a habit of winning sort of round 2 in TKM Extreme for the Klassen team.
Oh, Charlie King, 5-second time penalty. Oh
That
dear.
will put Charlie from 8th back to, 8th to 19th, because the class is so the race is so close at the moment.
I blame it's because he hasn't got the right race suit.
Well, he was complaining about that. He's chasing down Harvey Roth. Now, Harvey Roth has got the right race suit, and Charlie was saying that Harvey's race suit arrived, but his didn't.
Yeah.
So that's obviously why he's got upset.
That's why he's at least 3/10 a lap faster.
But easily.
Easily.
Everyone knows. I mean, if you know, race suits equals time.
Yeah.
Race
does.
suit and shiny crash helmet equals time.
Yep, exactly that.
Yep.
Now, I'm noticing there's quite a substantial amount of real estate between first and second.
There is, and that is because, there was. Chris Whitten has now sort of eased back up front. The gap was 3/4 of a second. It's now less than half a second, but there is a lot of empty real estate between Whitten in second and Archie Strong in third place. And Archie Strong, at the moment, is keeping Sam Johns at bay. Cian Bennett running a very impressive 5th. Then it's Cornell 6th, Roth, King, Lask, Whittingham, Saunders, Watson, Springfield, Johnson, Gromit, Cox, Lane, Chapman, Lawson and Marsh.
Okay, 3 minutes to go. Oh dear, and there is Charlie King.
His cup of misery overflows.
Yeah.
Or the penalty is irrelevant because man's out of the race.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. Well, he'll pull the cart himself to safety, right next to our cameraman's position, and we'll...
let the marshal do the rest.
Yeah. Drop it with an almighty thud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he said it's broken anyway, so does it matter if I break it even more? Well, it might matter to his mechanic or his budget acquirer. The drivers are the budget spenders, and the families are the budget acquirers.
Yes.
There goes Harvey Roth at the inside of Michael Cornell. So Cornell slipping back a little bit at the end of this one. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, we've still got Fowler and Whitten separated by about half a second. But now Archie Strong is a full 1 second behind them. So once again, Fowler and Whitten, class of the field. Sam Johns is now cursing whatever happened in qualifying that caused him to not get it together and only qualify 10th.
Yeah.
He is now cursing that because there he goes. He is, on pace alone, he is the equal of Fowler and Whitten, you know. But track position-wise, just hasn't got it now for the... Oh, we've got someone pushing a cart down the main straight.
That is
Charlie King's
King's
cart.
Yeah. They've got it back. Now, I have to say, this has closed up quite dramatically,
Yes,
hasn't
it
it?
has.
Yeah, Whitten and Fowler, absolutely line astern now, and Archie Strong, he can smell it. He can smell the move coming. You can just see on the start-finish straight, you can see how much, all of them really, they tuck in so much to try and get as much aerodynamic efficiency.
That's correct. That's the best word. Maximum aerodynamic efficiency. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Across the line.
We know big words.
Yes. Not that we know what they mean, but we know what they are.
Absolutely not. Sounds good, though. Sounds good. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. There they go. Through turn number 1. And again, flat out through that first corner. You know, great idea. Now, they're all trying to sort of hug the white line at the exit of the apex there. They take a wider line in to the corner, so they get the white line, the white line, the apex late on, and that gives them a better straight line speed through Brian's Bends into the dogleg. But Witten has sort of dropped back a little bit, given his tyres a rest, and now Fowler's looking over his shoulder, and Archie Strong knows, like you said, he can smell a potential couple of scraps that are getting thrown his way. So he's wanted to put himself into the best position possible, so that if Chris Witten makes a move offline to try and set Joe Fowler up for a move, Strong will be there and can tuck in and maybe snatch second away from Witten. Through turn number 1, 65 miles an hour in TKMs. There's Sam Johns in 4th, and there's Bennett going through with Roth right behind him. Cornell Whittaker, side by side. That was Jack Saunders passing Ben Watson for 9th place. And again, 53.12 for Sam Johns. He's going to run out of time, however.
Yeah, he's not close enough at all this time around, which is a shame. May have taken him a little bit more work to get through the actual pack this time around, but...
No, Archie Strong, he's only 9th of the championship. This is a great performance from Archie Strong, I have to say.
Strong. So one would say it was a strong performance.
It's a strong performance from Archie, indeed.
Yes, there we go.
So we're going to see the last lap board next time around. We've seen Fowler look over his shoulder. What was the one thing we haven't seen Joe Fowler do yet, Anthony?
Look behind him.
No, we've seen him do that. I've just said that bit. But what's the other thing we haven't seen him do?
I don't know. What's he done?
What's he doing now? He's defending.
He's defending. Now he's defending.
Right, there we go. And here comes Witten. Witten at the inside into turn number 1. That's going to cost Chris Witten a little bit of momentum. Fowler, though, is going to have to defend, not into this corner, but he's going to have to defend into centre 1, I'm sure. And he clatters the curb.
So hard.
Unsettles the cart a little bit. That's Archie Strong. Again, fastest lap of the race, right at the right time. Through centre number 1. Is Chris Witten going to look into centre 2? No. Next move is really the Gasworks.
I don't think he's close enough for Gasworks. I think, to be honest, that Archie Strong's closed in on Chris Witten more than anything.
And now Witten has to look behind him, so Witten can't focus completely on what's happening in front. He thinks to himself, no, I've got to defend second place, make sure that I've guaranteed a front row start for the final itself. So Joe Fowler, on his return to action, takes 2 out of 2. And Classer Motorsport. And Ashley Classer there watching on, giving a big clap and a thumbs up to some of the other drivers. Ben Watson coming home in 10th, Tom Johnson in 13th. The rest of the field flash across the line, and look at that. So we've got, Joe Fowler, Chris Witten, Archie Strong, between Sam Johns in 4th place and Megan Lawson in 18th position. That was 11 seconds between 4th and 18th. You're looking at me with sunglasses on. I can see my reflection. What are you going to say, Mr. Jordan?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, you looked like you were about to, sort of spout some sort of bit of be a font of knowledge, something, deep and meaningful. But no.
No. When have ever I've been deep and meaningful?
Oh, you never know. When's the Junior X30 final? Asks Harrison Mackey. The answer, Harrison, is at 4 o'clock.
There we go, 4 o'clock. I'm just wondering if we can see a little...
yes, you did spot something that was deep and meaningful.
Little replay.
Okay, a little replay.
Cross start finish line, someone's NASA panel.
Someone's NASA panel, yes.
Was not where the manufacturer intended it to be.
Was it a bit skew-if, was
it a bit skewed?
Ah, yes.
So,
and
I think what had happened there to cause that?
That was Kian Bennett's NASA panel. Well, one theory might be that a go-kart had driven over the top of it.
That is a common theory.
The other theory is that maybe someone forgot to put a nut in the bottom of the bracket at the base of the NASA panel, which caused it to move out there. There's Sam Johns getting out of his cart. Good game, Sam.
Yeah.
Hands on hips.
Solid drive.
Catalog pose.
I reckon, final time, keep an eye on Sam Johns.
Yes, he is, now that he's the thing that's frustrating, he's wasted both heats now getting himself the track position. So one bad qualifying lap, and that can affect a lot of your weekend. He's going to be behind Fowler and Witten, but he's going to be right there. He's not going to have to gain 5 or 6 places. There's Harvey Roth, complete with new Tim Wilson Motorsport race suit. As the rest of the field come out now. KZ2 will be up next.
Yes, KZ2.
Now we have, oh dear, now we have some news from KZ2. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to, so Les Latham, font of all gearbox knowledge, has been in. So in terms of, we had Sam Ward had to retire from heat number 1. He had a problem with his arm locked up, his gear changing arm locked up. So he's had a muscle problem with his arm. So I'm looking out to see if the number 63 Formula K machine does come out, and it looks as though it is. So he's obviously, Sam Ward is injured a little bit. There's Caden McQueen. He's also driving with a little bit of an injury after an incident in another class.
Now, obviously, Caden retired from heat number 1 after a assisted spin.
Now, engine tuners. We've got 7 drivers in this class with Andy Fairless racing engines, 6 with Eurocar, or 8 with Eurocar, 2 with Galifa. SRP are tuning 6th, and Shane's got the ST engine on his kart, Shane Daly. Thanks to Les Latham for saying that. There's the Mall race number 37 of Miles Murphy. Now, we'll preface this by saying now there are other motorsport events going on in the world at this time. Not quite sure what they are.
No.
Apparently there's a race in Spain today. Don't know much about it. Don't know who's in it. But if anyone is watching, no spoilers on the live chat for anything, please.
Yeah.
This is, we'll keep the live chat. There's Ian Thompson, master mechanic, wizard.
Yeah.
Every time Joe Charlton breaks his go-kart, he puts it back together.
He repairs it brilliantly.
Yeah, and he's also got Lewis Halliday in. So we'll see on the live chat on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, please, no spoilers. We're going to keep it this karting event and this karting event only.
Otherwise, we will find you.
Like Liam Neeson in the thing, I'll find you. And I won't say that.
I don't have any particular set of skills.
But I do know what. Rain starting in 95 minutes.
That's very precise.
Rain starting in 5 minutes. Rain starting in about 2 hours 45 minutes. There we go. That's not a prediction. That's just a rough guess.
That's yes. Well, hopefully the cameramen have got camera bags so that cover their cameras. Otherwise, that would be a bad day for them.
Yes, because they would have to take their coats off to cover their cameras. Because as we all know, with Alpha Live, cameramen are expendable. Cameras aren't.
Yes.
That's the key. There's some of the Rush Performance cars. There's Bradley Barrett, the Sodi Vitesse driver. Poor qualifying for Bradley, and of course we're finding out that it's all well and good having a bad qualifying session in some of the direct drive classes, but in KZ2 it's that much harder to overtake.
Yeah.
That are really bad. That could really screw up your weekends. Good to see the Ukrainian flag there on the number 66 kart of Charlie Cole. Lots of drivers in the paddock still having with AMT racing, stickers on the karts in remembrance of Ashley Todd, but also, the Ukrainian stickers, for the war that's going on at the moment. There's Mr. Port, Morgan Porter's dad, with the Toyo tyres, big smile on his face.
Lots of shorts.
Well, it's
chilly out there.
Kart Mechanic Bingo, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't really get many contenders in Kart Mechanic Bingo in KZ2.
KZ,
no, because they're the working men and women.
Usually it's the cadets,
it's the cadets and it's the IAMEs and the X30 classes. There's Sam Moore, Said Bassam, the coal man, fearsome driver he was from Sedba. He used to be a coal man. That's why we called him Said Bassam, the coal man. There's Hannah Lang.
The MK Racing driver on the Formula K chassis.
Now, Ashley Goodliff isn't out there now. Maybe we saw Ashley come in, so it wasn't Sam Ward that was injured. You see Sam in the number 63 car. Ashley Goodliff was maybe the driver that came in who had his arm problem. Les wasn't sure of the name, Les Latham, when I came in. So we're down to maybe 21 drivers. There's Josh Price, ex-British touring car driver. Kart number 10, he failed to finish the first race.
Kart's head out. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup for
Why not?
KZ2. Why don't we do just that, shall we? How are they going to line up on the starting grid? Well, I can tell you.
It'll be 2 by 2.
It will be 2
Not
by
like
2.
Shannington.
No.
And there we go. Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner on row number 1, Joe Charlton and Morgan Porter on row 2.
Caden McQueen and Lewis Halliday on row 3. Tom Adams and James Glenister will round up row number 4.
Row 5, Miles Murphy and Shane Daly, Lee Ward and Ashley Lewis on row 6.
Row number 7, Dan Gould and Bradley Barrett, Charlie Cole and Spencer Shinner will round up row number 8.
Alan Kenyon and Del Boy Morgan on row 9, Josh Price and Sam Ward round out your top 20.
Final row on the grid is Hannah Lang and, well, we believe Ashley
Goodham's not out there, can't see him. He had an arm injury in the first one, and when you need one arm to change gear about 20 times a lap, and that arm seizes up and develops a muscle problem, that makes things a little bit tricky.
Yes.
Arm strength is something that in the commentary box we don't have to worry about.
Exactly. Well, of course, remember, ladies and gents, standing start for this one, of course, with the clutches and the gears. They can indeed sit there, rev the nuts off it, smack it into gear and disappear.
Yes, 0 to 60, less than 3 seconds, 45 horsepower. That's what Dan Kelly was guiding you around the kart last night, as then he reveal now that obviously he beat you in the tyre challenge competition.
Yes,
and then his head of security, Max, threw you out the awning.
Well, technically, I feel like I won that because his wheel wasn't actually attached to the kart itself, and the wheel and
the wheel had to be attached to the hub.
And the hub needs to be attached to the kart.
Yes,
and
yes,
his was
for racing
not.
purposes, but for Anthony versus the paddock tyre changing competition purposes, it was wheel attached to hub.
I feel like I was cheated out of that one.
I feel like man's looking for an excuse.
But you know what?
Anyway.
I am gracious in defeat, and I will say, fine. It is 1-1.
1-1. Anthony versus the paddock, 1 apiece.
There we go.
We've got to think of something to do in every single round now that is slightly different and slightly potentially embarrassing, but also something that will potentially give you a chance of a victory. Right, here we go. There we go. So 21 drivers lining up. By the time they reach turn number 1, they'll be travelling over 90 miles an hour on the start. It'll be at 100 miles an hour going into turn number 1 on the every other lap. Chris Walker there at the back. Now, we're saying one of the staff members here at Karting Northeast, when they open up the back chicane, normally, by the time they get on to braking for gasworks, they're doing 102 miles an hour. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Everyone gets away clean. Oh no, Morgan Porter slow away in the number 46 kart, and Charlie Turner grabs the race lead going through turn number 1. 21 KZ2 drivers all somehow get themselves slowed down for the dog leg. Lots of chopping and changing, and poor old Morgan Porter from row 2 back to about 20th.
Yeah.
Turner leads.
Yep, good start then from Turner. Gets an early lead in this one as they go through Senna 1 for the first time. And again, exiting out all nice and clean and tidy as they go through the chicane here, up in towards Gasworks. Big look over the shoulder. Bit of debris flying out from underneath. I believe that was probably just a marble.
It was. Well, it looked like possibly a cable tie.
It looked like a cable tie or anything, or a stretched marble, or who knows what it was. But yeah, something.
Hopefully it was nothing important.
No. Right.
Turner, Kelly, Charlton. Then a gap. Adams, McQueen, Murphy, Glenister, Halliday, Daly, Ward, Barrett, Shinner, Gould, Porter. Down to 14th place in the number 46 kart. What can he do to recover? This is KZ2 Heat 2. Bradley Barrett still struggling. He's made up a couple of places, but down in 11th in the Sodi Vitesse car. You can see there on your screen as he dives up the inside, going into Senna 1. That was on Lee Ward's machine, I believe. And it's very, very physical in the mid part. Of course, Turner looks over his shoulder. Here comes Dan Kelly to the inside. Oh, Turner wipes his nose for him.
He really does, doesn't he? That was so close. And again, you just can't fathom the speeds that these karts are doing around some of these corners. They are so much faster than any other kart that's racing here this weekend. And it just shows how much they're having to put down on this track to get these karts around this track. Turn
Ward.
1, and apparently it's drizzle in the air.
It's drizzle. Ooh, light drizzle. You don't remember that from the what was the comedy sketch show? Wait,
Peep Show?
Scott Show. No, light drizzle. Light drizzle.
Don't know.
Light drizzle. Well, we'll soon find out. Well, we'll look at the lap time. So 50.49 seconds from a standing from Morgan Porter. So after, oh no, that's Lewis Halliday on the Energy Course chassis that has gone off. He's back in the race now. Whether he'll retire or whether he'll carry on. If it starts to spit with rain, I think we'll carry on. At the moment, we're still seeing green sector times from all the drivers, which is the fastest sector that each driver has done on that particular lap. Looking down there, there's the E-plate of Dan Gould being chased by Sam Ward, Charlie Cole, Ashley Lewis and the rest. There's a slow kart, that is Lewis Halliday. Is Halliday going to come into the pits or is he going to carry on? I would say that if there's rain in the air, he should carry on. Now a little bit more rain in the air. Oh, yes.
Oh, I can see it out the window.
The rain is coming down now. Well, 49.49. Caden McQueen in kart 42 just set the fast lap of the race, but they're running wide. The track is getting slippery. They're all on slick tyres. There's the number 37, Miles Murphy, clashing with the number 22 of James Glenister.
Glenister's broken. Glenister's broken.
Rear axle gone on James Glenister's kart. And look at this now. They're crawling around. This is going to be... Oh, Morgan Porter on the outside. Derek Morgan's gone up, and the rain is really coming down now. This is yellow flags waving. Glenister's kart. There goes Sam Ward, tiptoeing on the outside.
Oh, this is pandemonium here in KZ2.
And slippery surface. Morgan Porter's gone for a spin. It's catching the best out. That's the 2020 British Senior Road Tax Champion that's just gone around.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Turner still leads. Kelly is second. Charlton is third. Shane Daly is fourth. Miles Murphy is fifth. Then it's Adams, Barrett, Shinner, Ward, Cole, McQueen. There we see McQueen, and behind McQueen is Price, Kenyon, Lewis, Ward, Gould. They're tiptoeing round. Now these karts have got 45 brake horsepower. They're 6 speed. The engines rev to about 13,000 RPM, and they're tipping-toeing around. The rain, you can see the rain coming down. All the rubber of the last 2 days that has been laid down now forms this hard line of grease. Hannah Lang has gone off in the number 91 kart. So it's even worse. And that is the marshals are up and they're okay. That was Derek Morgan.
Joe Charlton.
That was Joe Charlton, sorry, out of third place. I thought it was the Jack Dex racing kart. And again, just aquaplaning off. You've got so much power. It's harder to drive one of these KZ2 karts in slicks on the rain than it is, say, like an X30, because they have got so much more power, and the power delivery is so brutal. Because you're going, imagine you go from 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. You're still going 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds, but you're doing it on ice.
Yeah. Well, put it this way, they've just gone from the fastest karts to the slowest karts in about 2 laps.
Yeah, this is incredible. And you think, why are they going so slowly? But, well, because...
They just can't put the power down.
No,
they've got so much acceleration.
Power, so short wheelbase. You know, it's incredible. You can see them tiptoeing. I mean, who's still in the race? Well, Ashley Goodett didn't start. We've now got Joe Charlton's come in after his spin. James Glenister's gone out. Hannah Lang's gone out. Championship positions-wise, this is absolutely throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. And, I mean, it's crawling round. There goes Sam Ward, taking a very interesting line. But Ward is up into the top 10 for the MK Racing team. We're doing 1 minute 20 lap time. So we're now going around 8 seconds a lap slower than the Bambinos.
Yep.
In these KZ2 karts. But if I tell you something now, the race leader's off. The race leader's off. But I guarantee you now, ladies and gentlemen watching home, if either you or I, Anthony, and we both raced, if we stepped into one of these karts, we would just sit there and pirouette.
Yeah.
Constantly. The minute you put your foot down, the back end wants to split away. And Dan Kelly understeering.
He's fine. That's what you expect.
They're finding now. The 17 of Tom Adams.
Yeah.
But that's where the grip is. All the rubber is on the inside.
Yeah.
That rubber now becomes oil.
Yeah.
All the oil out of the rubber. So you stay off the racing line. You know, Sam Ward coming in. Sam Ward is out of the race. Brings the number 16. So you've got to stay off the normal racing line. That's where you find the grip, because you turn in and you just understeer. Kelly has opened up. There is Lewis Halliday off at Gasworks.
Yeah.
The field is really spread out. Now, the problem is that there are marshals at the outside of the Gasworks hairpin. That's where Joe Charlton crashed. Those marshals need to get out of the way. Here come the drivers. You can see them at the top of your screen. There are yellow flags waving. Oh, my word.
Well, this is just, something else, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't write it. They started this race on slicks. They started turn 1 at 100 miles an hour.
Yep.
They were going into turn 1 just a few laps ago, and now
Luckily,
they're just crawling.
Yep, they're staying clear of that incident. Dan Kelly leads Charlie Turner by 1.4 seconds. Shane Daly, the old plate winner, is third. He's 5 seconds down. In fact, Dan Kelly just pulled out 3 seconds in one lap on Charlie Turner. Derek Morgan has just brought his kart in to retire. We're down to about 15 or 16 runners now.
You now start to think of it from a mechanic's point of view. Surely this isn't good for the karts going this slow. They're not used to going this slow.
They are absolutely cooking the clutches on these karts, because, of course, you're press the accelerator and the engine's over empty going ring, 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 ring. I know it sounds stupid, but the clutches are now cooking on these karts. But you've got to admire, they're still trying to race. Kelly, Turner, Daly, Adams, Spencer Shinner is up into 5th. Spencer Shinner, only time he's ever been on the podium. Clay Pigeon, start of last year, was when he went out on wets and it started raining. Everyone else was on slicks.
Yes.
Lee Ward is 6th. Bradley Barrett is 7th. Then it is Josh Price, Charlie Cole, Ashley Lewis. That's the battle we're watching as we watch Lewis Halliday come in.
Yeah.
Alan Canyon is 11th in the number 5 kart. There we see Canyon. Miles Murphy is 12th. There's Dan Gould, Caden McQueen and Morgan Porter. They're the only 15 karts still running. We've got a minute to go. You can see, so Dan Kelly is on the left-hand side of your screen. Then Charlie Turner and Shane Daly side. So Kelly in a class of his own. Here he goes. Understeer.
And then it grabs.
Now, you changed the wet tyres, so luckily he's not using the wet tyres, he's using the slick tyres, but just watch the kart control. This is fantastic. Let's try and keep on Dan Kelly. Again, he's had 3 or 4 steering inputs. Again, he's moving his body around in the kart. He's not changing it. Now he's got to change up 2 gears, brake, turn, move in, kart understeers, gets the kart straight before he accelerates, goes up 2 gears. Now he's got to go down 2 gears into this turn, using the curb to get the kart turned round. So that's what experienced drivers do. You hook the kart, the inside wheel up on the curb, and that drags you round.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've said it many a times, the best way to learn to drive in these sort of conditions is to go to a local kart circuit and drive the rental karts in wet conditions.
But you're right, Anthony. However, rental karts in the slicks, that is a world away from a KZ2 race car.
But you get the fundamentals.
But you get the fundamentals, but you just look at how many times, and of course, so he comes in using that curb again, gets the kart slowed down in a straight line, more curb, and now he's going to wait, turn, understeer, use the curb to turn, straighten the kart up. Now we can pick the speed up. He's not using the racing line, up through the gear, up through the gear, up through the gear, onto his final lap. This is where we understeer. Turn, eventually it bites, and now he straightens the kart up again using plenty of curb. He's 7 seconds in front of everybody else. Into the dog leg. You can see the dust being kicked up now over that curve. It's just incredible to watch. This is skill level that you haven't seen, Anthony. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's still slightly raining, but the track doesn't look like it's getting much wetter. I mean, the times are still slow, but the times are getting slightly faster than what they were doing. 21s earlier. They're into the 14s, 15s now.
Yeah, but you can see it's the grease that's now on the circuit. The wind has got to blow this grease off. There is the 55 of Shinner battling with Bradley Barrett and Josh Price. Oh, and there's the number 17 of is that the number 37 of Miles Murphy at the back of this group. So this on your screen now is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Being led by Spencer Schiller in the 55. Then it's Barrett. Then it is Josh Price. This is the final lap. But, you know, Dan Kelly, you've got to stand up and applaud that. He's going to win this race by almost 10 seconds. One of the few drivers not to spin. And he even does a little bit of showboating coming off the final corner. Now we wait to see who's going to get this battle for 5th position. Spencer Schiller. Well, fair play to Spencer in kart number 55. That's how you defend on slick tyres in the rain. Just park it every apex you come to.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, that was the slowest KZ2 race I think I've ever commentated on.
Yeah, what? Dan Kelly, Shane Daly finishing in 2nd. Charlie Turner was 3rd. Tom Adams was 4th. Then it was Schiller, Price, Barrett, Cole, Murphy and Lee Ward, the top 10. Ashley Lewis, Alan Kenyon, Dan Gould, Caden McQueen and Morgan Porter rounding out the finishers. That race was 10 laps. This morning they did 14. So yeah, it was about 2/3 of the amount of distance covered.
Yeah.
In that one. So sadly, Sam Ward, Derek Morgan, Lewis Halliday, Joe Charlton, James Glenister and Hannah Lang all retired. Ashley Goodner failed to start. I'm not sure if we're going to see Ash again. The only kart that I think has got some real damage that we're worried about is James Glenister. So Glenister, Shenington winner, has got an axle that's doing an impression of a banana. His Rush Performance team are going to have to go to work on that post-haste to get him out for the final. Le final.
Yeah, you got Joe Chancellor as well. He hit that tyre wall at Gasworks pretty hard.
They did, but they all managed to drive back to the pits.
They did, yes.
Glenister's car just went...
stopped. Yeah.
Nope.
Well, I think in these sort of track conditions, I don't even think wet tyres will have helped in that sort of situation because a wet tyre is designed to disperse the water out, and there is no water to disperse.
Yes, they would have just chewed the wet tyres up because it was greasy.
Yes. So, well, what are we going to see then from the next group that's going to head out onto the circuit? Are they going to be slightly faster than the fastest karts out there? It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Bambino's final. Yes, indeed. As the recovery effort begins after KZ2, after a little sprinkling of rain, that race comes to an end, and Como Bambino starts their final, race 20 of the weekend. And, well, we've been fraught with excitement from the Bambinos because they've been, well, absolutely spot on. Riley Morrow, so far this weekend, has been, well, dominant, really. Hasn't lost a single heat race so far. Took the race heat win in Heat 1 and Heat 2 as well. Can he go for a trio of wins and take the win in the final as well? Well, yet to be seen for that one, as their race is due to start at 2:30, so in around 2 minutes and 5 seconds, if you want to be spot on, because Henry Beaudette's looking at me, and yes, he's
want to be specific? No, it's not pedantic, it's specific.
Specific.
Yes, now, yes, you mentioned a trio there. You know, do you remember the adverts for the chocolate bar trio?
How long ago was Trios?
Well, the adverts were trio.
I do remember that one, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I think everyone used that sort of.
Trio. There we go. I remember those adverts.
Yeah. I mean, I was probably
good chocolate bar. That was your lunchbox favourite. Your packed lunch for school. You have a trio.
No.
Oh, Penguin. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. There we go. That's another one from the 80s.
No.
And then if you're a penguin, it was pick up a penguin.
Yes, yeah, I remember that one.
Then the Royal Society of People with Stutters complained about that one.
Yeah,
it was pick up a penguin. Yeah, there we go. What are the 80s and 90s school lunchbox chocolate bar? You had a trio, a club, a blue ribbons.
Oh no, blue ribbons were terrible. Fox's Classics, I loved them. I had them all the time.
Obviously, Anthony Jordan. a Viscount basically. Anthony Jordan with the Foxes Classic was far richer than I was when he had pack lunch. You know, God, showing up there. But yeah, so you know, a trio, a penguin, a club. You know, all I know is that there's another race going on in Spain at the moment. They won't be talking about what was your best lunchtime chocolate bar snack when you were in school.
No, no.
But and I think the broadcast is lesser for it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Think we're you know, there's the people want to know. We need to know what was, you know.
Welcome to Chocolate Chat.
but it was you know, key thing. Everyone used to have their packed lunch in school, and used to have which mini little chocolate bar was in it.
Look at Glenister now. Those wheels smothered in grass. I don't think those tyres will be used again.
Well, no, he has to be.
Well, does he?
It's slick tyres.
Got to clean them on then.
Slick tyres. That's it. Control tyres. That's what you've got.
That's what you got. But, yes. As one of our cameraman using a Sainsbury's carrier bag to cover his camera, because I think he forgot to take...
the supermarkets are available,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen.
Asda bags are good. Tesco's for life bags as well. Aldi, Lidl, all sorts.
So, Bambino's up next. So this is their final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap, standing start. And, of course, we had Riley Murrow dominate early on. They're all on wet tyres anyway. The rain has subsided.
Should we do the grid?
I think we should.
Let's do the grid.
Why not?
Let's do the grid, shall we? Like we say, 12 of them for their final. First final of the year. Who's going to take it? We're talking about trios, and then Chocolate came in. Can Riley Murrow get the trio in this one on that front row with Austin Oman alongside Harper Das and Charlie Page on row number 2?
Row 3, Chester Fawkes, Ellis Child, and then on row 4, Cole Teal and Lewis Cacaldi. Row 5 is Jensen Biglands and Ethan McClelland. Row 6, Jack Mellon and Daniel Ferguson is your starting lineup. So, Bambinos, in 2020, they didn't come to... this is the first time the Bambinos have been to Warden Law. Austin Newstead won all 4 finals last year. 2 years ago, Edward Haynes, who is now in IAME Cadet as well, he won 2 out of the 3 finals. There were no teams. These are all going to be privateer entrants. But, you know, only 3 drivers, Austin Newstead, Edward Haynes and Luca Holmes-Ballock, have won a final in the British Bambino Kart Championship since it became a full championship back in 2020. This is the first time, so we've been to Rowra, to Mansell Raceway, to PFI, to Clay, to Lark Hall. This is the 6th different circuit the Bambinos have visited. First time here at Karting North East. 12 minutes. The only drivers in the field who raced last year, Austin Oman, Harper Das. Neither of them have ever sat on the podium, so we're going to get 3 brand new podium sitters today and a brand new winner in the British Championship. Who's it going to be? Riley Murrow sits on pole position. Lights are green. We're off and racing, and across comes Austin Oman to take second place. Well, it's a sweep in behind Riley Murrow in second place, but Harper Das has the inside line. But look at the start that Riley Murrow was racing as we go into turn number 1. He's already about 6 or 7 kart lengths in front of the field.
I think what helped there is that it was just straight line to the start finish line. Didn't have to move across or anything like that. Or yeah, it was just gun it and go. And yeah, I think that's massively helped out and opened up that advantage. But Harper Das is still right there this time. Harper Das didn't have this advantage last time. Harper Das had to work a little bit to get to this position first.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's right there this time.
And if you have a little look, the flags, the slippery surface flags, are still being shown from most of the marshal posts. So even though the rain has stopped, there's still a little bit of surface water, a little bit of greasiness on the track, on the circuit. That is going to be a little bit of a new obstacle for the drivers. Already Harper Das is right there. Now, Harper and Austin Oman, I think Harper, if you want to make a move, you've got to go now, drag Riley Murrow into a battle, because once Murrow gets his head down and gets into a rhythm, he tends to go.
This is a great start for the 38 of Chester Fawkes.
Absolutely.
The novice driver, still denoted by the black number plate and white numbers, running in 3rd place. And side by side now for the race lead. And Harper Das on the outside is going to go the long way round, gets it
Whoa.
done, sweeps across the nose then of Riley Morrow, and Riley Morrow now has got some work to do to go for that trio of wins.
Oh, good stuff there from Harper Das, and there is a move from the number 38 kart of Chester Forks. Again, a little bit of grease, slightly different track conditions. It's incredible because these drivers, some drivers, they just a little bit more confident. Not saying that they've driven around here in these conditions before, but it's like, oh, it's okay. Naturally, if you're new to karting, oh, it's a little bit damp, I'm going to be a bit circumspect. Others just like, no, let's go. Oh, and that was
look at that, what a save.
A save from Jensen Biglands. Could have been a big one for Biglands, but he saved it. There is the number 44 kart on your screen. That is Cole Teal. But yeah, this is Harper Das showing Riley Morrow a clean pair of heels at the moment. Now, that's not a yellow flag saying no overtaking, that's a yellow and red stripe flag saying a slippery surface. You are allowed to overtake. That's just the marshals letting the drivers know the track conditions.
Well put.
Das, Morrow, Forks, Oman, defending fourth place from Page. Now, they've got to be careful that they don't cost each other too much time.
Yeah, so very early in this race, 9 minutes left to go, so don't want to be doing things like that too early in this race. Want to stay line astern, work together, close that gap, but of course still very young drivers. They have a lot to learn still in their young racing careers.
Yeah, and look at this.
Oh,
Chester Forks is closed back in underneath. Wow.
Look at this.
You know.
Could he win a final as a novice?
I mean, I'm going to have to start thinking about various cutlery-related puns because Chester Forks is slicing his way up the leaderboard.
You don't slice with a fork, though.
No, you don't. You don't. But
Again,
I'm going to have to think about it. You watch how Chester does because, well, I think of some really bad puns.
Yeah, there we go. Side by side, though, here for fourth place. Again, Oman just covering off Charlie Page's attempts at getting past on the outside through the horseshoe. Top three breaking away now. Das, Morrow and Forks. Oh, it's Das, Forks and Morrow now, of course. And again, side by side. Look at this, Oman hugging that inside line as much as possible. Page tucking right round the outside. Here's a look further back, the 44 and the 88. Cole Teal, Ellis Child, Lewis Kirkden. Kakoldi. I'll get it. I'll get it. And I'll remember it. Jason Biglands as well is just behind. Do you know what? I read it wrong, and then it...
Well, you need to learn to read. Well,
true.
That was my problem for years. But there's Page and Oman side by side, and Chester Forks. Wonder if his... Well, I mean... a distant relation of Guy, perhaps, but he's leading comfortably. Chester Forks, there is Riley Morrow and Harper Das right behind. So the battle of a second and third, the 95 of Das, and here we go, there's number 88 kart. That is Ellis Child defending. You've got the 44, Cole Teal, so on your screen, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. The whole field, well, with apart from Ethan McClellan, who's dropped back a little bit, but 11 of the 12 drivers, you know, all on the front straight together. And again, this is even with, you know, the slippery surface flags out, this is fantastic. No one's shown any, you know, risk of spinning or anything like that. There's Oman leaning over in his kart, in the number 7 kart, ahead of Charlie Page. There's the 66 of Jensen Biglands, the 18 of Kakaldi. Out of Senna 1, side by side. Oman defends, that's going to leave him a little bit susceptible for a move going into the back chicane, not quite. Riley Morrow and Harper Das still second and third. And, oh, look at that, signal, say, go on then, you... That's very cooperative.
It is, yeah, and now, signals.
But there's obviously a reason for it. 6 minutes to go. And thinking, okay, Harper, now you go. Let's get our heads down. I'll follow you. You're pointing. There's it's just a really snazzy rear bumper arrangement on Harper Das's kart. Although it does look a little bit close to the ground on one side. That has to be said.
That's more what I was supposed to say. It's still attached. It's not dragging. I think it's fine.
Just be given it. You can just see Harper, Riley giving him a. Now these are 6 to 8 years old. The drivers are doing 35, 40 miles an hour. I'd say 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'd say about
pushing each other along.
Yep.
At the age of 6 years old, that's the level of skill that we're talking about. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is great to see, isn't it? And like I say, at this age, back when I was that age, well, I was running around with underpants on my head. That was about it.
Well, that's fair enough. That's what I mean. That's what I do most Saturday nights. But hey, each to their own. On the track, there's the 44 of Cole Teal and the number 18 of Andrew Cacaldi. Just battling over 6th position, side by side. Behind them for 8th place is Ellis Child and Jensen Biglands. Using those curves, the top 3 nose to tail. Well, Riley Murrow's tactic of letting Harper Das past on this corner a lap ago is paying dividends, because they're closing in on Chester Forks.
Yes, they are indeed. I mean, fair play to Chester Forks in this one.
I've got it.
No.
Das and Murrow, the knives are out for Forks in the lead. There we go. Got it, ladies and gentlemen. Forks leads Das and Murrow, hunting him down 2nd and 3rd.
That was terrible.
Thank you. I know. Here all week.
It's getting close to the 2 groups behind as well, as everyone's squeezing in. I just saw Lewis Cacaldi there, I think, down the inside of Cole Teal.
Oh dear, we got someone coming into the pits.
That?
It is the number 58
Jack
car.
Mellon.
Jack Mellon. Oh, Jack Mellon. Life's given him lemons today.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll apologise for Henry Beaudette.
It's okay. Apology accepted. Forks leads, Das 2nd, Murrow 3rd. Then it's Oman, Page, Teal, Cacaldi, Biglands, Child, Ferguson, Ethan McClelland in 4th position. Now, 1 minute 12, Harper Das. 1 minute 12.89 for the number 95 Kart, Harper Das.
They're going faster than the KZ2s.
They are officially.
Going
so,
faster.
The Bambino final. The lap times are quicker than the KZ2 second heat. But this is, again, working together. Now, there's an awful lot of battling going on, but with 3 minutes to go, well, thinking maybe those top 3 are 3 seconds in front of the side-by-side battle of the 4th place, Oman and Page. They're side-by-side for 6th position, Teal, Cacaldi and Biglands. In fact, the number 66 car of Jensen Biglands gets in front of Lewis Cacaldi for 7th place now. Behind them, you've got another head-to-head battle between Ellis Childs and Daniel Ferguson. Now, Ethan McClelland's fastest lap time, 1 minute 18.99. I was wondering, we're always worth tracking people's lap times during the course of the weekend. So Ethan, obviously the least experienced driver in the field, but at 1 minute 18, he's done a 1 minute 18.67 now. That's important. So he's gaining experience, gaining confidence, gaining lap speed as well. So that's good for Ethan. Let's see if he can get below 1 minute 18.5 before the end of this race. There's a move, Teal to the inside, passes Cacaldi, and that is for 6th position.
Yes, indeed. 2 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. And again, it's all getting jolly exciting, isn't it, at the front of this one? Because again, the game of chess isn't over yet.
Well, Chester Forks has just posted a 1 minute 12.66 second lap. So, Murrow and Das beginning to fade a little bit now. A 1 minute 12.6 for Forks, a 1 minute 13.01 last time around for Murrow. And you have to think, well, what was Chester doing during the heats? Murrow had everyone at arm's length in the heat races. Chester sandbagging, playing the waiting game, and now hits them with his ultimate pace when it matters most.
Really so. 90 seconds left on the board. And again, this is a close battle between these two now. They've really, well, you say they're not working together. I'd say they borderline are. I think they're working together to try and close up that gap.
They were working together. I think now it's gloves off.
Gloves off, yeah.
Yes, and, well, we'll see. 1 minute to go. So they're going to have 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. And, I mean, that's a lot can happen in 2 laps in Bambino racing. But you can see Chester Forks, when we see him look over his shoulder, he's focused. That young man there is focused in the number 38 Kart, bolted to the racing line. You've got Murrow being pushed along by Das through turn number 1. Last time around, Fawkes another 0.4 of a second quicker than the chasing duo. Oman and Page still 4th and 5th. Then there's Biglands, Teal, Kirkcaldy, Ferguson, Child and McClellan. McClellan's done a 1 minute 17.8. So that's excellent for Ethan McClellan. He might be a little way off the back of the pack, but he's gaining speed, gaining experience. But now Murrow and Das, what can they do? This is it now. The clock is going to strike 0 very soon. Next time around, they're going to get the last lap board. We've seen Murrow let Das through once already. I think Ellis Child is going to get a 5-second penalty, and I think this is going to be just a battle for second place.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? Because, like you say, Chester Fawkes, well, a cracking drive. Novice driver.
Yep.
Don't know how many races he's done so
Not
far.
many.
Not many.
But he's certainly starting his final lap. Now he's just got to keep his momentum, and he still hasn't looked over his shoulder. This is the battle of a second now. The 22 of Murrow, the 95 of Das, into turn number 1, through Brian's Bend and out towards the dogleg. There is your race leader, Chester Fawkes. Riley Murrow and Hart, and even Riley Murrow has now put a gap between himself and Das for second place. So the main battle is services. Now there's a Fullerton, Chester Fawkes has got some Fullerton graphics kit on there. I've seen Terry Fullerton here. He's going to be very, very pleased with that. Murrow, Das, Oman, Page, Biglands, Teal, Caldy, Ferguson. But here he is, Chester Fawkes, out towards Gasworks for the final time on his British Championship debut. 3 corners to go, and he still hasn't looked over his shoulder. This is remarkable stuff from such a young, inexperienced driver. Just keep his head forward. Don't think about what's going on behind. Head down, 1 corner to go, and it's Chester Fawkes with the win in Bambino. Do you know what? I'm not even sure he thinks he's won. That's a cool, calm and collected, no celebration. Wow, it's like just taking the ice cube out of the freezer. He's that cool, calm and collected. Riley Murrow in second. Harper Das comes home in third. Austin Oman in fourth. Jensen Biglands in fifth. Cole Teal is sixth. Charlie Page is seventh. Then Daniel Ferguson, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Ellis Child and Ethan McClelland. Ethan McClelland crosses, he hasn't crossed the line yet. We're going to wait for Ethan McClelland. He's done so far, his best lap is a 1 minute 17.87. He's just done his best ever middle sector of this race. Has McClelland, can he improve on a 1 minute 17.8 on his last lap of the weekend? You're looking at the finishing order. There he comes on your screens. Behind the graphic, he crosses the line. Oh, he does a 118.2, but he finishes, and he's got some valuable, valuable experience, has young Ethan McClelland. So now the leaders, so Chester Fawkes comes into the pits in front of the applauding crowd. Now we wait for Riley Murrow and Harper Das. Anthony Jordan will be in the pits speaking to the top 3 very shortly. So great stuff there. That's the youngest. That's the first of our 7 finals done, ladies and gentlemen. The youngest. So, you know, unofficially, we've got a new winner in Bambino, Chester Fawkes, Harper Das and Riley Murrow. That is their first podium each in the British Championships. I'm sure that if that's anything to go by, that'll be the first of many for Chester Fawkes. And there, as you can see, the last kart coming in, Ethan McClelland, who has competed, you know, he may be at the back, but he won't be at the back on his own for long, because it's just all about lap time, getting seat time, putting the laps in, experience, confidence, and the lap times and the performances automatically come thereafter. So 1 final down, 6 to go. But you can see, so we're in that green building, the exit at the end of the main straight, with the sort of white window frames as opposed to the yellow window frames that everything else has got. And down in the pits, Anthony Jordan will have found several very excited Bambino drivers. Take it away, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our race winner, Chester Fawkes. Chester, come on over, come on over. Well, Chester, what a race that is. I'm looking at your kart there and I can see you've got the novice plate on there. How many races have you done?
I don't really know.
Don't know. You don't know. But what you've just done there is you've won your first round of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. How does that feel?
Good.
Feels good. Do you have anyone you'd like to thank?
My dad.
Is he good on the mechanics, is he?
Yeah.
What did he do to the kart today, do you know?
Well, we tried lots of stuff and just then that stuff worked.
That stuff worked. Excellent. You heard it here first, ladies and gents. Well done, Chester Fawkes, on your race win.
Thank you.
Excellent. Back to you, Henry. IAME Cadets coming up next.
Oh, there we go. Whatever the stuff was, it worked. Great answer. Great answer there. We tried lots of stuff, but then the stuff that we just did, that worked. Well done to Chester. Well done, Dad. IAME Cadet will be up next. So, race number 21, 33 darts. And again, yeah, this kid is awesome. So KP, yes, he's going to be a star. Well, with answers like that to journalists, absolutely spot on indeed. Now, of course, these are the Bambinos of yesteryear, the cadets now. Archie Lovett, Henry Clark on your screens. Now, they're all standing at the front because, once again, race director Nigel Edwards is going to give them a chat because we've had karts oiling up and failing to take the start in both heat races and the pre-finals. Whilst we do that, I will take you through just a couple of bits of... so this is the first time that the IAME cadets have been to Warden Law. In total, we've had Zach Drummond has won 4 Army Cadet finals. Harley Keeble has won 3. So has Harry Burgoyne Jr. Nathan Ty, Kian Nakamura, Berta, Brandon Carr, and Macaulay Bishop have won 2. Kit Bolofsky has won 3. So should Kit Bolofsky win today, he will move alongside Zach Drummond as the most successful, IAME Cadet driver in the British Championship era. Good luck, Aaron, says Louise Richardson. And
it's at this moment of the race where you just think, all racing stars, but they're all playing chase right now before they get
yes, and why not?
And why not?
Because who doesn't like playing chase? So we've got, again, we've got, see, oh dear. There's a Sunbed fan that, nice moustache as well, the aviator sunglasses.
No, they're not aviators.
That's the elite
they're
driver
Ray-Bons.
management. Watching on. So there we go. Henry Carter. There's
hello.
Giving us away some of the fusion drivers. Jensen Graham there in the foreground. Now Jacob Ashcroft, his dad Barry is celebrating his 50th birthday this week. There was cake. There was cake, Anthony.
I know.
And we didn't get any.
I know.
And Barry had the audacity, as I was walking past earlier on, to be standing there finishing off the cakes and rolls. Sorry, we didn't have any cake for you.
Oh,
dear
outrageous. Me. Outrageous.
But yeah, so there we go. And then let's have a look. Who's who there? Well, the Mad Croc driver. That is going to be the Mad Croc driver that's Jensen Jones. So again, just a quick glance. I mean, the last, Shennington, Kit Bolofsky, Jensen Graham and George Edgar were your top 3. In fact, Kit Bolofsky has won, going back into last year, Bolofsky has won 3 of the last 4 finals in the British Championship. Fusion Motorsport are on a winning streak of 8 straight finals. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 straight finals for Fusion, starting at Shannington last year, the first round of last year, with George Edgar. Then Zach Drummond won 3 finals in a row. Kip Bolofsky, Noah Wolf, and Kip Bolofsky again. Kip Bolofsky won the opening round this year. Oliver Roller Motorsport, they've had second 3 times, 3 second places last year and 5 third places last year. In the overall results, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, they've got 11 final wins. Fusion Motorsport, Kip Bolofsky's win last time out, that made them on 12 final wins. So, 12 wins for Fusion, 11 wins for Oliver Roller Motorsport. Other wins in the British Championship in IAME Cadet, 1 for the PMR driver programme, that was Macaulay Bishop, 1 for a privateer, also Macaulay Bishop, and 1 for Strawberry Racing, that was Ethan Jeff Hall. So that team there, Oliver Roller Motorsport, and the New York Yankees cap, dearie me, they have got their work cut out for them. I mean, very first round of the British Championship, Brandon Carr won for Oliver Roller Motorsport, but the last time that ORM won one of these finals, it was October 2019 with 2020 with Nathan Ty, who has recently just won a round of the European Championship. It's junior, he's now a factory Sodi kart driver. Yeah. So Graham Clark saying good luck to Henry Clark.
No cake, what's up with that, says KP. I know.
Exactly,
KP.
No cake, what's going on? So there we go. It's a brief history lesson. Yeah. What else are we looking at?
No, I'm just saying, you're talking about your Fusion finalists there, and they've won the last 8.
Yes.
Haven't they, finals? Well, could change today. Oliver Roller Motorsport got a lockout on row 3. Yep. You know, they've got 2 drivers.
Oliver Roller Motorsport, they've got weapons. They've got plenty of weapons there. I mean, Henry Domain, Noah Baglin, but I'm looking at Jacob Ashcroft, Henry Domain, seeded drivers last year. They've got the experience to get this one. There's crowding round. There's the number 26 kart. That's Jesse Phillips' kart waiting. You can see Antonio Bukowski there. The back there, you've got Craig Boyd there on the left chatting to Jake Dalton. So Boydie on the outside of the I think having a quiet word with Jake Walker. Toby George just settling Noah Baglin's kart down. There's Noah with his hair.
He does love his hair, doesn't he?
Dan Hazelwood at the top of the screen, the Fusion Motorsport. This is now the important time. So we're going to see team racing. But all the Fusion, they're like little ducklings, crowded round, you know. There's Kip Bolofsky in there. Yeah, well, Mummy Duckling in his sunglasses with his moustache. might be Daddy Duckling. We'll see in there. Well,
and it's tan.
It's a modern world. There's Finley Bunce. Just standing over the court there. He's watching some of the ORM drivers. Lots of ex-drivers in charge of this. And now, listen up.
Make sure we go out there and do what we do best, boys. And obviously, put ourselves in the right situation. All right? But trust each other. All right? Yeah? Happy? Any questions? All right? How is? Us. Come on. Us. Come on, yeah? Us.
What it's like to be part of a team.
Come on.
Trust each other. Listen, trust each other. There we go. There's Sky Parker. And what was the chant? It was us. 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 Fusion. Us.
Well, this is going to be a busy one, ladies and gents. Now, you would have noticed that there was quite a delay to the karts actually getting to the dummy grid area. That will have been, of course, because the mechanics really unsure of what tyre to go for. I think they will have all been running the wet tyres to start off with on the way to the assembly area. And I think the change came in quite late of just saying, right, let's go for slicks instead, because the track does look fairly dry to me out there. It's no dramas, and our weather apps and everything saying that there's no more rain predicted, but the clouds say another story. It's a bit of a 50-50 whether or not we are going to be expecting some more rain or not, but the call's been made, and slick tyres has been the call for the entire grid for IAME Cadet. And what a grid it is. 17 rows in total, and well, it's a minefield really of talent out there. Like we were saying, the last 8 finals dominated by Fusion, but Oliver Roller Motorsport have got an opportunity here with 2 very quick drivers starting on the 3rd row, Noah Baglin and Henry Domain for ORM. They are in a sea of Fusion karts. There is the back end of Nigel Edwards. That's one way of putting it.
That's one way of putting it. Yes. Right. So as we go from the back end of one to the front end of another, there's the front end of the IAME Cadet grid. See Reese Wade just adjusting the pressures of number 24, Anthony Wikowski's kart there. Again, a lot of these ex-drivers. Now, this is where we play Kart Mechanic Bingo. I mean, you've got the shorts, you've got the the earpieces. No one's wearing sunglasses. Jay Dalton's classic.
No,
you know, he's got the tight shorts, always be missing an apron. The trainers aren't exactly bright coloured.
Alex T still is wearing the tightest shorts known to man. Actually, I tell a lie. Jensen Graham's mechanics shorts are quite tight as well.
My voice went up 2 octaves just looking at them. But here we go. They're poised, ready to strike. Shall we? Possibly. There's the spectators watching keenly on. Family and friends. There's a couple of brave fashion choices going on up there. Say no more. Say nothing. Say nothing. Here we go. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. It's IAME Cadet. It's the final.
It is indeed the final for IAME Cadet, about to take to the circuit. And let's have a look then at the starting grid. Who is starting where for this race? Jensen Graham, Jesse Phillips on row number 1, Lewis Islin and George Edgar round out row number 2.
Row number 3, Henry Domain and Noah Baglin, Kit Bolofsky and Riley Cranham on row number 4.
Jacob Ashcroft and Antoni Witkowski on row number 5. Blair Smith and Ethan Woodward on row number 6.
Row number 7 is Henry Carter and Sky Parker, Jensen Jones and Colby Patterson on row number 8.
Jensen Ackerman and Harley Musk on row 9. Harley Hodgson Wells and Edward Haynes will round out the top 20.
Kanish Grau and Archie Lovett go from row number 11. Row number 12, Teddy J. Porter and Henry Clark.
Charlie Sayer and Aaron Richardson on row 13, Sukmani Kira and George House on row 14.
Kazra Kamyab and John T. Restrick are on row 15, followed by Joseph Smith and Austin Newstead.
Row 17, all on his own, Luca Narroway, but starting from the back, but not.
I'm not sure how many we're going to get to the start because we've got karts oiling up again.
Oh, no.
And we're going to go around again. I can see 2 drivers. At least 2 drivers. One of them is a Mad Croc kart. Now, was that the number 82? It was Jensen Jones and Henry Clark.
Yeah.
Privateer driver Henry Clark and number 84, Jensen Jones, who was the best placed non-fusion and Croc or ORM driver. In fact, he was the only non-fusion or ORM driver in the top 10. And his kart has failed on the rolling lap, and unfortunately, this has been a bit of a theme this weekend.
Yeah, it's the carburetors.
The carbs are oiling up because they need to be. With a rolling lap, you're supposed to go slow. These new carbs don't like it when you go slow. They wet the spark plug, they oil things up, and that's why we've had a whole bunch of non-starters. So we're down to 31. That's terrible misfortune. And of course, all the drivers just keeping fingers and toes crossed they don't oil up coming out of the final corner. Looks like we're going to go round. Second time of asking. Lights are out. We're off and racing. 31 drivers head up, and it's a Fusion 1, 2, 3. But into 4th place comes Noah Baglin. Baglin trying to muscle his way up into P3, going into the dogleg for the first time, and he's done it.
Done it indeed, yeah, as they all snake their way through. Everyone hitting that outside curve there. And again, you just got to watch out for that one because these karts being so small, yeah, you've got to really watch out for it. Again, one of the ORM drivers up into P2 now as well.
No, I think it's just the camera, the lighting on the camera, but I mean, the track looked a little bit greasy by there. Have to say, can't see any rain in the skies, but up at the front, Jensen Graham in 2nd position. There's the number 27, and he's been chased by Baglin in 3rd, so it's Jesse Phillips. And still, at the back of the pack there, the number 16 kart going slowly. Up at the front. Onto lap number 3. Oh, there's one driver going, there's a problem for one of the ORM drivers. NASA panel down quite a bit. There's been an incident there. Couldn't quite see who that was, and that may have been Kanish Grau in difficulties.
Possibly so, but at the moment, at the front, Jesse Phillips leads from Baglin.
Alex Bentley, asking what time the KZ2 final is. Well, that is 5:30 local time. But we'll concentrate on this race on our screens at the moment. Up towards Gasworks. There is a haze in the air. I'm not sure if there's any rain, but there is some cloud overhead. And drivers running a little bit wide coming out of Gasworks. It's Phillips, Graham, Baglin, Islin, Domain, Butowski, Belofsky, Parker, Carter, Cranham, your top 10. George Edgar down to 11th. There's the number 49 Kart of Jarlath Sayer, one of the Jamie Green Racing drivers, and Jarlath Sayer down in 22nd position. The rest of the field snaking their way through the first couple of corners. But it's Jesse Phillips. Noah Baglin now moves into P2. Well, all our talk, Anthony, of how Fusion have been dominating recently has inspired Noah Baglin.
It has.
And the driver with the fanciest haircut in the paddock is moving forward.
It is indeed. But you have to say, he is on his own a bit. I mean, like you were seeing there, this is a team sport in this category. It's a team sport, and at the moment, he's on his own. His closest teammate is Henry Domain in the number 5 currently in P6.
Yeah, he's got Henry Carter in P8. Behind him there, we're looking at there the number 72 Kart. Between them is Anthony Witkowski in the number 24. Sky Parker, the young lady from North Wales, is having a great run. Her best performance so far, up into the top 10. She's running 9th. Then Riley Cranham. George Edgar is the O plate. I'm just trying to see. I didn't see where he disappeared. I mean, he started on the second row. I mean, it must have been in that first lap, that first lap sort of battle.
He could be right, but as I go through here, this is nice stuff here from Noah Baglin, working well.
C. Baglin chasing down. Now, Noah Baglin, he's never been on the podium. Last year in the championship, not in the top 10, so he's not as experienced the front as Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips on the podium at Shenington. Jesse's 3rd in the championship. Noah Baglin at the moment, looking down, he's only 21st in the championship. So this is by far and away his best performance, his best career performance so far. Now it's a case of, okay, you proved that you can run at the front. Now can you race at the front and stay at the front?
Yeah.
You listen to what the elite management driver coach was saying to the Fusion drivers. Trust each other. Trust each other. Let's go and do what we know we can do. There's a plan. Baglin's not part of that plan. And at the moment, he's okay because he's got clean air behind him. But these 3 karts, led by the 27 of Graham, the 46 of Islin, and the 9 of Bolofsky, they will be working to try and catch Noah Baglin. If they do, Noah will find himself the unwanted filling in a Fusion sandwich.
Yes, indeed. So let's see what happens as down the inside here into Gasworks. Lewis Islin gets past Jensen Graham, moving up now into P4.
Well, Jensen Graham fights straight back.
Well, he does, yeah.
And this is helping Noah Baglin.
It is.
Still 10 minutes to go, though. Long way to go.
Well, yeah, long way to go. I think right now they've got themselves into a position. I think they just need to get into that position now and just start pushing each other along. Don't worry about battling each other. Don't worry about fighting each other. Just stay in that line and just work together, close in. But no, Bolofsky, he's going for that move there, wasn't he?
Bolofsky's just at the fastest lap of the race.
That's why he wanted to.
59.19 seconds. Noah Baglin is now in the most awkward of positions.
Yeah.
He's just got to hope that Jesse Phillips doesn't try and slow the pace down. If Baglin tries to attack Jesse Phillips, Phillips will try and defend, and then the 3 Fusion karts behind will catch them, and Baglin will be in a 5-kart battle with 4 Fusion karts. If he doesn't defend, if he doesn't attack Phillips, he's just got to hope that Phillips doesn't slow the pack up and bring the other Fusion karts in display. So he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't at the moment. So all he can do is not beat himself. Just race your race and don't make a mistake. Sit there at the moment, and you can see now they've sorted themselves out. Graham in 3rd, Bolofsky in 4th. Henry Domain Baglin's teammate has moved up to 5th position ahead of Islin. Then it's Witkowski, Henry Carter runs 8th. Then it's Parker, Cranham, and still George Edgar down in 11th. We're looking further back. 12th is Jacob Ashcroft. I have to say, having a bit of an off weekend is Jacob Ashcroft this weekend. Then it is Ethan Woodward, Archie Lovett, Blair Smith, Harley Musk, Edward Haynes, Jensen Ackerman, Colby Patterson, Teddy J. Porter, Harley Hodgson Wells, Joseph Smith on the right chassis. He's having a better time. He's gained 9 positions so far, up to 22nd. Then it's Jarlath Sayer, Kazra Kamyab, George Howes, Aaron Richardson.
Who's just received a 5-second time penalty.
Has he now? Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry, Aaron. He was 26th, but now he's going to be down to 30th. Kanish Grau, Austin Newstead, Luca Narroway, Sukmani Kira, then John T. Restrick, and sadly Jensen Jones and Henry Clark failed to take the start. We're on lap number 8 now. Once again, Kit Bolofsky. You're about to see it on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. But number 9, Kit Bolofsky, bang, 58.72.
That's a quick time.
That is rapid.
Yeah, that is a really quick time. So Kit's got the momentum right now, but at the moment is stuck behind his teammate Jensen Graham. If Kit can get past Graham, it will allow him to catch up to the back of Baglin and Phillips and potentially help out Phillips and everyone close the Fusion pack back up again, because at the moment there's a lot of ORMs in the middle of it and Fusion aren't a fan of that, and there's the move. There's the move.
Bolofsky up into P3.
Yes. Can now he pull away from Graham, or is Graham going to tag along for the ride? And can they close up to the back? And that's not what Baglin wants.
No, but I mean, back at the moment has got a 1.3 second cushion over Kit Bolofsky. Lap times, to be fair, they're all a 58.6 for Phillips and a 58.6 for Baglin. So Noah Baglin is in exalted company so far in that number 63 kart. He's just got to sit. Jacob Ashcroft pops up with a 58.3. So, I mean, obviously, I'm busy there saying he's having a bit of an off weekend.
Not so off that he can't set the fastest lap of the race, though. So, you know, he's got something left in tank.
Yeah, he's just, you know, maybe he had a bit of his dad's birthday cake, and that's inspired him.
Yeah.
Because I know that we didn't.
We didn't. Yeah. As you can tell, we're upset about that.
We're mortified. Absolutely devastated. It's put us right off our game. There's the number 5 kart of Henry Domain. He's got past Lewis Islin. There is the number 72 of Henry Carter, ahead of Sky Parker. Sky, the young lady from North Wales. Oh, poor old Austin Newstead. Technical flag for Austin, but he lost his exhaust.
He did, yeah. He's not had a good weekend.
He will now become the 3rd retirement of the race.
I'm curious to know, is that potentially the one with the dropped NASA panel?
Ooh, well, we'll see when they come in.
No, he's coming in now.
His NASA panel is
askew. Yeah, but it's not the dropped one, but it is broken.
Yep, something has happened, which normally tells me that there's been some form of incident with
that is unfortunate
driver.
Placement there to see the NASA panel.
Yep. At least his side pod's intact.
Yeah, yes.
We know that much. So, back to the race. There's a battle further back. The number 12 kart is Jensen Ackerman, chasing the number 43 of Edward Haynes. So, Edward Haynes in kart number 43 is now privateer driver in 17th position, the best placed non-fusion ORM driver. So, we'll can't see him on our screens just yet. There he is, in fact. The last one, can't see the driver, the white crash helmet, the green stripe. That is Ackerman. And the one in front with the orange crash helmet, that is Edward Haynes, privateer driver, going through. Again, great stuff. 2020 Bambino champion. First season in IAME Cadet. He's following the number 45 kart of Scotland's Blair Smith and the number 21 of Harley Musk. So ORM, they've got some very good young, I mean, they're all young drivers, but in terms of IAME Cadet age, they're very young. Oh dear, yeah. Haynes runs a little bit wide. Have we just given him the curse to commentate? Oh no, Haynes is slowing down. Oh dear. Oh, and wow, Ackerman, more air than Michael Jordan coming off that curb there. That's not going to do his back any good.
It certainly looked painful.
It did look painful. Back at the front, let's have a look at the race leaders. Still, Phillips and Baglin separated by nothing. There is Domain in 5th position in kart 5.
Bolofsky's not closed up either, has he? So Kit Bolofsky in the number 9, still there in P3, has not managed to close that gap up to the 2 in front.
Jacob Ashcroft sets it in the fastest.
Another fastest.
Well, that's going to be really frustrating for his team because
Yeah.
he's in 10th place. He's in a 58.01. I mean, that's incredible lap
That's
time.
a quick time. Nearly in the 57s.
But we're in 10th position with 5.7 seconds off the race leader. You know, it's like, it's great, but why are we doing it when we're out of contention for the win? Now, there is Henry Carter picking off, Lewis Islin made the move on Anthony Witkowski, and Henry Carter took
Followed through.
advantage.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
So, again, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, this championship, as much as people might not like it, it is a fusion versus...
People might not like
no,
it.
No,
Everybody loves
you
it,
didn't
Anthony.
let me finish my sentence, man.
Let you finish it. Everyone loves the Motorsport UK Cadet IAME Championship. Everyone.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, so they might not like the fact that this class is dominated by Fusion and ORM. There are some privateers out there, but at the moment, that is the main kind of story behind it. If you'd have let me finish in the first place,
battling. There goes the O plate, and that was Jacob Ashcroft getting muscled wide by not 1, not 2, but 3 Fusion drivers. And up 2 places goes the O plate of George Edgar. Apology accepted, Anthony.
No.
You're welcome. Up the front, there's the number 22 and the number 16. That is the 22 kart of Kanishk Rao. And Kanishk is, he was up in the top 5 or 6 at Shennington. Not having a great weekend this time, just battling with Aaron Richardson for 24th position. So it's still Jesse Phillips leading from Noah Baglin. Kit Bolofsky, 7/10 of a second behind in 3rd place. 2 minutes to go. We've been waffling on, Anthony, and we thought that Kit would just sort of motor up to the front too.
Yeah.
Noah Baglin has done a superb job. Credit to Jesse Phillips. Phillips is driving his own race. He's not slowing things down to bring his teammates, because Jesse Phillips is thinking, well, hang on a second, I've got much better chance of winning if I've only got one driver to beat than if I'm going to allow my teammates, Bolofsky and Graham, who are both a little bit more experienced than Phillips, into play. Here we go. Baglin, what can he do? Bolofsky's not done yet. We got a minute to go. Kit Bolofsky can still catch them. What can Noah Baglin do? Noah Baglin has done a brilliant job so far. Now he looks over his shoulder. Now he knows he's got one Fusion kart right with him and another one, Jensen Graham, about 20 kart lengths further back. Bolofsky, 57.82 seconds.
Well, he has closed in now, hasn't he? And another fastest lap. Look at that. 57s. I mean, you can't write it, can you?
Yeah,
the pace that these drivers have got at the moment is rapid.
And you know, Phillips and Baglin, they're picking up their pace as well, a 58.1 to 58.0. But Bolofsky has just got that extra bit of waft in his back pocket.
It's the hairstyle.
It's the long hairstyle, yep. So Mr. T has pulled a little bit of waft out of the back pocket, and Bolofsky has caught them. So again, Kit Bolofsky's won 3 out of the last 4 finals, dating back to 2021. He's the most experienced. Oh, first time Jesse Phillips has looked over his shoulder. 10 seconds to go, 2 laps remaining. Now Phillips begins to defend. Baglin can't sit there anymore. Noah Baglin's got to go, and he's got to go in the next 3 or 4 corners, or else Kit Bolofsky is going to overtake him.
Yes, he will indeed. It's going to be absolutely line astern now. It's not the last lap, though. That board will come out this time when they get to the 9. But apparently, in the air, misty rain is coming back. But
that's going to be terrible for Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips is the first one to hit the rain. I mean, Noah Baglin and Kit Bolofsky will get a fraction of a second extra to react. Baglin is now in trouble. Baglin can't move off the line, because if he does, then Bolofsky will pass him for second. Inches apart, out of Gasworks for the penultimate time. Can Phillips hold off? This is Noah Baglin trying to break an 8-race win streak for Fusion Motorsport, but he's 1 out of 3 in this lead group. 2 Fusion drivers, 1 ORM. Last lap board goes out 1,200 metres. Can Noah Baglin take his first win? Can Bolofsky make it 2 wins out of 2 on the season? Can Phillips get another win?
He got sandwiched.
Bolofsky gets, Bolofsky eases inside, but then he's over the curb. Baglin, hand in the air. Don't give up yet, Noah.
No, concentrate. Stay in the zone
He's going
because
to
you
come
can get
back
the
in
move.
at centre number 1. Going to come back in, makes the move. Back into P2. This is going to help Phillips.
And Phillips will have broken away now. It's all going to be down to second place as again, Baglin just closes the door there on Bolowski.
Now, if it's raining up here, this is where Phillips could be in difficulty. Can he get the kart slowed down? Bolowski to the inside, wheel to wheel, pushes Baglin wide at Gasworks. But it's going to be Jesse Phillips leading them out. So Jesse Phillips, he came into today, 3rd in the championship. He's about to take his first British Championship win. Bolowski 2nd, Baglin 1st podium with 3rd position, though he doesn't look too happy with it. 4th for Jensen Graham, and look at this battle for 5th. It's going to be Domain 5th, Ashcroft in 6th, 7th for Witkowski, Edgar 8th, Carter 9th, Islin 10th. They're flooding across the line further back. Cranham was 11th, Sky Parker, that's her best finish, I believe, in 12th place. Then it is Ethan Woodward in 13th, Musk, Lovett, Smith, Ackerman, Hodgson Wells, Haynes in 19th, and Teddy J. Porter rounding out the top 20. Then it's Joseph Smith, Colby Patterson, Aaron Richardson, George House, Kanish Grau, Kazra Kamyab, Luca Narroway, Jarlath Sayer, Sukmani Kera, and the last kart running at the end was John T. Restrick. A quick look, so Jesse Phillips took his first ever podium in the British Championship back in 2021 at Kimbolton. That was a 2nd place effort there. He didn't get another podium finish last season, so this will be Jesse's 2nd ever podium finish in the British Championship. His first win for Kit Bolowski, 2nd place. Well, he's had 3 wins, now he's got 1 second. And Noah Baglin, his first ever podium, and first ever podium. The Fusion win streak moves up to 9, but Baglin, that's got to be his best drive of his career so far. So we can see some of the marshals moving tyres aside so that the mechanics can go and get a few of the drivers that didn't make the finish. There is Henry Clark's privateer entry coming back into the pits. So we've also got Jensen Jones's karts out there on the track. Austin Newstead, of course, retired his kart in the pit lane. Yeah, very exciting, intense last laps. But Anthony Jordan is going to try and make sense of that one down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, I was here with my race winner. He's just walked off. Right. Jesse, come on back. Take your helmet off. Let's have a chat. Cheesy smile on your face. Well, a result for you on that one. It was a pretty comfortable race for you, was it, at the beginning of that?
Well, yeah, we started P2, so yeah, at the start we just we got a good run on the outside of the exit of the last corner, and then I came into the first corner. I got into the lead, and then yeah, it was just leading the race from start to finish. It was quite good.
The Suntan fan club would look happy with that as well. They were all cheering you along during that race, and yeah, a great result for you. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Oh yeah, Jake, my mechanic, Fusion, and my mum and dad for bringing me up here, and yeah.
Excellent.
And Shocks.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Jesse Phillips. Well done.
Thank you.
Perfect. Let's chat to our second place man, Kit Bolowski. Kit, come on over. You still get your helmet on. Well, you're not prepared for this, are you? Right, come on then. So, Kit, that was, well, what a drive from you, I have to say, to catch up to those two who were just driving away on your own in a cadet class. That's quite an achievement, wasn't it?
Cool.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Go on, take your helmet off. God. You got it. There we go. There we go. But there we go. What a race again that was. But talk us through then the last couple of laps on that one, because what was the game plan going through? What was going through your mind?
Catch.
Catch up. Yeah. Anything else?
Nope.
Mustard?
Yes.
Ketchup, mustard? No, you didn't get it? No? Yeah? No?
Sure.
Second, anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum and dad,
Mum and Dad, Alex T, and also Shocks, and also Fusion, and also Rolls-Royce Pinnacle Club, Paddy and Sheehan.
Oh, no worries. Kit Bolowski, well done, second place.
Thanks.
Excellent. Let's see if we've still got our third place man, Noah. Is he around? Is Noah around, guys? He's gone. Right. Right, okay, so Noah's not around, so we'll leave with just our top two. Plenty more races to come. The next group isn't even on the grid yet, but they're lining up ready to go. So back to you in the commentary box, Henry.
Thank you, Anthony. Well, that was Cadet IAME. Next up is Senior X30. So Senior X30, the final 22 drivers. Well, that is if Gary Edwards makes it out. We had 21 go out for the pre-final. While we wait for the start of Senior X30, firstly, we have a special mention to make. Last weekend, Marcus Littlewood, who is in kart number 11 for the Jade Racing team, missed this warm-up event. He was in a nasty car accident beforehand. His mum, Ellen, was hospitalised, but Ellen is home now and is watching, so a big hello to Ellen Littlewood, and hope you're on the mend soon. Marcus is on the 5th row of the grid, so I'm sure we'll have a little bit of encouragement, some jumping up and down on the sofa. Well, probably not some jumping up and down. If you just got out of hospital after a car crash, maybe just some light applause, or if your hands hurt, if your arms hurt, then just shout and scream at the sofa a lot. So that is Mrs. Marcus Littlewood. Mummy Littlewood is recovering at home after a nasty car crash. Yes, Anthony?
No, just back in the commentary box.
Well, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, back in box with co-workers. So I mean, I'm just going to shuffle through my entry lists, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit about the state of play in Senior X30, because, Anthony, after the opening round of the season, it's Aaron Walker who came into today leading the championship with 185 points. Just 2 points clear of Harry Platten, who had 183 points. Harry Platten took his first win in British Championship history at Shellington. Bart Harrison on 180 points is third. Then you've got Gus Lawrence, who has got George the Russell here. That's Gus's dog.
Yes.
George
the Russell. The Jack
Russell. But the George the Russell is far better.
Fantastic wordplay.
Thomas Fleming is 5th in the championship. Oscar Joyce 6th in the championship, but he's got an advanced level exam, A-level exam tomorrow. So he's decided to revise instead. He'll be back next time. So that's the championship situation. Now, of course, with this being the first time that X30 have come to Warden Law, I haven't got any statistics from this track, but I mean, looking back, okay, so Harry at Shennington, the first round, Harry Platten, Thomas Fleming and Marcus Littlewood were your podium finishers. Overall, Danny Curl still has the record for the most Senior X30 wins with 8 wins. Clayton Ravenscroft, last year's champion, has 5 wins. Of the drivers that are here, Thomas Fleming, 3 Senior X30 wins. Gus Lawrence has got 1 Senior X30 win, but that was all the way back in 2019 at Wilton Mill. So Gus Lawrence hasn't won around the British Championship in 2.5 years. Can that change?
So this, I'm just trying to get my mind in your little book here. So this page here, this is drivers who have got a podium
in Senior X30
from 2019
onwards to the present day
in Senior X30.
Yes.
So here in the UK, in the British Kart Champs, Sean Butcher has not got a first place podium.
Not in Senior X30.
Not in Senior X30.
No, but if you have a look at my Senior Rotax page,
he's dominating.
Senior Rotax, Sean Butcher, Senior Rotax. Let's have a look. He's got 1 win and 3 podiums. If you want to look at the overall in all classes, I mean, team podium, I mean, Fusion Motorsport in the British Championship have got 10, 20, 30, 35 wins. Dan Holland Racing a second in the overall wins, 10, 20, 30, 32 wins. Drivers-wise, you know, there you go. I mean, looking at the thing, I mean, Kai Hunter, 10 wins. Danny Curl, 8. Oliver Greenall has got 8 wins. Chris Whitton is up to 6. Harry Burgoyne Jr.'s got 5. Henry Ayres got 5. Kian Berta, Clayton Ravenscroft, Zach Oates, Vinnie Phillips, Dan Ginchard, Ethan Jeff Hall, all got 5 wins.
Do you know what this book reminds me of?
What's it remind me of?
Well, it
reminds me that I'm a very sad man with very few hobbies.
No, not at all. I love it. I want one of these. Can you print me off a copy? I want one. No, it reminds me of the film Waterboy.
Right, yes.
And the book of football tricks, and he steals it. I'm going to steal that, and then in 30 years' time, when you're washed up on the curb and I'm there commentating on F1, I say, oh, with my little book, his book of statistics.
There we go, book of statistics. Well, okay, here's my book of statistics. Now, there is Marcus Littlewood in Kartland with the Bailey on the front cart, so a big, well, hello to Marcus from Ellen back home. There is Thomas Fleming, just a bit of fitness work there, you know. There's Alex Ferris.
Warm up them shins.
Aaron Walker's mechanic. There's Ferris, yeah, both of him sitting down. Is Aaron Walker. Now Aaron's going to be starting on the outside of the front row, but pole position, Carly Atkins. So here we go.
Yeah.
Carly Atkins, 23rd in the championship.
Have you got any statistics about Carly? Because I'm interested.
I haven't got any statistics. Well, Carly Atkins never had a podium. Never had a podium. Is that going to change? Let's have a look at the starting lineup in Senior X30.
Let's do just that, because it's going to be an absolute belter, ladies and gentlemen. Carly Atkins starts on pole position with Aaron Walker alongside Bart Harrison and Harry Platten just behind.
Sam Shaw and Thomas Fleming go from row number 3. Gus Lawrence and Louis Johnson Cool on row number 4.
Marcus Littlewood and Alistair Cresswell on row number 5. Brad Pennell and Sam Heading round out row 6.
Row 7, Archie Tillett and Connor Clifford, Oliver Greetham and Jude Ferniehow on row number 8.
James Pashley and Harry Cottrell round out row 9. Ewan Wilson and Christopher Bingham round out the top 20.
Row 11, Harvey Ryby and Gary Edwards, although I don't think we've got Gary Edwards here. He's been injured. Now you mentioned it's going to be a belter. That's Purely Belter. That's a film based up here in the northeast. Purely Belter.
Lovely stuff.
There we go. Right. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The pressure is on. Carly Atkins, they're going to go around again. Now I'm going to have a little peek at... Gary Edwards not out there, sadly. Right at the back, the number 14 kart of Connor Clifford, the KR Sport entry. He's got a little bit of ground to make up. So, ooh, on the camera there, that spot, is that the spot of rain?
Ooh.
I have to say, however, the clouds have lifted. It's like, oh dear, Marcus Littlewood decides to go a little bit agricultural on the start. No, he's had one car accident. Doesn't want to have another one. Dear me. So, Carly Atkins, the great Carly. That was another WWE wrestling reference.
Yeah. You're getting those out today, aren't you?
I am. Aaron Walker, Strawberry Racing on the outside of row number 1. Harrison and Platten, Shaw, Fleming, Lawrence and Cool. "15 minutes. Aaron Walker dominates the pre-final and the heats at Shannington. Didn't come away with a win. Lights are not out again.
Oh, now they've got to be careful here. They've got to be careful.
Carly doesn't want to let nerves get the better of him at the start and have all his hard work undone, because he's going to get one more chance to get this right before...
Now, you have to remember that it might not be the person who is at the front that is causing the issue for the false start. It could be a mid-pack issue. It could be someone at the back of the pack, so we're not too sure. But
to me, it looked as though the pace was too fast coming out of the final corner. Who is on the chat? Lexi Belk. Come on, Carly. Yeah, I've got to say, the Croc team always get huge amounts of support online.
They do.
The entire Croc promotion scene, even drivers that race the Mad Croc kart, but not in this championship, which do like club racing or other championships. They're always watching and they're always cheering on. Very vocal support.
Yes. Sometimes too vocal.
Well, you know, that's our problem. We're too vocal.
Well, I mean, you are.
True enough. Apology accepted.
Oh dear. It's been a long day with you. It's been a long weekend.
Has been a long weekend. There's Harvey Ryby. His race suit hasn't turned up. He was saying so. He's in a plain white race suit there for the MDL team, the Mark and Dave Litchfield.
Oh,
team.
and there's a stall.
A problem. There's a stall, and that is going to be. Now let's go around again, and that wasn't Carly's fault.
No,
it was Gus Lawrence.
Oh dear.
No! Now watch it. Can Gus Lawrence get that kart back to life, or is he going to come in?
He's trying to get it going. It is still moving, but it's moving at a very slow pace.
He's looking round. And
it just sounds like it's dying.
It does.
He's got it fired up again now.
Managed to pick it up, but will he have to start from the back? Here he is coming. There's no shortcuts on this circuit. Now, at some circuits, you have little cut-throughs that allow drivers who are at the back of the pack. Now, he's back up to speed now, but will he? I don't think he's going to be able to reclaim his position on the grid.
Where was he supposed to start? He was supposed to start on P7. Yeah, on the fourth row.
I tell you what, he's
going to try.
Yes, he's trying. They should all slow down. And no, let's have a look. Is Gus Lawrence? Yes, there he is. He's back in. No. He's starting at the back. Well, he's going to start right at the back. Let's go for the fourth time of asking. Now lights are green. We're off and racing. Carly Atkins gets a decent start, but not as good as Aaron Walker, who goes round the outside of turn number 1 to take the lead. Atkins slots into second, and in third place, it looked like Harry. No, it was Sam Shaw. Oh, Marcus Littlewood goes for a spin. So the podium, third place driver at Shannington. He's not going to be on the podium here, but he's still in the race as Walker leads. Atkins, Shaw, Platten, and Harrison round out the top 5.
There we go. Good start then from this one. Apparently,
Karting Mania says Carly is Carly Atkins. Okay.
Carly Atkins.
Well, I've been calling him. Okay, Carly Atkins. Do apologise.
We'll go with it.
But then my pun about the great Carly doesn't work.
No.
So no, I'm going to say so. Apologies, Carly Atkins. Well, Atkins is second.
Yep. And
Aaron Walker pulling away a little bit. Shaw third. Platten is fourth. Tom Faulkner there. Well, action at the beginning. Yep, there was a good start there. Harrison is next. Louis Johnson Cole. Fleming down in 7th. Then it's Cresswell, Pennell, Greetham, Heading, Tillett, Ferneyhough. Now Gus Lawrence, he's down in 16th position, but he started 20th, so he's gained a little bit of ground. Littlewood is 21st, but still in the race and setting a very quick lap. There's James Pashley going through.
So,
it's been a tough baptism in this class for James Pashley. Double TKM Extreme champion, always run as a privateer, joins the Jade Racing team, moves into X30 and is just finding it, a little bit of a rude awakening. The other TKM convert in this class, Alistair Cresswell, is up into 10th place. Oh, and there's a spin. There's Pashley off again. Oh, and I was saying it's going bad to worse for James Pashley. The number 52 car parked in the background. Now, I think we may have a slight replay of that, which we just caught coming out of the final corner. Pashley is okay. Kart being wheeled away.
Now, Pashley's had a tough old weekend this weekend, and that's certainly not going to help in the final. And here's a look at what happened.
So just you'll catch it coming out of the corner. So there's the lead group towards the back. The camera angle's going to change. Watch Pashley just runs wide, understeers into the barrier. Oh, he didn't even have help. He just misjudged the line and
got on the gas a
little bit too early, and that is good night, Irene.
Yeah. That is a shame. Archie Tillett with a warning flag in the number 9.
And there's a move side by side. Right. He then, oh no, Thomas Fleming slowing down. Thomas Fleming in the number 3 car pulling off there. So the Dan Holland Racing team, he looks over, like what went wrong? So something just died there. Now, I mean, speaking to another driver, we'll talk about a little bit later on, he said that he had as they say in Formula 1, had a power unit failure.
Yeah.
Yes. So Thomas Fleming, and there's Carly Atkins, retakes the lead. So anyone doubting whether Carly could, kind of hang with the leaders at the front and withstand the pressure, those doubters have been proved wrong, because he's fought back and got in front of Aaron Walker. But yes, Thomas Fleming suffering a severe and sudden loss of forward propulsion.
Waft. Sudden loss of waft.
Yes. Engine cried no more.
Well, breakaway then for these top three. Atkins, Walker and Platten. Platten all over the back of Walker. Now, am I right in saying that Walker took the win at Shennington?
No, Walker took the heat win and the pre-final win at Shannington.
Right.
He leads the championship,
yes,
but finished off the podium in the final.
This is where I get confussed. Yes.
Sorry for the confusion. But yeah, I mean, Walker, he's had a second place in this class beforehand, but I mean, not the Shannington. But again, he leads the championship. His last podium, he was second at PFI the first round. The first part of last year's double-header at PFI. That's Aaron's only podium in this class. He's had a couple of podiums as a junior, but not as a senior. Carly Atkins. Fastest lap of the race, and suddenly the Mad Croc is pulling clear.
Indeed, yeah. That kart doing well here, mainly developed by Caden
McQueen. Yeah. McQueen took the win, both wins at PFI at the end of last season. So here's a move, as that's the number 9 kart. Archie Tillett moving up past Sam Shaw. And also going well, the number 59 car, Oliver Greetham for S8 Racing. Alex Short's team on those Fullerton chassis, working really well. And Greetham up into 7th place. That's got to be his best performance for some time. I mean, going back to last season, the Croc Promotions team, they've won 2 out of the last 3 finals. That kart has. So you don't have to be on an OTK product to be winning in this category. Long way to go though, 9.5 minutes, but Carly Atkins a 49.77. Suddenly he's 0.8 of a second up the road, Anthony.
I mean, it's a stellar performance. 49.7 on that last lap, fastest lap of the race.
And we're looking at the number 42 kart of Harry Cottrell chasing Jude Fernehow for the Jack Dex racing team. Here are the race leaders. Yeah, Atkins, Walker, Platten, then Harrison at the gap. Brad Pennell in 5th position. We haven't mentioned Brad Pennell all race.
Wow.
And he's popped up into the top 5 for the PF International team. Then it's Tillett and Greetham, star of the show. Well, apart from Carly Atkins, star of the show so far is Oliver Greetham. Sam Shaw 8th, Creswell 9th, Gus Lawrence back into the top 10 with the new fastest lap of the race. Then it is Heading, Johnson, Cool, Fernehow, Cottrell, Ryby, Littlewood, Wilson, Clifford, Bingham. Sadly, Fleming and Pashley out of the race. So we've got 19 karts left running, Anthony.
Yeah, we do indeed. 8.5 minutes to go. And again, look at that. Archie Tillett and Greetham.
Oliver Greetham, fair play. Someone's had their Weetabix this morning.
I know.
He goes round the outside at the horseshoe.
I mean, what I say, he's just tucked onto the back there of Tillett and is just following Tillett along and have now both managed to get past Brad Pennell. They've got a bit of a gap now to Harrison, but Harrison, who's ahead now by quite some way, they've got to close up. Well, how much have they got to close up? About 2 seconds is the gap.
Well, if they
to
stop
the next group.
tripping over each other, then they might get their heads on.
I don't think they're tripping over each other. I think that they're having a good little scrap.
As they are, well, yes, they are having a good little scrap. There goes Gus Lawrence, has passed his teammate Bradley Pennell. He's now setting off after Alistair Cresswell in the number 33 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Cresswell looks over and says, well, do you know what? You've been quicker than me all weekend, so I'm going to let you go. And hopefully you can drag me up to the next kart. So Lawrence now into 7th place. Oliver Greetham running P6 and showing no signs of fading at all.
No, looking comfortable so far out in this one.
So, I mean, now the S8 racing team, they lost Ewan Wilson, who's been there for a long time. He's moved over to BMR. So what better way to say, okay, well, you know, we've still got it. We may have lost the driver, but hey, you know, we're a team, we deserve to be at the front of the British Championship. Oliver Greetham is doing the job here. There's Jude Fernehow in the number 53 kart, the 71 of Harvey Ryby. Here's Gus Lawrence. Well, Gus Lawrence is about to relegate Oliver Greetham.
Oh!
No! And Oh dear. Well, I mean, Gus Lawrence, Oliver Greetham turned in. Lawrence is there. Now Lawrence is going to try and get back in his car. Well, I mean, fair play to Gus Lawrence. Exit stage left. We're going to take the exit of that corner. I mean, well, poor old Oliver Greetham.
Oh, he was having such a good race.
Over. Let's have a little look at that again, because Lawrence, I thought he'd made the move.
Yeah, Lawrence did look alongside, but...
Well, we'll have a little look back. We've got 6 minutes to go. And yeah, so Greetham has made his way back. Let's have a look. So coming into Gasworks, Lawrence to the inside. Is he alongside? Well, Greetham, whoa. I mean, he wasn't alongside technically, but I mean, Greetham could see he was there. And, you know, if Greetham and Lawrence had obviously been one of the quickest karts all weekend, what did Alistair Cresswell do at the same point? Cresswell looked at Gus Lawrence and thought, you're much quicker than me, so... And he's also getting a
nose cone penalty.
Yep.
I mean, it just seems like kicking the teeth at that point, doesn't it?
Kicking something. But you know, Cresswell looked at Lawrence and went, okay, just go, and I'm going to follow you. If Greetham had done something similar, then would we be currently talking about, you know, Lawrence in 5th position, Greetham in 6th, both closing in on the top 4? Who knows? Who knows? Gus Lawrence down in 18th position, so he's oiled up at the start, had to start at the back, then charged through, almost got a top 6, and then fallen out of his kart and has got back in his kart and is still going. And does he still have the fastest lap of the race? Yes, he does.
There you go.
It's been one of them days for Gus Lawrence.
It's been one of them days, isn't it? Well, there we go then. 4.5 minutes to go then. You're currently watching the top 4 at the moment, because Carly Atkins has, well, broken away by quite some way. 1.6 seconds is the gap. This is looking at Aaron Walker, Harry Platten and Bart Harrison. Now, Bart Harrison's done a stellar job here to actually catch up to these two ahead, because, like I say, Bart was in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, was not having the drivers behind, Archie Tillett, Cresswell and all that catching up. So, yeah, Harrison's been a bit of a calm state at the moment. Now he's latched onto the back. He's got 4 minutes to play chess round here.
Yes, exactly. You know, I mean, this is, you can see Harrison just with the cross of St George on the top of his crash helmet, just looking over, you know, Platten, Walker, these are the... Well, they're fighting over the minor podium placings. Carly Atkins.
It's savagery.
Over that
savagery.
Curve, yes. You mean, when I have to admit that, you know, when Carly lost the lead at the start to Aaron Walker, you wondered, it is, you know, not the occasion to get too much for him, but is he going to get drawn into a scrap unnecessarily? But no, he calmly waited until his kart came on, made the one move, a very decisive move on Walker, and then just pulled away bit by bit, and is now allowing those behind, because the gap is up to 1.8 seconds. Once again, you're looking, every time you see Carly, you know, he's not looking over his shoulder. I mean, he will in a few moments' time, with 3 minutes to go. What he can do is, he's coming out of this corner here, he can almost see his nearest pursuers in his peripheral vision, certainly coming out of Senna 1. So as Carly turns into Senna 1, he can comes out of Senna 1. He'll see his pursuers going into Senna 1. He can't hear them behind them. You can always hear a driver following. You can hear their engine.
Yeah.
He can't do that. So he knows he's on his own. But
there's always a but.
There's always a but. You've got to quantify it. Getting that first win.
Yeah.
Getting across the line is the hard bit. Now, you know, when you've come close before, or when you've had a nightmare and things haven't worked out right, you know, getting that first win, just that final lap, that making sure you don't hit a curb. You start thinking about it. You start thinking about curbs. You start thinking about chain tension. You start thinking about tyre. You start thinking, and that's the problem. You start thinking and you stop doing.
Yeah.
Do what you've done to this point and just get across the line. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Just do it, like Nike.
Yeah. I wish you'd stop thinking about things.
Well, I know. I wish I'd stop. You wish I'd stop speaking.
Well,
We
there
got
you
to
go.
change while I was wittering on.
Yeah,
we
we
got to
did.
change.
We did, yeah. Bart Harrison has just got past Harry Platten, so the GP plate now down into P4. Still not dropped off the back, though, but Harrison making moves here, tucking right in behind his NASA panel there to close up, because there's now a bit of a gap now between Harrison and Walker. It's not much, but there's not much time left in this race to close that gap, so they're going to have to try and do it as, Littlewood. Marcus Littlewood in the number 11, 5-second time penalty, currently in P13.
That would put him back to P16. Gus Lawrence still going, and Gus Lawrence is about to catch the back of the pack again. He's going to catch Christopher Bingham. Not the back of the championship, Christopher Bingham in the S8 racing team. He's going to catch Christopher, potentially regain another place. I mean, Gus is there. There's Gus. So that kart has been on its head once already this race, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. But it's going to be not a just reward for his efforts, sadly, Gus Lawrence. 30 seconds to go. Field quite spread out now. Atkins, and is there precipitation
There's rain.
in the
I
air?
can see it. I can see it out the window.
Yes, you're right. So it's raining. Oh dear, now what can the gods throw at Carl Atkins now? Let's have a look. So we're looking at Gus Lawrence. He's last. Let's have a look at the leaders. 15 seconds to go. Where is the number 41 kart? There he is. Walker second. There's the third and fourth place karts of Platten and Harrison. So Harrison's already lost a position. He's already lost 2 places. He is down to fourth. Atkins has gonna have 1 lap to go. Here he comes into the final corner, into paddock. You can see the slippery surface flags. Now he looks over his shoulder.
He's the guinea pig.
Now he's thinking about it. And here comes Aaron Walker. Walker's closing in through turn number 1. Walker can react, you see.
Yeah.
So Atkins is the one that did the guinea pig. Walker just reacted. He's eating up this gap.
Yeah.
Oh, come on now, Carli. Don't lose it now. Don't think about it too much. Don't think, just do.
This is going to be a tough one, this final lap now. He's going to really have to think about it. He can see behind that Walker is closed in. Walker, who knows that the rain is that he's got the traction, because he can see that Atkins goes through absolutely fine. So Walker has managed to really close this gap. He's only going to have 1 real opportunity to get it done. It's in this corner now.
Oh, he's got a good run. He's got a good run, Anthony.
He has got a good run. He could do it into the final corner.
It's going to be last corner. Will we see the lunge up the inside here? No, Atkins slows on, but will Walker get the run? He runs a bit wide. Carli Atkins, he has done it. And there he is, a first winner. Mad Croc. Croc Promotions have now won 3 out of the last 4 in Senior X30. And no one can say that Carli Atkins had that one easy with rain in the last lap and a half. Aaron Walker has to make do with second again. Harry Platten, another podium for the GP plate holder in third. Bart Harrison finishes 4th, and his teammate Archie Tillett comes home in 5th. Great results for Alistair Creswell. His best result as an X30 driver, 6th for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Sam Heading is 7th in Kart 7. Sam Shaw 8th. His teammate Louis Johnson Cool is 9th. The top 10 rounded out by Harvey Ryby, who started 21st and last. Then it was Marcus Littlewood, Harry Cottrell, Jude Ferniehow, Bradley Pennell, Connor Clifford, Ewan Wilson, Gus Lawrence and Christopher Bingham. What a race, and Carli Atkins is a new winner in the British Championship. And the Anglo-Jamaican driver will be very, very pleased with that one. Anthony Jordan is already getting himself into position, and I can see out of the back of the commentary box that several of the junior drivers on the Mad Croc kart are standing there waiting and cheering again. There's a real community spirit. There's Gabriel Stilp following Carli down. Rylan Ashberg is there as well. Like I said, something about the drivers for the Croc Promotions team who drive this Mad Croc kart. They support each other so much, even if there's a real community spirit. I can see Caden McQueen, who's going to be going out in the KZ2 race. There's Jonathan Stilp watching on the Croc team. Wow, who needs an OTK product in Senior X30? Because the Croc team have now won 3 out of the last 4. So we're going to see a very happy Carly Atkins, who's with Anthony Jordan just about now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Park Ferry with our race winner, Carly Atkins. Well, what a result that was. Firstly, I just want to ask, what was going through your mind on those last couple of laps? Because the rain started to come down and we saw that gap close up to you and Aaron.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was trying to like slow down to try and not bin it or anything, and then I saw it was coming, so I picked up for the last lap, but it was enough to win.
I mean, what a result that is. Your first British Champs race win as well.
Yeah, it was great, you know. The team did a great job. Grice, amazing with the engines, and, you know, we just did a great job, to be honest. Had quite a big gap before it rained, but, you know, still won.
Is this a nice confidence boost for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm looking to win the British Champs. Hopefully, you know, if nothing goes wrong.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Well...
Got to get the sponsors out. There you go.
Yeah, all these people here. Massive big ups to them.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Carly Atkins, well done. Congratulations. Not the team. Yeah. There you go. Kane McQueen getting his cheeky comment in, as he always does. Thank you. All right, sunglasses. Right, let's chat to our second place man, Aaron Walker. Aaron, come over here. Come over here. Right. Now, again, we were talking to Carly there about the last couple of laps and the rain coming down. We saw you really close that gap because you could see how the grip was level in front, couldn't you? So talk us through those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it just started raining and I felt like I had that bit more confidence to go into the corner harder and try and get it through the corner a bit faster. And I was really coming at him on the last 2 laps, but unfortunately just not quite long enough race to make it count.
Well, a good result still. You're still leading the championship at the end of that one, only by a couple of points though. Is it still feeling confident for the rest of the season?
Yeah, still feeling confident with the rest of the season. I like the tracks we've got coming up, so I think I can make it work.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, all of Strawberry Racing, my mum and my dad, Cream Engines, and anyone else that's helped.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Aaron Walker. Great results. Let's chat to our third place driver as well, Mr. Platten. Well, Mr. Hairstyle, I'll call you, I think. There you go. It's nice, great. Helmet hair, it looks lovely. Third place, good result. You happy with it?
No, not really.
No.
Obviously, it's good points, but got given an unfair penalty yesterday, in my opinion. But just made it hard, and then throughout the race, we've had a few problems with the kart since Friday morning, to be fair. And we've worked with everything we could. I think third place it's not a bad result, but it just made my life really hard.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough old sport, and like I say, plenty more rounds in the season left to go, and yeah, still anything can happen. And you've got the GP plate, and Kartmasters coming up soon as well, and you know, anything could happen still.
Yeah, hopefully we can go for number 2, and obviously the O plate as well in September. Hopefully we could win that.
Let's hope so. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just a big thanks to all the team, family, everyone for all the support. Grice Engines for the obscene power, but yeah, obviously it's been a good weekend. Anything can happen, can't it? It's motorsport.
Yeah, it really can. Well, Harry Platten, well done, third place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, an exciting end to the Senior X30 final. Junior X30 coming up next.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. Always good to see the first driver of the season. To say, can I say a huge big up to the sponsors? Yep, big up to Carly Atkins' sponsors. Next time, Carly, try mention them. But no, he showed them off. But again, very happy driver with his first championship win. But to the drivers that finished second and third, Aaron Walker and Harry Platten, more points for them. That is Senior X30 done and dusted. Next up, it's time for the juniors. Junior X30, a full grid, 34 drivers set to do battle, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, like said with the other X30 classes, this is the first time the juniors have been here. The opening round of the season at Shennington saw Henry Jocelyn win for Mick Barrett Racing from Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Gabriel Stilp. looking back at the results, well, the last 5 finals have been won by different teams dating back to July last year at Larkhall. We had Oliver Stewart won for Jade. Then Harry Burgoyne Jr. won for Strawberry. Dan Ginchard won for Argenti at PFI. Sam Shaw won the season finale at PFI for Premium. And then Jocelyn won for Mick Barrett Racing at the start of this season. Overall in Junior X30, such a competitive class. No driver has won more than 3 finals. Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenall have both won 3 finals, and then Caden McQueen, Josh Rowledge, Dan Ginchard, Georgie Dimitrov, Oliver Stewart, Joseph Taylor have all won 2 finals. Fusion Motorsport are the most successful team in this class, believe it or not, with 6 wins, but they're not represented here this year in this class. Oh, yes, of course they are. With Fionn McLaughlin and Leo Robinson. Strawberry Racing got 4 wins, Dan Holland Racing got 4 wins, and 2 wins apiece for Croc Promotions, Argenti Motorsport, the Jade Racing Team, and Mick Barrett Racing.
A mixture, cocktail.
A cocktail of winning combinations. And it said 5 different teams have won in the last 5 wins, but one of those teams that hasn't featured on that list is that team, KR Sport, with Brandon Carr. Could they win? Fusion haven't won in the last 5. There's really so many different combinations that we could see. Now, on the live chat, Rebecca Lloyd saying good luck to Freddie Lloyd. Freddie for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Last time Dan Holland won a final was the opening round of 2021 with Olivier Algieri at Shenington. So they haven't had a victory in a while. The last time KR Sport won a round in Junior X30 was back in Wigan in 2019.
In Wigan?
With Freddie Spindlow. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, Anthony.
Let's look at that indeed as the Wera branding disappears by Gabriel Stilp and Brandon Carr on the front row, Fionn McLaughlin and Leo Robinson on row 2.
Row 3, Henry Jocelyn and Jack Nettleship. Then row 4, Zach Green and Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Jack Hobson and Freddie Lloyd round out row 5. Rylan Eschberg and Eden Spanswick on row number 6.
Wesley Swain and Lewis Bird go from row 7. Jack Cox and Taylor Orridge on row number 8.
Macaulay Bishop and Cameron Pratt-Thompson round out row number 9. Fred Green and Isaac Phelps round out the top 20.
Row 11, Leo Brown and Henry Gregory. Then Charlie Morrison-Jones and Josh Agambar.
Thomas Wainwright and Joey Brown on row 13. Jack Cunningham and Alfie Garford on row 14.
Former junior TKM champion Garford. Then it's Nathan Clifford and Sam Longley, Dayton Coulthard and David McIntyre.
Cian Geraghty and Morgan Moore round out the field on row 17.
Cian Geraghty crashed out of the pre-final and Morgan Moore had a power unit failure. A sudden and complete lack of forward propulsion. Good luck, Macaulay, says Mason Bishop. So, here we go. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Oh, Brandon Carr tried to squeeze Gabriel Stilp, just like he did at the start of the pre-final, but this time Stilpy kept it pinned on the inside, holds the lead, and that's cost Brandon Carr second place because one of the Fusion drivers, I think Fionn McLaughlin, is up there, and there's a collision. That's Henry Gregory in the number 71 kart going backwards, but the other 2 drivers, I couldn't quite see the numbers. But it is Stilp. Well, I mean, talk about starting on a high, the Croc Promotions team. Oh, and there's another Croc kart going slowly there. Is that the number 99 machine of Taylor Orridge going slowly?
Well, I just noticed some bit of debris fly off a kart at Senna 1. Yes, Des Brez.
Henry, how long is the final? Mason Bishop, the answer is 15 minutes plus 1 whole lap.
Oh, for your viewing delectation. You like that word, don't you?
I do indeed. And there's Macaulay Bishop, Mason's brother, on the inside, the white crash helmet. He's had a poor start and is right back in the thick of the action. And a little bit further back, well, I mean, the other race that was going on today in Spain, I think that race is over. So maybe... Dayton Coulthard's dad is watching. I mean, I would be.
I would be too.
I would have been watching during the race. Far more exciting.
Exactly.
But Dayton Coulthard in his first ever British Championship final, running 28th at the moment for the Simon Wright Racing Developments team.
Yes, and doing a sterling job so far. 13 and a half minutes to go then. Cian Geraghty with a warning flag in the 73. He's got to be careful. We don't want too many of those.
I think that may have been something to do with the crash that we saw coming out of the...
Could have been.
Of the dog leg on the first lap. There is the number 68 of Harry Burgoyne Jr. who came into this weekend in the championship sitting, well, he won the junior Rotax round, he came second in the championship coming into this weekend, but had a bit of a poor start in the start 20th for the pre-final. So his working up there is the number 53 of Zach Green, the Jamie Green Racing entry, still doing a great job into 8th position, but it's still leading Kart, leading McLaughlin, leading Jocelyn. There's a move, and that is Zach Green going past Freddie Lloyd for 7th place.
Oh, and there's coming together in the middle of the pack.
Oh, yes,
and,
it's 3 karts all off the track. One of them's a croc. A croc of what, I don't know. But one of them was a croc kart.
One of them was Rylan Eschberg as well in the 77.
The privateer driver. So that would have probably been, it would
yes.
have been Taylor Orridge, Isaac Phelps. Orridge has got a bent rear axle, so that will be him out of the race. Looks like it could have been the number 35 Jade Racing driver, Isaac Phelps, who was involved in that. Oh, and that is Taylor Orridge. Hope he hasn't got any fillings that were loose coming into the race, because if he has, he's off to the dentist tomorrow.
Well, Jack Nettleship with the fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P9. He has dropped 3 positions from the start of this race, but with that fastest lap, he'll be closing in once again. He's just got to get past, plenty of time to do so, and there is, Taylor Orridge now pulling into the pit lane.
Yep. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. And that is, at least he saved his dad having to go out and collect the cart from the far end of the circuit.
Yeah.
There is Jocelyn being chased by Burgoyne Jr. Zach Green having a fantastic drive. The Jamie Green Racing team really coming on leaps and bounds this year. And Nettleship is next. You've just seen Jack Nettleship post a fast lap of the race. There is Wesley Swain going through your screens in the number 92 kart ahead of Jack Hobson. Bishop is 50. Fastest lap for Gabriel Still. Well, I mean, the Croc team, and I can see in the background there, you got the scrutineers go through the drivers, the mechanics from the previous race, the ones that do very well. They've got to come in and have the engines taken apart and stuff like that. I've got a feeling that the Croc engine tuner is going to be very, very busy at the end of this one, because their drivers are doing very, very well.
Yes, they are indeed. Well, 10 minutes to go, or just over 10 minutes. If you want to be Henry and pedantic.
10 minutes, 37 seconds plus a lap.
There we go.
To be specific, not pedantic. Always specific.
In towards turn number 1. Down the inside there goes the 17.
That's Freddie Lloyd.
Yeah, fast Freddie Lloyd gets that move done.
That's passing Eden Spanswick for 9th position. And behind him you've got the number 69 of Spanswick, the 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson in that battle. You're waving a pen at me, Anthony.
I am.
That means something.
It does. I'm just thinking, we were talking about in the pre-final, about Stilp's driving style versus Brandon Carr's driving style.
Yes.
And worried about the tyres.
Vis-a-vis the effect of tyre wear on the car. Yes.
Well, at the moment, I mean, it's still looking good for Stilp.
It is, absolutely. I mean, Brandon Carr did exactly at the start what he did to Gabriel at the pre-final, just sort of cut across to try and squeeze him like a pimple.
Yes.
Now, at the pre-final, Stilp backed off a little bit.
Yep.
At the start of the final, he did not.
No.
He kept it pinned. And so that has sort of given him that advantage. Now, the gap is 3/4 of a second. But
that has come down.
Yes. Last lap, Brandon Carr, 51.77 seconds. Gabriel Stilp, 51.86. Long way to go. It's only lap number 7. So there's still plenty of time. Carr has got Fionn McLaughlin right behind him. And again, McLaughlin in the Fusion Motorsport number 29, putting into very quick sectors, as is the driver at the front of this trio of karts, Jack Nettleship. Nettleship has passed Henry Jocelyn for 6th position. So the order at the moment, there we are. Stilp, we'll see that characteristic flick in turn number 1. Not quite. Stilp, then Carr, McLaughlin, Robinson right there. Then it's Burgoyne Jr. The sun now begins to shine for the first time.
On their iridium visors.
On their iridium visors. So the top 5 are separated by 1.8 seconds. Then there's a big gap back to Nettleship in 6th, Jocelyn 7th, Zach Green 8th. Then you've got Spanswick, Lloyd, Pratt-Thompson, Lewis Bird, Macaulay Bishop, Wesley Swain and Jack Hobson, the top 15. Agambar, Garford, Geraghty, Cox, And into the pits comes the number 93. Oh dear, Morgan Moore with his replacement power unit. The replacement power unit has decided not to give as much power as Morgan wanted it to. He is out of the race again. Thomas Wainwright is down in 32nd position. Isaac Phelps, 31st. Jack Cunningham is 30th. Ashberg, 29th. Morrison Jones, 28th. Nathan Clifford, 27th. David McIntyre, 26th. Fred Green, 25th. Henry Gregory, 24th. Dayton Coulthard is up into 23rd position. Sam Longley is 22nd. Joey Brown is 21st. And Leo Brown is 20th.
Nice move there, down the inside. That was at Senna number 1 for the number 29 of Fionn McLaughlin. Gets that move done. Bishop now with the fastest lap of the race, currently in 13th place, up 4 positions from his starting spot. Now, where...
there must have been a penalty.
There must have been a penalty.
There must have been a penalty at the end of the pre-final, which put Macaulay back down on the 9th row of the grid. Now, just looking up there, I was watching Dayton Coulthard briefly. See, he was up in 23rd place, but he had a big gap in front of him and an awful lot of drivers right behind him. And one of those drivers, Henry Gregory, made his way past. So this is going to be interesting now for Dayton. Again, probably the least, both I'd say Dayton and Isaac Phelps are the 2 least experienced drivers in the field in terms of, you know, they didn't do cadets. They come in as a junior. They're both in the final. Dayton now 24th, and Isaac is 30th, but has run higher than that. But this is where, you know, in the final, this is where, yeah, inexperience has a habit of getting weeded out when the pressure is on. And we'll see how those two progress. There's a move. That is the number 44 of Lewis Bird, passing the number 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So Lewis Bird taking flight.
Can confirm it was a nose cone penalty for...
it was a nose cone penalty. Right. Up at the front, Brandon Carr has closed in. And he's bringing the 2 Fusion drivers, Fionn McLaughlin, Leo Robinson, and the Strawberry machine of Harry Burgoyne Jr. with him.
And Stilps just set the fastest lap of the race, 51.04. So despite the fact that the group behind are closing in, he's still setting fastest laps.
Yeah, he has, but look at that. Fionn McLaughlin, 51.05.
Yeah.
Burgoyne Jr., he was the fastest, but only by a smidge.
Smickle.
A smidge.
Tiny amount.
Small. Ickle.
I like that one.
It was ickle, only an ickle bit. See Brandon Carr, driving, very different driving style. See Brandon Carr, he's got that very distinctive steering.
Smooth.
Yep, Stilt looks over the shoulder. Now as you go into turn number 1, you can see that, again, Stilt just seems to chuck the kart in that little bit harder. Works for him. Now, even though you might say, well, that's not the greatest way to look after the tyres, the team will then adjust the setup around Gabriel's driving style. You know, but Gabriel is he did win the Junior X30 IAME International Final at Le Mans last year against a grid of over 100 other Junior X30 drivers from all over the world. So, man does know how to pedal.
Yes.
But Brandon Carr, who was on the podium as a cadet on the very first round of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship back in March 2019 at PFI. He was a podium finisher that day, so he's been around the block as Brandon.
Oh, yes.
That's a Dance DJ reference,
yes,
Brandon
it is.
Block.
Yes. Well done.
Thank you.
Apology accepted.
You're welcome. Now, and this time, Brandon has got the bit between his teeth. He's looking as though he's about to try. Well, I mean, the Croc's been showing his teeth, but Brandon is about to take a chunk out of that Kart's lead very soon, I think. The 2 Fusion drivers, McLaughlin and Robinson, sitting 3rd and 4th, patiently waiting. It was a bit like this at Shennington, if you recall, Anthony, with, you know, and who won then? It was the driver sitting in 4th or 5th place that emerged victorious at Shennington. Well, Harry Burgoyne is there in 5th. Then it's Nettleship and Jocelyn. A little bit further back, Zach Green is still 8th. And Freddie Lloyd holding off Lewis Bird, Pratt Thompson, Spanswick and Bishop for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th.
This is going to be an exciting end to this race. It's still over 3.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Plenty of time in this race. And again, as they go through. Oh, it looked like Brandon Carr was going to go for the move there.
Well, it looked like Gabriel Silk misjudges braking zone ever so slightly.
And if he does do that, Brandon Carr will pounce at that opportunity.
Oh, in comes the number 15 kart of Charlie Morrison-Jones to retire. Dayton Coulthard has dropped back to 31st position. Talk about inexperience in a final. Has a habit of getting weeded out. Fred Green gets a warning flag. Now, I didn't see what happened to Dayton, but obviously he was up in 23rd, and now he's back in 30th position and quite a ways off the back of the pack. So methinks he was involved in a little contretemps.
I think, I think you put that right there. What can McLaughlin do here, though? McLaughlin, he's in a bit of a tricky spot here, really, isn't he? Because, I mean, I'm guessing he wants to get past, but he's got Robinson right behind, and again, so...
Still looking defensive there.
Yeah,
The centre one
wasn't
still
he?
moved across and got a little bit defensive. Now, the key is, you look at the top four together, the gap between the top four and Burgoyne Jr. in 5th position is 1.48 seconds. Watch that come down the left-hand side of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. It's down to 1.3 already at that split. But you can see that Stilp is now getting, not all the way around the circuit, but at certain corners, he is becoming defensive, and that is going to just slow this group down bit by bit. Let's have a look. It'll be, he runs a bit wide through turn 1 there. Now, Carr can't get him here. He can't get him going into St. John's, but it's at this next corner now. Watch to see if Stilp defends again.
Not that time around, but Brandon Carr did go down the inside, held a tighter
line. Yes.
So, what does that mean?
Oh, the back end. The back end of Stilp's kart is looking awfully loose at the moment.
I mean,
it's
the fact that he's lost that gap and advantage all the way through, you know, that just kind of tells you exactly what you need to know.
Here's another thing to look at. You know, Stilp is obviously being more physical behind the wheel, so the rear wheel is cocking in the air of that lead kart more than Brandon Carr. So especially under heavy braking, watch as Stilp is having to move the wheel, so the inside rear wheel going into the corner is cocking in the air a lot more. We'll wait till we get to a slower corner, and you'll see that. It'll be into Senna 1 where you'll see an example of this, and he's got it up because
here comes
Carr's alongside.
Yeah, you can see that happening from the corner back, and still look at the back. Did you see the porpoising really that kind of happened there? It was just buffering up and down, and you could see that move coming from the previous corner. So from St. John's, you saw Brandon Carr took the wider entry into it to get the switchback done.
I've got to say, I think the rear tyres have gone on Stilp's kart. I think the rear tyres have absolutely had enough.
Yeah.
You know, Stilp is now having to really drive that kart hard to even stay in contention. If 20 seconds to go, Fionn McLaughlin has got to get past Brandon Carr now. Can Stilp fight back? I personally don't think, well, I could be wrong, but just the way it looked as though the rear tyres on that Stilp's kart had cried enough. If he's going to win that, he's going to win it through sheer bloody mindedness now, because I don't think the equipment is in a condition to win. There he goes.
There it is. There's the move.
The equipment might have had enough, but the driver certainly has not.
Yes, you're right in saying that, but this is allowing McLaughlin and Robinson as well to close in, and again, they could have the fresher tyres because they've not battled. They've just been driving line astern.
They haven't done anything. Here comes McLaughlin. Fionn McLaughlin, Ireland's Fionn McLaughlin moves into P2. The clock strikes 0. It's going to be 1 lap to go. It's going to be another last lap shootout in Junior X30, Anthony. Any one of 4 can win it. And look at this. Nettleship and Jocelyn, 5th and 6th are closing in.
Yeah, Burgoyne's dropped back slightly. He's back down into 7th place. But yes, eyes on this battle for the race lead. Out of the dogleg they go. They head towards St. John's. And look at that. Stilp's got quite an advantage now. It's not much, but he checks over the shoulder.
Wow.
Does not need to go defensive whatsoever. Brandon Carr again takes that tighter line. Robinson looking like he's trying to fight back now as he's trying to get down the inside at any given opportunity, and he just can't do it. Fionn McLaughlin's got one chance to get this done, and it'll be into this Gasworks hairpin, but he's miles back. Stilp's got this completely covered.
Yep, Gabriel Stilp, I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. I thought that kart had had enough and that Stilp's chances are gone. The back end is still skating all over the place, but I've got to say, Gabriel Stilp has just driven the wheels off that thing. It's another win for the Croc team. And I've got to say, we're 3 events into the 2022 season, And the Croc Promotions team are the team to beat in the UK at the moment. This is incredible stuff. McLaughlin second, Carr third, Robinson is fourth, Jack Nettleship for the Jade Racing team up into P5, Henry Jocelyn in sixth, Burgoyne Jr. seventh. Big shout out to Zach Green in eighth. That's his first top 10 in Junior X30, I'm sure, for Jamie Green Racing. And the top 10 rounded out by Dan Holland Racing's Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd. Lewis Bird is next. Wes Swain is 12th. Pratt Thompson, Cian Garrity, Jack Hobson and Eden Spanswick your top 16. Josh Agambar, Alfie Garford, Jack Cox and Leo Brown your top 20. Then Joey Brown, Sam Longley, Henry Gregory, Fred Green, Nathan Clifford, Ryan Ashberg, Isaac Phelps, David McIntyre, Thomas Wainwright and Jack Cunningham your top 30. Dayton Coulthard rounds out the finishers in 31st position. Charlie Morrison-Jones, Morgan Moore and Taylor Orridge failed to finish. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you that in 2020, Gabriel Stilp spent the entire year just getting pipped to the post by Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson. He got 2 podium finishes in Mini X30, and then last year as a junior, Gabriel Stilp couldn't quite get on the podium. He got on the podium at Shellington. Now, at last, he is a winner, and the Stilp family name in British karting, from Jonathan Stilp to Jordan Stilp to Jacob Stilp, and now Gabriel Stilp, a rich winning tradition for that family, and it continues. And Anthony is with your winner now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our race winner from Junior X30, Gabriel Stilp. Gabriel, well, what can I say? The Croc Promotions team's looking a bit dangerous this year, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing well all rounds in every class, pretty much.
Well, what a result that was on that one. Talk us through that race, because at the start, you got the early jump, didn't you? We were slightly concerned about tyres. How were the tyres feeling in that one?
The track was like a bit moist sometimes, some of the corners, so it was a bit slidey. But I managed to get used to the conditions. But then the last couple of laps, I started making mistakes.
It's, I mean, you may say that, but I mean, you came away with the win on that one. A great fight back. We thought Brandon Carr was going to drive away with that one, but no, you immediately came back with a fantastic lunge down the inside of the centre one corner. But yeah, a great result. You must be happy with that one. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank the whole team, all my sponsors, Grice, my mum and dad for getting me here, and everyone who's watching.
Brilliant stuff, I'm sure. There you go, Caden's behind you. Yeah, there you go, yeah. He always wants to thank you, doesn't he? He's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not great.
No, he's not great. Oh, well, I'm glad you said that, not me. Well, there we go. Let's chat to our second place man, Fionn McLaughlin. Fionn, again, a good result for you at that one. Are you happy with second place?
Yeah, but I'd rather have first, but second's good for the points, so.
It is good for the points. I mean, you're still second, I believe, in the championship standing, so still a good result. Lots of time left in the season. Talk us a little bit about that race as well, because, again, you were just kind of sitting back with your teammate just behind, waiting to see what was happening, what was going through your mind.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Brandon to make a move at the end, but he didn't get enough time to, so I had to make the move and try to get on still, but I couldn't.
Again, a fantastic result, though. P2, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Fusion Motorsport, my dad, for on the Spanish.
Excellent stuff. I'm guessing he's pretty good at it then.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done there, Fionn McLaughlin, our third place man. Shout to Brandon Carr. Brandon, again, it was looking hopeful for a race win on that one. Talk us through your plans, your moves.
Yeah, it was an alright start. Didn't really get to the inside like we wanted, but got there back at the end and then just messed it up.
I mean, you've done all right this weekend. You've been on the spanners as well, haven't you, most of it?
Yeah. It's just annoying when you get to first, but it is what it is.
Hey, it's racing, mate. Plenty of time left in the season, though, to fight back. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Ollie Walker, KR Sport, Ash, and just everyone who's helped me, and my mum and dad.
You're thanking Ollie Walker. You've done most of the spannering.
Yeah,
he did a bit.
Yeah, he did most of it, really.
Fair enough. Well done, Brandon Carr, third place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our top three in Junior X30. A few more finals to go. Junior TKM is coming up next.
Well, thank you, Anthony. I mean, Gabriel Stilp looked like he just woken up there. It was like, how relaxed do you want to be? You just won a race in the British Championship. It wasn't just any race, it was an absolutely spectacular race. Lots of good comments coming in on the live stream about the quality of that one, and quite rightly so. 3 races to go now 3 races to go here at Karting North East Warden Law. The first one of those races will be Junior TKM.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 3 races to go. Junior TKM up next. The drivers sitting and waiting on the dummy grid. 19 drivers in total. Lucy Lovell saying good luck to all the in the finals. Olivia Jenkins, KP. I don't know if that's Kevin Peterson, the ex-England cricketer, possibly. Ken Potter, one of the officials. Well, I'm not sure you're watching this, but you know, might be somebody else. Kevin and Perry. Go large. It could be one of those two. You know, KP. That would be great if it was. But thanks for your comments, KP. Here comes Junior TKM for their final 15 minutes plus a lap. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Pole position will be Dara McInerney, the E-plate holder, and alongside him, Yihan Kalichern for Classen Motorsport. Then 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport teammates, Leon Frost and Olivia Jenkins on row 2. Aidan Mitchell and Luke Bates go on row number 3. Seth Hathaway and Leo Robinson, not the ex-Ertie Leo Robinson, go on row number 4. Then it is Oliver Boyd and Patrick Leaf, Joe Cheek and Ollie Rands on row number 6. Sasha Bagley and Luke Jarman on row 7. Tyler Harris and Jake Humphrey go from row number 8. Jack Stewart and Oliver Bourne again on row number 9, with Joel Hull on row number 10. 15 minutes now. Conflicting reports, Anthony Jordan.
Oh, what's conflicting?
The threat and presence of precipitation.
No,
our cameraman Dylan is holding his hand up, either because he is, you know, waiting to ascend to the gods, or because he can feel rain on his head. One of the two. Lights are not out. So we're going to go on. At the moment, the track is dry. The skies are leaden. It's a leaden sky, Anthony.
Right, and define leaden.
That colour.
Right.
Desultory.
Well,
ominous.
I was just having a walk through the paddock.
Malevolent looking.
Yes, I was just having a walk through the paddock.
Yes.
I didn't feel any rain.
Okay, well, there we go. That's why the reports are conflicting.
Yeah.
Because you felt no rain, and there might be rain.
But there isn't rain.
Good luck, Sasha Bagley from all at TTR. TTR? Explain, what's TTR?
Tata for now.
A sponsor? Well, Classen Motors were all at
TTR.
TTR? Tata Renault? That's
Yeah.
All at TTR. I don't get it.
Are you Richard you've confussed Henry. He doesn't know what to do now.
I don't get it. My brain's broken. Well, good luck anyway, Sasha.
Oh, no. Right, anyway, out of the final corner then, we're going to get this Junior TKM race underway. It's race 24, and the rain has now started to come down. It's another false start, and there's carts off, left, right, a centre.
Left, right, and centre. Now, this is going to be... I spoke to... and Leon Frost, championship leader, and Olivia Jenkins have both spun. The second row drivers both spin, one to the inside, one to the outside. Slippery surface flags are out now. I just spoke to, during the interim, I spoke to Joel Hull's mechanic, and Joel Hull's mechanic goes, nah, we're not going to get any rain. Sorry, Mr. Hull. Your wish has not been granted.
I'm just looking out the window, and, yeah, it's tipping it down.
Absolutely. Charlie Buckets.
Oh, dear.
There's your pole sitter.
McInerney.
The pole sitter is off the track now. This is a question, of course, we haven't started the race. They were all on slick tyres.
Oh, right,
it's not raining.
So
how heavy is it raining? I mean, the KZ2 race.
Pretty heavy.
Tyler Harris.
So when I said I was walking through the paddock and it wasn't raining when I was walking through the paddock.
No, but now you're back and look at that. You can see the colour of the circuit change. I mean, that great panoramic view of this facility, it shows that the circuit, the track, I mean, the track at the top end, red flags.
Yes.
Red flags.
So I think they're going to bring everyone into the pit lane to allow them to change tyres, because it's one of these stages where the entire grid's got slicks, the race hasn't started, they have that opportunity to do this.
Yes, they do. Into the pits. They're being told to go into the pits. I mean, look at that. The starter's mullet is glistening in the rain. So it's time to get back there. Fellow kart racers, only Total Trouble Racing. There we go. I'm not sure if he's still joking, and I'm just going to fall for it. If I just say TTR really quickly a couple of times, does that no? It's not going to upset anybody. Right, Matthew AAME saying, come on, Domain. Well, we've missed Henry Domain. He was in IAME.
But she could be watching the stream back. So you can comment.
Matthew.
He, sorry.
Yeah.
Could be watching the stream back.
Possibly. Okay. Well, I'm not. No spoiler alert about what happened.
Yeah.
Now this is going to be a problem. So we're going to have. So we have great. We got a cameraman on the ground here. So there will be a decision to make. So what's going to happen now is the race director will come in and they will say, okay, either we're going to have a 10-minute delay while the drivers change tyres, or we are going to run this race last, and we're going to wait, and the TKM Extreme race, which is due to start at 5 o'clock, which would be in 25 minutes' time. That would be the next race out on time. I don't know what the race director will do. Whatever this is, obviously they decided it's not safe to run a full grid of junior drivers. I mean, the KZ2s did this, but they're senior drivers. You know, there's a different categories. These are juniors. They're kids at the end of the day on these conditions. And, of course, the weather looked as though it was worsening. I tell you what, I might go out and have a quick glance
quick
to
ponder.
see if the rain is still falling.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, in this time, we'll go for a short ad break. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll come back with information about what is possibly happening next.
Good idea.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a drift limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
yes.
As you can see,
it's a bit wet.
It's shrouded. The whole circuit is shrouded in a cloak of moist grey clouds.
Oh, God, you had to get that word out, didn't you?
Moist. Well, it's more than moist. It's decidedly damp.
Yes.
It's so what is happening is that the junior TKM drivers are currently frantically changing their tyres.
And
those
they have.
that had wet tyres. Not everybody has got wet tyres, and those that aren't are in trouble.
Well,
and the race is going to restart in 3 minutes. It's going to restart. It's going to start
2
in
minutes.
2 minutes time.
2 minutes
at 16:45 hours. There is a look at the outside of the gasworks hairpin. That one, it's not raining heavily now. It did briefly for a few minutes.
Yeah, it was.
But the track, as you can see, the colour of the track's gone.
Yeah.
The track is gone, and it's now full wet.
Yes, it is indeed. It's going to be incredibly slippy out there. Obviously, there's lots of rubber down still on the racing line.
On the racing. Now, there was an incident with earlier on. I may have made reference to Dara McInerney's father's head being a little bit on the ball.
Well, I feel like I kick-started that by saying his helmet looks like a bowling ball.
You may have kick-started it, but I ran with it, as I always do. Well, I have.
Yes.
I'm now the owner of a very blue stripe down my entire
It is
which you will
absolutely
see
lovely.
on the presentation later on.
Yes, it is lovely. It is lovely.
It is lovely, yes. It's so, 19 drivers. The good news is that everybody will be back on the grid. Hopefully now. I did see 1 or 2 drivers. In fact, I think I saw the number 57 going out. I'm going to go and have a little look and see who is on slicks and wets.
Right, okay, you
Be
go
right
and have
back.
a look who is on what, and obviously in this time we shall do a bit of filling. I love it when Henry leaves me to fill because I never know really what to say, but we'll try and figure something out over this time. What we can establish, though, is that our 2 drivers, or the several drivers who spun in that one, that got off, I think, quite lightly. The fact that the red flag came out and then all of a sudden they had to come back into the pit lane to swap over the tyres when we did pop out to the dummy grid area. We could see all the karts coming in. The rain then really came down as Nigel Edwards came over and said, right, we're going to get everyone to change their tyres in here, and then you've got 2 minutes to decide whether or not you want to go to wets or stay on slicks. And then the race is going to be starting at now, basically, 4:45. Obviously, that may be slightly delayed due to the fact that not everyone is on the dummy grid, but Henry, with his blue stripe of wisdom on the top of his head, is in the dummy grid area, just looking at the karts. And from my position that I'm in, everyone on the top 3 rows look like they have got wets on, which is good, because there was concern that the E-plate of Dara McInerney might not have had wets. But I can see the E-plate, and I can see it has got wet tyres affixed to it. So that is not going to be a worry then. There's Henry walking back into the... It says no, staff only. He's not staff, he's an imbecile. Henry, hello. You're back.
Back, and I bring news.
Bring news?
We have 19 drivers in this race.
Yeah.
17 drivers are on wet tyres, i.e., I would say the correct tyre.
Yeah.
2 drivers are not.
Right.
Those
Who?
drivers are number 27, Ollie Rands, and number 57, Jack Stewart.
Right.
They're on slick tyres now. At the moment, the rain is spitting. The track is very wet. There's Michael Cheek having a Joe Cheek. Michael Cheek, he was an X177 driver. Joe Cheek with a problem, as you can see. But look at the ground behind him. There's no rain falling on the ground at the minute.
No.
This is going to be a 15-minute race. There's the drivers on slick tyres are going to be absolutely. I mean, they're crawling. And there's the 57 car.
I mean, this track does dry quickly.
Recall.
Yes.
2 years ago.
Yes.
Rotax 177.
Oh, I remember it well.
Henry Ayres.
Yeah.
On slick
Slicks.
tyres.
Because his mechanic was lazy.
Got lapped.
Yes.
Then came back.
And won.
Because it dried out.
He did. And that is still not firing. Oh.
Nope.
It's coughing into life.
It's like an asthmatic wheeze.
Has anyone got a hammer? Oh, apologies for any
Apologies
language
for
you may
any,
have you may have heard there, but it's
Industrial,
understandable.
Now, was that exclamation because a piston? Oh, he's got it going again. In the cloud of smoke, he's got it going. No,
And it stopped again. Do it the old-fashioned way.
Bounce it up and down until it fired. No, there's something amiss.
Marshall,
No,
bring it back.
you're on the circuit now. Oh, spark plug got wet. Oh dear, poor old Joe Cheek not going out. It's like the piston went, I want to break free.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
That mute button. I'm
Been
going to hover.
hovering on the mute button. So, let's look at the grid. Dara McInerney and Yehan Calichurn on row number 1, both on wet tyres. Leon Frost, who says that he loves these conditions, he is on the inside of row number 2 with Olivia Jenkins. Aidan Mitchell and Luke Bate on row 3, both on wets. Row 4, Seth Hathaway and Leo Robinson also on wets. Row 5, Oliver Bowen and Patrick Leaf on wets. Then it is Joe Cheek, who's currently not out there, and Ollie Rands on slicks. Sasha Bagley and Luke Jarman on row 7 on wets. Tyler Harris and Jake Humphrey on wets. Then Jack Stewart on slicks, Oliver Bourne and Joe Hull on wets. That's your starting lineup. I don't think Joe Cheek is going to make it out. There's Jack Stewart, and they're going to go around again now. There's still, I can count 1, 2, there's 4 drivers still not attached to the rest of the pack.
I'm guessing 2 of those drivers are on slicks.
Yep, that's right. You can see that the number 31, that's Joel Hull, he's going to catch up with him now. But who's the other one? Here's the number 34 of Oliver Bourne. Now, the 27 is, and the 57, I don't think they can. Well, now that the pack is slowing down again, certainly I think Ollie Rands, who's crawling around, and Joe Cheek finally makes it out. There we go. So,
but how long will he remain out there?
Well, I mean, he's on the
if
right
it clears.
Yeah, Joe Cheek is out. Let's see, can he get that cart? Now it's running. Can he get a cart? But I mean, they're going to have. I mean, I think they're going to have to let this one go with a couple of drivers not caught up to the pack for the simple reason that Jack Stewart and Ollie Rands on wet tyres can't.
No, they just can't.
They just can't.
I think we're going this time.
I think we're going to go this time. So Joe Cheek is not with the rest of the pack, but at least he's out there. We'll be watching. Oh, and I can just see Jack Stewart spinning, going into Senna 1. It's wet tyres at the moment, but it's stopped raining, Anthony.
Yeah, and it's super windy out there. The track absorbs the water so quickly.
Jack Stewart's out of the race. We're not going to go. We are going to go, but he's not going to be part of the race. Lights agree. We're off and racing into turn number 1. Lots of different racing lines, and they all somehow get round cleanly. Now, off the screen, at the back of the pack, we've got Joe Cheek, and we've got the number 27 on slick tyres, Ollie Rands. Cheek is on wets, Rands on slicks, and I think Jack Stewart has managed to get that kart started again. We've got one driver in the barriers.
And in our camera, nearly hit the camera pole.
That's number 31, that's Joel Hull out of it. Oh, Jack Stewart has come in to retire. I think he's thinking, no, do you know what, I'm going to hurt myself, I'm going to crash. So he is out of the race. And Joe Cheek trying to go around the outside of a driver on slick tyres at Senna 1. That's not going to work.
There's another one round.
That is the number 30 kart, and that is Leo Robinson getting out of.
And another
kart.
spin.
That's Luke Bate going for a spin coming out of Gasworks. It's very, very treacherous indeed.
Yeah.
Up at the front, however, you can see the leader coming around there. It's Dara McInerney, Yehan Calichurn, Leon Frost, Olivia Jenkins. Oh, there is Leo Robinson out. He's devastated. So, McInerney, 2.5 seconds up the road. That's because he's just got clear track, no spray, no one around him. He can just focus and go.
Now, Tyler Harris is in good stead. He's in a good place here because at the moment, dancing through the field, tall driver.
Yep.
Has got the top heavy, can shift the weight.
Yep, he can move the weight around quite a bit. And, of course, he has won a race. He won at PFI, and I believe it may have been in slightly similar conditions last year.
I think you are correct in saying that, yes.
So we've got one driver left in the race with wet tyres. Number 27, Ollie Rands. Dara McInerney, 1 minute 13.62. Ollie Rands, 1 minute 27.82. So 14 seconds a lap is the difference between wet tyres and slick tyres.
I don't think slicks are going to be coming in at any point in this race.
Well, 12.5 minutes remaining. You know, he's still on the lead lap. I mean, he was 26 seconds down at the end of the opening lap. And I'm just going to check the split times. Well, Dara McInerney, the E-plate holder, has just disappeared. This is an absolutely fantastic performance from the E-plate holder. Kalichern second for Glasser Motorsport. Then it is Frost. There's the number 33 Kart, running with Seth Hathaway, the Welsh driver, and he's battling with Oliver Bowen, one of the RSR, the Rob Saw Racing entries. Just behind this group, Luke Jarman, Patrick Leaf, Jake Humphrey, then Oliver Bourne, Sasha Bagley in 13th. Joe Cheek is already up into 14th position. Then it's Luke Bate, Joel Hull, and Ollie Rands. Well, Ollie Rands just at a 1 minute 24.04. So he's still 11 seconds, but he's just gone round 2 seconds a lap quicker than he did on lap number 1.
Oh dear. Slightly wide there.
Never give the slick runners an extra lap. That's very, you know, that false start could help. You just never know.
Yeah, it could do.
But Ollie Rands has got to keep the kart pointing the right way. If he spins, it's all over. There's McInerney. There's Kalichern. Kalichern with Leon Frost right behind him. Frosty said he likes these conditions. Now we're going to see if that stands to pass. How much does he like these conditions? How good is he? Now, there's a couple of drivers going quite slowly. There's been a few spinners. Luke Jarman, I think, has gone for a spin.
There goes Frosty down on Yihan Kalichern. Gets that move done. He's diving it down the inside. And Kalichern looking to fight back. No, slots back into place. But go on, carry on.
No, you keep watching the action. I'm looking at the timing screens.
He's coming back. He's come straight back at it. These two are having a great little scrap now as they go through. Frosty trying to get his moves done here, but Yihan just not allowing that to happen. Now starting to break away again as Leon Frost struggling to get the power down.
Well, Ollie Rands has done another 1 minute 24 second lap, so his pace isn't improving just yet, but it's not dropping off. Dara McInerney, 1 minute 11.60. That is 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on that last lap alone. McInerney has already gone through turn number 1. We're looking at second, third on your screens. There's 4th place driver Tyler Harris. Then there's 5th is the number 55 of Oliver Bowen for RSR. Olivia Jenkins is 6th. Then it's Aidan Mitchell in 7th. But whilst they cross the line, Dara McInerney is already coming around Senna 1. He's 7.5 seconds in front of Kalichern, and he is 16 seconds in front of 8th place driver Seth Hathaway. This is lap number 4. Yellow flags waving going into the final corner. I'm not quite sure who that's for.
I can see a driver out of kart.
Yeah, is that possibly Oliver Bourne, or is that Luke Jarman who has gone off?
It looks like a Tim Wilson driver.
Or is it Joel Hull even? We'll see now. Who is that coming across the line? It's the number 31 of Joel Hull. It's not been a great weekend for Joel Hull. Well, that puts Ollie Rands up into 16th position, and he's about to be lapped. There goes Dara McInerney across your screens. Now there's Kalichern. So Dara McInerney has got the entire length of the front straight all to himself. Kalichern second. Frost is third. So Kalichern has come back a little bit. Now we've got 8.5 minutes to go. I don't think it's raining anymore out there.
No, it doesn't look like it.
The track isn't drying as quickly as we thought.
Oh!
There's Sasha Bagley getting it very crossed up.
Out of turn number 1. Yeah, just looked like it was I think, picturing that it was dry. I think just that lapse in concentration going, oh no, it's wet. And yeah, just running wide. And I have to say, I have fallen victim to that myself.
Yep. I can also sympathise with that. Now, Joe Cheek in the number 70 kart, he has made his way up to 12th position. There goes Dara McInerney lapping Ollie Rans on slick tyres. And just look at the difference. McInerney can get the power down. He's still dancing around there. Look at the very, very slight steering inputs. There's a battle between Luke Bates in the 95, the 22 of Patrick Leaf, with Sasha Bagley not far behind. They're going off up to Gasworks now. And down the hill, there's a good little glance of how the drop-off you get going down through Gasworks there. 7.5 minutes to go. I'm still looking, and Ollie Rans is lapping in still in 1 minute 24s. His pace hasn't picked up yet.
No.
But he's only 9, well, he's still losing a lot of ground to the drivers in front of him. We're halfway through this race. Halfway through this race. I mean, certainly, I'm not going to say it's beyond the realms of possibility that Ollie Rans might, the track might come to the slick tyres, but it won't come to the slick tyre driver enough for him to sort of unlap himself and sort of take any sort of meaningful result, I don't think. But we're still keeping an eye on his lap times. He's just done a personal best first sector, but it's 3 seconds slower than the wet tyre drivers.
Just like to note Tyler Harris.
Yes.
4th place, up 11 positions, the number 88, currently on
Yes.
screen. And oh dear, who is that in the barrier? It's the 27.
Oh, that is on slick tyres. So, game over for Ollie Rans. That's his first mistake. It's on it's on his 6th lap. He gets going, but you know that's going to cost him even more time. Hopefully, well, he can keep going. He's got to plug away and get out there. He had just done a personal best, sort of first and second sectors, so he was obviously pushing a little bit.
Well, Leon Frost with the fastest lap of the race now has closed back up on Yihan Kalichern. And wanting to get past probably sooner rather than later. I mean, there's still 6 minutes to go, and yeah, he's just going to have to bring it in.
I think the number 27 Kart has decided, it has decided that is not
Slicks
for me.
were not the call. It was a bold move.
Bold move. It didn't quite pay off. You know, when you think about it, you know, with the history of slick tyres, wet tyres at this circuit. Oh, he's staying out.
Oh, that's a very crooked rear bumper.
Well, it's
still attached.
It's still attached.
It's just
That's
very crooked.
Now, on screen, good battle going on between, well, we've got 6 karts. That is, have a little look there, that's Olivia Jenkins, Aidan Mitchell. I've got to say, Oliver Bowen's having a storming run. There's the number 33 kart of Seth Hathaway. So, on screen, this is Tyler Harris, Oliver Bowen, Olivia Jenkins, Aidan Mitchell, Seth Hathaway, Joe Cheek, Jake Humphrey, and Luke Bate. And that is Bate going around.
That's not ideal.
It's a suboptimal. Brief rotation for Bate. There is the number 8 kart of Olivia Jenkins. Now, talk about Aidan Mitchell's having a good run, but Joe Cheek, wow. I mean, this is an absolute bonus for Joe Cheek. He thought he wasn't going to race because his kart wouldn't get started. We had a couple of extra rolling laps and allowed him to, to get that kart started and get out and join the field. And here he is now moving up into what I think is 6th position. Tyler Harris looking very strong at the moment. Leon Frost and Yihan Kalichern are still 7 seconds. So they've pegged Dara McInerney back. I mean, and Dara McInerney, we're not watching him much because he's 7.5 seconds up the road.
Oh, yeah.
He's now managing the gap. He's managing the gap, doing 1 minute 11s. His fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 11.6. Actually, do you know what? Leon Frost has gone quicker. Leon Frost at a 1 minute 11.5. So it's not as though McInerney is just got better tyres or anything like that. It's just that he had the clear air. He's pulled away, and now he's simply managing the race. What he doesn't want to do is relax too much because you need to keep yourself on pinch. That's what keeps your concentration levels sort of literally crackling along.
I'm really keeping a close eye on Tyler Harris at the moment. Lapping-wise, lapping a little bit faster, about half a second faster a lap than Leon Frost just ahead.
And he's just gone past Oliver Bowen as well.
Yeah, well, Bowen's tagging along
for
the ride. But apparently it's starting fall with rain once again out there.
Well, we'll have a quick look at Ollie Rands' lap time. He went, yeah, he's doing 1 minute 24s now. He's back into 1 minute 27s seconds territory. He's over a lap down. Now I know that Alan Dove from Karting One is there's some the various karting regulations about the wet races and the width of side pods against rear tyres and stuff like that, which I'm not appraised to at the moment. We're just going to cover the race as we see it. McInerney, Calichurn, Frost. New fastest lap for Oliver Bowen, 1 minute 11.35. He's chasing Tyler Harris, and this is just, absolutely, great with stuff. And there's Ollie Rands just getting out of the way. But again, Oliver Bowen just following Tyler Harris and actually going quicker. Oh, there's Ollie Rands just getting out of the way.
Yeah. One way to get out of the way is just drive off
the circuit. Well, why not? But of course, he's now his cold, wet, slick tyres have now got grass on them as well.
Yes.
So they're a bit colder, a bit wetter, and an even little bit slicker.
Yes. Yeah. There we go. But greener.
Yeah. And hey, we're all about green racing. It's environmentally friendly. There's Tyler Harris. There's Oliver Bowen. And they are running out of time. 1 minute 11.35 for Oliver Bowen. The sun's shining.
I know.
Up at the gasworks.
The weather doesn't know what to do.
It's a microclimate up here on the side. It's like Spa, Francorchamps, in the Ardennes Forest, but up north.
No, yeah. Next to the North Sea.
There's Harris, there's Bowen. Now, Frost looking over his shoulder. Calichurn is still second. So Ihan Calichurn on course for a really strong result. The moment, Tim Wilson Motorsport and Dara McInerney have this one in the bag.
Well, let's see. Oh, and a big impact at turn one.
That is Ollie Rands in the barriers.
Yeah.
And he is up and out of his kart. The rain has started to fall. Slick tyres, and yep, he is. I don't know. It was a brave decision, but out he goes. Now, I'm wondering if he caught that on camera. It was right in front of the commentary box, but it was a simple case of just understeering into the barriers. Our camera man, well, Dylan is out there, and we've got a microphone up there that took a bit of a thwack, but he's okay. The main thing is Ollie Rands is okay. But we're down to 15 runners. Luke Jarman is 15th. 14th is Oliver Bourne. Patrick Leaf is 13th. Sasha Bagley is 12th. Luke Bate is 11th. 10th is Jake Humphrey. 9th, Seth Hathaway. 8th, Olivia Jenkins. 7th, Aidan Mitchell. 6th, Joe Cheek. 5th on your screens now, the number 55 kart of Oliver Bowen. Then it's the number 88 in 4th place of Tyler Harris. Leon Frost, the number 7 kart, is 3rd, and Ihan Calichurn is 2nd. There is where, just to the foreground, and that is where the marshals, you can see, putting the tyres back together where Ollie Rands went off. But here is the battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Dara McInerney, 8.5 seconds up the road. The English champion, who designs and paints his own crash helmet. Again, very distinctive. He's got a good little potential future business opportunity there. But his main opportunity now is to become a race winner in the British Karting Championship. He comes into this round joint 3rd in the championship with Ollie Rands, but again, Ollie is not going to score well. There's McInerney. I'm looking at his results now. In 2021, McInerney's never stood on the podium yet. He didn't finish in the top 10 of the championship last year, but he is about to take the biggest win of his career.
Starting to get spicy for 2nd place now as well on the last lap. Ihan Calichurn all has got trouble of Leon Frost all over the rear bumper.
Yep, this battle, there's a 4-kart battle for 2nd. Dara McInerney is with Tim Wilson Motorsport. His dad does the mechanicking, so it's not, it's a family effort, even though he's with the team. Here is the battle for what
9th
is
place.
8th position. Seth Hathaway has got 8th. Olivia Jenkins has slipped to 9th. Then it's Jake Humphrey and Luke Bate behind them. So halfway round the final lap, the 2nd place battle is into Senna 2. And they're coming out. Here we go. Leon Frost has just passed Ihan Calichurn now.
Oh, but there goes Bowen. Bowen down on Harris.
And also, so Ihan Calichurn in kart number 28 is now going to fight for his first podium position. Shannington winner. Leon Frost grabbing second. Tyler Harris is going to go for third. Deanne Callaghan's going to get pushed off the podium. Oh, great crossover. Great crossover. Now can Yehan get at the inside of Frost for second? 1 corner to go. But Dara McInerney, welcome to the Winners Club in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Frost takes second, and Yehan Callaghan and Klassen Motorsport on the podium for the first time for Klassen. And look at look at Joe Cheek giving it some. He finishes 6th. He's happy with that after almost failing to start. Now we look back. Aidan Mitchell crosses the line in 7th. This is a very spread out race, obviously, because of the conditions. Here comes Seth Hathaway in 8th. Luke Bate in 9th. And Jake Humphrey comes across the line in 10th. What has happened to Olivia Jenkins? There she is. She's crashed on the final lap. Oh, second place in the championship. Olivia Jenkins has crashed going on into Gasworks on the final lap. And that will allow Sasha Bagley to come home in 11th. Patrick Leaf will be 12th. 13th for Oliver Bourne. And Luke Jarman will finish in 14th position. Olivia Jenkins, Ollie Rands, Joel Hull, Leo Robinson and Jack Stewart fail to finish. But I think I will probably have to make fun of Dara McInerney's dad's baldness a bit more, because it seems to be a bit of a lucky omen for the team, I have to say. And, you know, that's good. It's all good-natured fun, but during the break, Mr. McInerney, with the help of Chief Scrutineer Paul Klassen, attacked me with some blue dye, which is now running down my head, and apparently, which is an absolute nightmare to get off. But hey-ho, it's all good fun, and that shows just, yeah, what a family panic. And there's Leon Frost, and there's, oh, great to see Frosty and Yehan Callaghan. You know, well done, good race, good race. Tyler Harris comes on aboard, and again, big hi to Tyler's family watching in China, in Dubai, and in Australia, and also back home in England for him. But where is Dara? We haven't, so they go onto the weighbridge. Dara has already come through there and will be in the background. Anthony Jordan is, see Anthony there in his nice white shirt. I'm going to have to mess that up. There's Dara getting out of his cart. His dad will be just behind the fence there. You can see his dad just on the left there with the, he's bald, so you can see the top of his bald head, but he's going to be bouncing up and down, happy as Larry. They were worried that they may not have the proper wet tyres, but they did. And Anthony Jordan is with our newest race winner, Dara McInerney.
Yes, I am indeed, Henry. Thank you very much, Dara, who's just celebrating there with Leon. Dara, well, what a race that was. I mean, pretty hectic it looked like, didn't it?
Yeah, it was carnage. It was insane.
I mean, talk us through that race, because, I mean, you looked pretty, as soon as you got the wets on, it looked pretty comfortable, and you kind of just drove away with that one, really?
Yeah, it was really comfortable once we got the wets on. I didn't realise I was pulling away that much to start with, but really good race.
Yeah, solid race. Now, we were a bit concerned at the start, obviously everyone on slicks, we were concerned that you didn't have any wets.
I didn't think we did, but it turns out we did, so...
Just found them in the back of the van and just like, quick, chuck them on!
Yep.
Top stuff. Well, it worked out well. The next group's heading out, but anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum and dad and T2M.
Excellent stuff then. Back to you, Henry. Next race, TKM Extreme is on track.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. We're going to very, very quickly run through the TKM Extreme grid for the final. Pole position will be driver number 3, Joe Fowler, and Chris Whitton alongside him on row number 1. Sam Johns and Archie Strong go from row 2. Harvey Roth and Michael Cornell share the 3rd row ahead of Kian Bennett and Aaron Lask. Row number 5, Spencer Lane and Isaac Marsh, they round out the top 10 with Lee Whittingham and Ben Watson on row number 6. Row 7, Jack Saunders and Kai Springfield. Row 8, Tom Johnson and Charlie King. Row 9, Charlie Gromit and Ashton Cox. The field is rounded out by Megan Lawson and Fen Chapman. Now, we have a little look there. I think we've got most, if not all, on wet tyres. As I say, that is the number 36 kart of Megan Lawson on slicks. Do you know what? By golly, she is on slicks. Brave choice there from Megan Lawson. Looking down at some of the other, I think she may be the only driver on slicks. I'm going to have a little look out of the window. Maybe is Michael Cornell going through there. And oh my word, there's a big spinner coming into turn number right at the top of your screen there. That's Tom Johnson on slick tyres, ladies and gentlemen. Driver number 42, Tom Johnson on slicks. So,
I don't think slick tyres are the one.
well, you know what we got? It's 15 minutes plus a lap. Now, obviously, the front runners are on wets. Now, look at Michael Cornell. Have we got wet tyres on there? Now, if we have another... I'm going to go... If we have another rolling lap, you know, and I'm not encouraging the drivers to mess up, but I mean, let's have a look. Now, obviously, Joe Fowler is there on wets. Now, that's the red maxi label on the side of the tyres, signifies wets. I'm looking at the Talco car, Archie Strong. Is that slicks on Archie Strong's kart? Yes, it is. There's a real mix of slicks and wets here. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out in about 3 corners' time. Because as things stand, the drivers on slicks are going to go backwards. Not literally, hopefully, but figuratively. And the drivers on wets are going to go forward. Right. Got your pen handy, DJ?
I got my pen handy.
Right, we're going to need... Here we go. Lights are
Not out.
Right. Let's have a look at who is on what. Wets for Fowler. Cornell's definitely on slicks. At the back of the pack, Jack Saunders definitely on slicks, number 32. Megan Lawson definitely on slicks. I have a sneaky suspicion that Archie Strong may be on slicks as well. Looking at them coming through our picture, yeah, Fowler, number 3, wets. Witten on wets.
That looks like slicks.
Archie Strong is on slicks. Lee Whittingham, possibly on slicks. I'm not sure what if Lee's mum Heather's going to say about that. Maybe she made the call from the sofa. Let's have a look. No, the front row driver is definitely on wets. Sam Johns is on wets. Somebody has parked their go-kart at the top of the circuit, and I can't see who it is. Let's look at the white number 33 of Michael Cornell. That looks right. Harvey Roth looks like he's on slicks. Cornell could also be on slicks.
So there's quite a few on slicks. Potentially.
Potentially.
Only potentially.
We could have at least half a dozen. I'd say maybe up to just under half the field on slicks.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're going to find out for sure at the start of this race, because the drivers on wets are going to be dominating. Yeah, this Roth is definitely on slicks in the number 63. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. 15 minutes. Hold your breath into turn number 1. If you're on slicks, this is where you don't want to mess up. Oh, Fowler's understeering wide. Chris Whitten has gone wide. So Chris Whitten has gone very, very wide. The back of the pack, they're crawling through. Somebody's on the grass, coming across the entrance to the dog leg.
That was Kean Bennett who cut the grass.
Kean Bennett. Now, did his wet tyres get stolen from the back of his van outside his hotel on Friday? That could be. Well, that could be.
Yeah.
There's up the into centre number 1. Oh, Lee Whittingham on slick tyres there, the number 34, Michael Cornell as well. Well, the leaders are streaking away, and of course, if you're at the back of the pack, look at this. The drivers at the back of the pack on wet tyres are now they can't get the track position. Oh, there goes Kean Bennett round the high, wide and handsome. They've got to be very careful. There is Chris Whitten recovering from his wide moment earlier on, and the number 7 car of Aaron Spencer Lane, rather. They're both on wet tyres. Well, we're going to catch the leaders as they come across the front. So it is Sam Johns leading comfortably. Didn't see Sam take the lead. Joe Fowler is 2nd. 3rd is Chris Whitten. 4th, Spencer Lane. 5th is the number 93 of Kai Springfield. Then it's Ashton Cox. And
he's had a lightning start.
Yeah, because he's on the right tyres at the moment. I think the first driver on slick tyres is Harvey Roth. Yep. So, Harvey Roth in 11th place. The top 10 are on wets. The top 10. If you're watching at home, Get your pens out. Sam Johns, Joe Fowler, Chris Whitten, Spencer Lane, Aaron Lask, Kai Springfield, Ashton Cox, Charlie King, Ben Chapman and Charlie Gromit. They are on wet tyres. At the moment, they're running first to 10th. Behind them, Harvey Roth, Lee Whittingham, Archie Strong, Isaac Marsh, Michael Cornell, Ben Watson, Jack Saunders, Cian Bennett, Megan Lawson and Tom Johnson are all on slicks. Crucially though, all 10 drivers on slicks made it round the first lap without crashing out of the race. Sam John set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11. He's now done a 1 minute 10.28 seconds. And we'll see about the best lap time on slick tyres as they complete lap number 2. Whitten's done a 109. Yes, Anthony, you're pointing, sorry.
Whitten's just got past Fowler as well.
Oh.
So he did that going through the horseshoe.
Now here's some of the drivers struggling around on slick. So all the wet tyre drivers have gone through. Now here come the slick tyre drivers. So a 109 for Chris Whitten on wets. Harvey Roth, 121. So they're 11 seconds a lap at least slower.
And it's not rained since.
They're 11 seconds a lap slower on slick tyres. But in the race for the race, Roth, Whittingham, Strong and Saunders. Okay. Harvey Roth is either going to finish this race 11th or in the top 2. Same for Lee Whittingham. He's either going to finish 12th or 1st or 2nd. There's Whittingham in kart number 34, passing Archie Strong for 12th place.
Wow. There's still 11 and a half minutes to go of this. The track
Long
could
way.
still dry.
Long way to go.
You know, a dry line appears in the blink of an eye sometimes.
And the other thing we'll see is that at the moment, the wet tyre runners are running 109s, 110s.
Yeah.
When those lap times start falling off, it doesn't matter. You know, if the wet tyres cry enough, you know, then the grip will go and they're done as well.
Yep, there we go. So that's Archie Strong just getting past there, Lee Whittingham. So that was for 12th place. And you could just see the way that they're trying to get these karts around is just by hugging those inside curbs. You get the wheels literally hooked on that inside curbs and it will drag you round. That's the way you've got to do it around some of these corners because they're so tight and so twisty. If you just don't, you'll just find yourself sliding out wide.
Now, crucially, the slick tyre runners, Harvey Roth in 11th, he's in a personal best, 1 minute 20.1. Archie Strong, 1 minute 19.5. So now, wet tyres, only 10 seconds a lap quicker than slick tyres. That was 11 to 12 seconds a lap at the start of the race. The gap is coming down a little bit. There
Just a little
goes
bit.
the number 16 kart of Charlie King up the inside of Ashton Cox. That's for 7th place.
Yep, gets that move done. He can't see that he hasn't got a TWN race suit on now because he's got his wetsuit on. He's got his wetsuit on.
Smart. Chris Whitten, fast lap of the race.
He's looking good.
Chasing down Sam Johns, so that Sam Johns' lead has now been eroded. It's down to 1.96 seconds. Here is Whittingham. There's Lee Whittingham chasing Archie Strong. This is you're looking at 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th of the drivers on slick tyres. And they are still putting in personal best sectors after personal best sectors. Chris Whitten. Oh, it's got to be so careful. Whittingham and Strong using all their experience. So there they are. And you can see Jack Saunders in the 32 is next, and then Ben Watson in the 95 as Lee Whittingham into thing. And again, you know, Lee Whittingham, he didn't race in the championship last year. You know, family reasons. He's back this year. He's got his family urged him to race this year for a very special reason indeed. And he is at the moment in 13th position. That could change. Oh, Harvey Roth makes a mistake on slick tyres. So there's your Innovert class leader on the grass. And of course that grass is wet. Roth gets back online. So he now falls back to 16th, 17th. There goes Michael Cornell on slick tyres, trying to get past him. So Archie Strong and Lee Whittingham are now the best 2 runners on slick tyres. Archie Strong, 1 minute 18.5. So slick tyres are getting quicker and quicker. But so are the wet tyres. Sam Johns leads with a 108.99. He's 2.1 seconds in front of Chris Whitten. So this is not the leader of the race. This is the leader on slick tyres, and it's Archie Strong.
The leader's borderline coming round to the start-finish line now, really.
Yeah, the leader is going to start. Sam Johns is going to start lapping people.
Yeah.
He is not just yet. Now the
there
leader
he is,
there's
27.
Sam Johns. Yeah, he's put number 42 Tom Johnson a lap down. He's put Megan Lawson a lap down. So this is now, it's going to get very, very tricky indeed to follow. So the 27 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart with the plain white crash helmet, that is Sam Johns. He's not on your screens right now. He is a little bit further behind these karts on track, but he is now encroaching upon them, and you'll see him putting this group of karts a lap down. At the moment, he's 1.7 seconds in front of Chris Whitten. However, there's Sam Johns trying to go around. This is going to cost him a little bit of time because, of course, these drivers going very slowly. Whitten in the number 5 kart is going to close in a little bit, but then Whitten's going to have to pass all these drivers. Now, there's no blue, well, there are blue flags waving, so the drivers aren't going to be blocking Sam Johns. They're going to be doing their best to get out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
There's Whitten. Whitten's caught a couple of those drivers at the Gasworks hairpin. So Sam Johns up the inside. Now, of course, being a driver from Landau, you know, he's well versed in what it's like to race when conditions are somewhat less than ideal.
I thought you said it doesn't rain, though, in Wales.
Did I say about racing in the wet? I said when conditions are less than ideal. Don't mistake my... don't put words in my mouth, Anthony Jordan.
Yeah.
You know it never rains in the South Wales Riviera. Sometimes the weather is less than ideal. That's all we'll say.
Right.
But, okay, and actually Sam Johns has gained ground because Chris Whitten still always now blocked behind Harvey Roth. And Chris Whitten's being caught by the number 3 of Joe Fowler.
Oh dear, this is not what Chris Whitten wants. And now they've both got past. Yes, they have. They've now both got past. So, yeah, Joe Fowler now in a good place here to try and get capitalise and get back up. Yeah, get back up those positions.
Behind these three, there's a 5-second gap behind these two to Spencer Lane, who is in 4th place.
Then dear.
Then Michael Cornell, the number 33 car, out of the race. Aaron Lask is 5th, Charlie King is 6th, 7th for Ashton Cox, Kai Springfield is 8th, Charlie Grommet 9th, and Fen Chapman is 10th. Now, the slick tyre runners are still doing... Archie Strong's just done a 1 minute 14.98.
Oh.
Now, that's only 3 seconds a lap slower than the wet tyre runners, but as you see, there's Jack Saunders going a lap down. Jack Saunders is now 2nd of the slick tyre runners. So Sam Johns has lapped all the slick tyre drivers apart from Archie Strong in kart number 60, who runs 11th. He's going to be catching and parching Archie Strong very quickly. And Sam Johns lap time, there is the number 60 kart. So in a couple of corners, Sam Johns will have lapped everybody on slick tyres with 5 minutes of this race to go. The drivers on slicks are getting quicker, but the drivers on wets, their lap times are not falling off.
No, they're not. Just...
There you go. Is that... there's Whitten passing Saunders. So that's not for position. That's he's putting Jack Saunders a lap down.
It's patchy out there at the moment.
Yeah, it is. We've got 10 karts on the lead lap. Those are the 10 on wet tyres. As there goes Joe Fowler, and Joe Fowler's lost that bit of momentum. So everybody on slick tyres has now been lapped by Sam Johns, your race leader. Johns has just done a new fastest lap, 107.3. So even though the sun is now out and it's not raining, those wet tyres are not giving up. 4 minutes to go. Probably about time that we say that the gamble on wet tyres, Anthony, has not paid off.
It's not paid off. The track just simply hasn't.
On slick tyres, rather.
Well, yeah, it's the track's not dried off as fast as I think everyone will have hoped. And we've, like you say, we saw this in 2020. It absolutely tipped it down, and then the track dried within 3 laps.
Megan Lawson
pulled into the pit lane. Yeah, that's a shame.
Now I'm got one eye on Sam Johns, I've got one eye on Sam's dad watching at the outside of turn number 1. He's looking at the timing screen, he's just looking down and focusing. You know, it's been a long time coming, it's a long way to go just yet, but there goes Sam. across the line into turn number 1. He runs the number 27, the number made famous by Gilles Villeneuve and the Ferrari Formula 1 team, made famous by Jean Alesi in the Ferrari Formula 1 team. He's always run the number 27. And code number 27 about to be P1. Witten in second, holding off Joe Fowler. Another new fastest lap for Sam Johns. You think to yourself, Sam, you're 6 seconds in front. Why are you still pushing? Well, some drivers, they need to keep pushing. The minute they sort of ease back and drive at 95%, then that 5%, that could be a mistake. That could be one. When the conditions like this, you can't put a wheel wrong. Now, and undoubtedly, the wet tyres are going to be giving up a little bit. But still, the drivers on slick tyres, Jack Saunders is at a 1:13. It's still 7 seconds slower than Sam Johns on wets.
It just shows how these conditions, they're not easy, despite the fact that you are on wet tyres. I mean, it just shows that you'd still need an incredible amount of skill to get these karts around a lap here in these conditions, because you've got to remember, like the paintwork. There's the central lines, there's a huge, one of those slippery lines right down the centre.
Well, exactly. Even the entrance to the pit lane, it's got a painted white line.
Yeah, you've got to avoid kind of all of that, because all of that can add to the slippiness out there. But Chris Witten, masterclass here at the moment, 1:05.93 is still closing that gap, but it's just not enough. It's still 6 seconds from Sam Johns.
When Sam Johns hit traffic, the gap was 1.78 seconds.
Yeah.
They had to lap 10 drivers on slick tyres. Sam Johns has got through the traffic and increased his lead by 4 seconds during that phase of the race, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, he took the lead at the start because Joe Fowler ran wide and Chris Witten ran off the track. So Sam Johns went from the inside of row 2 to the race lead at turn number 1 because the 2 drivers in front just misjudged themselves in these tricky conditions. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at Harvey Roth, the number 63 kart, trying to chase down Ben Watson, Lee Whittingham. So this is the slick tyre battle. There's the number 40 kart of Isaac Marsh. He's running in 16th position. I have to say that apart from Megan Lawson and Michael Cornell, all 18 of the drivers are still running, which is very impressive. Kian Bennett is down in 18th place. It's not been a happy weekend for Kian, but hopefully the police can help find and locate the stuff that was stolen out of his van, which was parked in his hotel. So that the road here, not at the circuit or in the paddock, but at his hotel, some way away. Hopefully he'll get his equipment back. There's Lee Whittingham. The gamble hasn't paid off for Lee. There's Joe Fowler. So Joe's already used his drop round. This is going to be good for his championship campaign. Wouldn't mind getting ahead of Chris Witten, however, with the final 10 seconds.
No, exactly that. It's been a long, old race for TKM Extreme. Like, that 15 minutes felt like an hour, really, hasn't it, for some of these drivers?
Yeah, exactly. Sam Johns still doing 105s.
Yeah.
The drivers on wets, but of course the KZs are getting ready to go out.
What are they going to choose?
But I mean, I know that the timetable is
we're slightly behind, yeah,
on timetable. However, you getting a word with Sam John, that's going to be so important, just because he was speechless at Sheddington by just getting on the podium.
Yeah.
In about a minute's time, when he crosses the line and takes that checkered flag, and again, I'm looking at his dad just at the exit of turn number 1. His dad is focused on timing screen on his phone and looking. I'm sure he's got no fingernails left. So Tim Wilson Motorsport, they won juniors last time out. They've won juniors this time. Sam Johns is not far away now. There's the number 3 of Joe Fowler running into place. Johns leads by 6 seconds. There he goes across the line. It's off your screen. Now here's the battle of a second between Witten in the 5 and Fowler in the 3. This is the real battle. Out of the corner of my eye, Sam Johns is now putting drivers 2 laps down. He laps Kian Bennett. There goes Johns into St John's Bend. British Championship rookie this year. He tried it a few years ago, broke his kart off at the first round in practice, so never raced. There he goes into Senna 2, runs a little bit wide, checks over his shoulder, stay up, he's going to use those curves like he's been using them every single lap. He's in the zone. He's 6 seconds up the road. He's got a few corners to go. Landau Kart Club may be no more, but its drivers are still winning on the British Championship scene. You can see the whites of his eyes, and Sam Johns is about to see the checkered flag. He comes out, cheers go up. Sam Johns is a winner in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, and look at that, yes, 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 yes. Cardiff wins. It's about the only thing Cardiff have won this year, but Cardiff wins in the British Championship. And I can see now I think the mechanics are going to go there. I think Sam's dad is going to go and have a quiet moment on the back of the van, you know, as it lets everything sink in and reflect, as you do when something that you have worked for years and years towards and thought might never happen suddenly does happen. And if the adrenaline subsides in the kart, you can imagine the families and parents watching. It's the same release of energy. Chris Whitton comes home in second. He beats Joe Fowler. Spencer Lane is third. Aaron Lask is fifth. Sorry, Spencer Lane is fourth. Aaron Lask is fifth. Charlie King comes home in sixth. And it's Ashton Cox, Kai Springfield, Charlie Gromit, and Fen Chapman rounds out the top 10. Of the drivers on slick tyres, Jack Saunders comes home in 11th place, followed by Archie Strong, Lee Whittingham, Ben Watson, Harvey Roth, Tom Johnson, Isaac Marsh, Kean Bennett, then Megan Lawson and Michael Cornell failed to finish. I've got to say, I've known Sam since he started karting back in cadets. He's a really, really nice guy. He was a nice lad. He's now a nice bloke, and he's going to be very pleased. He comes in, and there he is. We're going to see some emotional scenes now, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a thumbs up for Chris Whitton. Anthony's waiting. Good stuff there. Oh, and look at that. That is elation. That body language tells you everything you need to know as Sam gets out. Oh, done it. We're going to wait. We're going to shake hands. Congratulations from Chris Whitton and Joe Fowler. Good race. Sam Johns, he's going to roll his kart over the weighbridge. I've got to say that's a double in TKM for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Two first-time winners for the team, and two really nice guys. Anthony is waiting for Sam. You can see Sam pulling his kart up. We're going to have a chance of a quick word before the last race today. And Anthony Jordan, he better be ready for a very, very happy Welshman now. I hope he's not lost for words like the last time. Not a chance. There'll be plenty of just things to say. We'll have a very quick word with our race winner, Sam Johns, before we have to come back for the KZ2. Anthony, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, the engines are fired up for KZ2, so we've got to be quick here. But Sam Johns, what a result that is. From Landau to the British champs, you're coming away with a win.
I know, it's unbelievable. I can't... I really wanted it to rain, so I knew I'd be much more competitive in the rain than I would the dry, because these two are very competitive in the dry. I know that, but obviously being in Wales is very wet. I go down to Landau Car Club just to practice on slicks in wet. It's brilliant.
Henry is beside himself in the commentary box. He couldn't believe it. It's like it's the only thing Cardiff has won in for quite a while. So you can bring it home for Cardiff this time.
Bring it home for the old Landau Kart Club boys, the CKRC. They know who I'm on about. But yeah, this is amazing.
No, brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Oh my God, my parents, just for bringing me into this amazing sport. It's been doing this for 10 years. This is the best thing I've ever achieved. My dad and the support, Tim Wilson supplying with the Bill Art Kart, Jade's doing the engines. Yeah.
Well, a double for Tim Wilson Motorsport and a first for you here in the British. Well done, Sam Johns.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, one more race to go. It's time for the fastest karts in short circuit racing. It's time for KZ2.
Yes, indeed, KZ2, they're on their rolling lap on a damp circuit. Now, tyre choice again. I think we're going to see most of them on wet tyres. Let's have a very, very quick look at the starting lineup. Pole position is Dan Kelly with Charlie Turner on the outside of row number 1. Tom Adams, who's his 70th birthday last week, and Shane Daly share row number 2. Bradley Barrett and Spencer Shinner go from row 3. Morgan Porter and Miles Murphy on row number 4. Then it's Ashley Lewis and Charlie Cole, Joe Charlton and Dan Gould, followed by Alan Kenyon and James Glenister with a repaired Kart. Josh Price and Lee Ward share row number 8. Lewis Halliday and Derek Morgan on row number 9. Sam Ward, who has had a spin on the rolling lap, and Caden McQueen rounds out the top 20. Hannah Lang and Ashley Goodliff. Hopefully Ashley is back out for the final after an injury. But I'm looking up now, Anthony. You're back in the commentary box, and again, we have got a mixture of slicks and wets. Josh Price on slicks. I think
Sam Ward for MK Ray is on slicks as well.
Sam Ward on slicks, and I thought I spotted one other driver up towards the front of the field on slicks as well. We'll have to see the majority on wets.
Yeah.
Well, now you've been next to a happy Welshman all day, and you've now interviewed another happy Welshman. There we go.
There we go.
Oh. The last time there were 2 Welshmen. Happier than that was when the farmer left the sheep, the gate open, and out the sheep ran.
I'm going to mute your microphone, and there we go. We're going to stop that right there.
Championship situation. Dan Kelly leads the championship ahead of Lee Ward. Cast your mind back. Now, the KZ2 karts have been to Wilton Mill, Warden Law before. Last year at Warden Law, eventual champion Ryan Cannon won. It was the last round of the championship last year.
Yeah.
Ryan Cannon won. Joe Charlton second. Miles Murphy got on the podium here a year ago at Warden Law. It's the only time that the KZ2s have been here. Glenister's got 4 wins in his career. As you're looking for wet tyres and slick tyres, Ryan Cannon's got 3 wins. Adam Clear, Dan Kelly, Fabian Federer have got 2 wins apiece. Joe Charlton, Scott Allen and Bradley Barrett have got 1 win apiece. On the second row,
I think
Charlie Turner
is on slicks.
Turner's on slicks. So we've got Turner on slicks. I think Tom Adams is on slicks. Dan Kelly's on wets. So Shane Daly, there at the back, one of the Birrell ART karts in front of the number 56 with Josh Price is on slicks. Sam Ward is on slicks. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers on slicks. Everyone else on wets. This is going to be absolutely chaotic at the start. The drivers on slicks, the wheel spin they're going to get. The drivers directly behind. There's a problem with Sam Ward's kart. He's got his teammate Hannah Lang right behind. What can Hannah do?
It's a false start. They're going to go around again.
They're going to go around again. Now, if I was Shane Daly or if I was Bradley Barrett, I would be very, very nervous indeed. Because you know the driver starting directly in front of you is going to have no grip, wheel spin everywhere, and, you know, potentially that could be a thing. So we're going to keep our fingers and toes crossed that everybody gets off the start-finish line cleanly. That is what we're going to hope.
Right, so of course, while this is happening, you have to remember the track's drying out. The track's drying out. I'm looking at turn 1, the outside line at turn 1.
Well, Dylan's going to get a sunburn out there at turn number 1.
He is.
He's Scottish, so he's as pasty as they come.
But, I mean, the rest of the track, though, is still pretty wet. I mean, I was speaking to Sam Ward's mechanic just before I was doing the interview then, at the end of TKM Extreme, and I saw, do you think slicks are the right choice? And personally looked at me and just went, no, it's still too wet out there. So
but Sam has obviously made the call.
He's made the call.
Well, and it's going to be, hey, hero or zero. That's the name of the game.
It's what you need. He could absolutely rock it from the back of this grid.
What I mean, you've got the 2 drivers at the front starting on 6. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be able to hold up, you know, the drivers on wets for long, but it is difficult to get around here. You know, it is difficult to overtake. Yeah, you know, if Turner and Adams, so Rush Performance, so Brian Rush has rolled the dice. He's got 6 karts in the race. I say, welcome aboard to everyone watching on the live stream. This is going to be, so we're going to watch for Charlie Turner in kart 4. On the inside of row 2, the number 17 kart. I mean, obviously, Dan Kelly's going to get a nice clean run into the first corner. Can Shane Daly, the second kart, can he get across and inside Charlie Turner? Because Charlie's going to have plenty of wheel spin. Sam Ward's pulling up at the back of the grid. That is a smart move. That is a smart move because he doesn't want his teammate running over him at the start. Thumbs are up. Look for the red lights. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 red lights. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Charlie Turner on slicks. I don't believe it. Turner on slicks is going to try and get it slowed down. Adams on the outside of slicks as well. There's a big bottleneck going through the first 2 corners. But Charlie Turner on slick tyres, well, what does he know that the rest of them don't? That's an absolutely outstanding start. He's going to get heat into those tyres quicker than everybody else. And I tell you what, if Charlie Turner, I mean, he's streaking away.
He is indeed, yeah. I don't know where this pace has come from because you're looking at the track and the track looks saturated still. But he's on slicks and he's making it work. This is absolutely incredible. He's got at least a 30-kart length lead at the end of 1 lap.
I know. Now, of course, where's Tom Adams? Tom Adams was much less experienced in this level, and Tom Adams was far more circumspect going through the first corner, so he has fallen back a little bit. But let's see, we've had a good clean start. Now, there he is, Charlie Turner, at the end of lap number 1 on slick tyres. He leads by 3 seconds.
Wow, look at that.
I mean, can you make a pit stop in KZ2 and change 4 tyres? I mean, we know Dan Kelly's quick on changing tyres because he whooped you in the paddock
yes,
show last
we don't
night.
need to remind everyone of that.
But, I mean, this is good. Well, let's just see. So, 58.42, fast opening lap from the standing start for Charlie Turner. 61.32 for Dan Kelly. Now, we'll wait. Where's Tom Allen? Oh, dear. And there's Lewis Halliday in the 56. And Josh Price. Oh, Josh Price was on slick tyres. Well, he is on slick tyres. He's getting going. So, really, Turner, Adams in kart number 17, Sam Ward in kart 63, and Josh Price in the number 10 kart. This is now their race to lose. I mean, they're going to be looking at top 5s here. 13 minutes to go because these wet tyres, if they're not fast enough now, then they ain't going to be anywhere near fast enough in about the next 12 minutes' time.
I have to say, after just a couple of laps, they've dried the circuit. I'm looking through the Brian's Bend section, and it looks completely dry.
Well, I'm just looking down there. Yeah, Hannah Lang's going through at the back there in kart number 1. Now we've got Josh Price. So Josh Price will follow his progress. He's got back out ahead of Lewis Halliday. Where is Tom Adams? Tom Adams is 10th. Running 60.1 second laps. Charlie Turner is 6 seconds up the road. I mean, Charlie and his dad Derek. I'm now looking at Derek. He's standing next to Brian Rush out on the exit of lap number 1 in that big red sweatshirt. He's going to be thinking to himself, "Come on, now, calm down, Charlie. Calm down, Charlie." There he is. I can see it. This is a masterstroke. So Charlie Turner, a former British Open champion. He's raced in the British Championship many times. On the podium a lot, but this is, I mean, looking down at the screen, there's Caden McQueen, there's Sam Ward, the number 63 MK Racing Kart, the Formula K chassis. Now Sam Ward's going to start coming through. There's Morgan Porter and Dan Kelly. So this is the battle of the second. So this is Kelly in second and Morgan Porter in third place. A bit further back, they're both on wet tyres. They're both running 58 second laps, while Turner's running 55s. And their tyres are going to get worse and worse and worse. So that the grooves on the rubber are now going to start balling up like little ball bearings. Watch the karts moving around. It's going to be like you're swimming on the karts. So this is the battle for second place. Kelly with Porter in third. Behind them is Shane Daly, then Miles Murphy in 5th position, then it's Ashley Lewis, Charlie Cole is up in the 7th, then Tom Adams up in the 6th. So the next thing we're going to look for, Porter up the P2.
Yeah, he's done him down the inside at turn 1. Again, that track very dry round there now, so you're really able to get the power down. And yeah, Morgan Porter just able to get down the inside of Dan Kelly, moving the more racing kart up into P2.
Well, But the kart we're looking out for now is going to be the next red and orange Maranello chassis from the Rush Performance team of Tom Adams. Adams in kart 17, who is behind Miles Murphy. So we're looking at Murphy chasing there. Now there's Sam Ward in that Formula K kart, that sort of like aquamarine coloured machine. He's on slick tyres. There's Josh Price. So Price has had that collision with Lewis Halliday. He's now moving back up through the pack as well.
Yes, indeed. There's Daly and
Tom Adams is about. So Tom Adams has passed Dan Kelly. He is now about to move past Morgan Porter. He's just going to sit there. Take your time, Tom. Take your time. Porter's car is going to wash out underneath him, coming through the thing, and even Morgan Porter says, okay, go. Yep. Morgan Porter now knows he is fighting for third place at best.
Yeah.
So, slick tyres 1 and 2. Tom Adams up into P2. Charlie Turner is 16 seconds up the road. I mean, wow.
What can you say? What can you say about that?
And he's, I mean, what a gamble. I mean, he's just got to hope now that his dad's bolted it all together properly. There goes Charlie Turner through turn number 1. Morgan Porter is coming out of the gasworks, and Morgan Porter's in third place. Dan Kelly in 4th. Tom Adams, P2. Again, yet one of the youngest drivers of the field, just turned 17, Tom Adams. He goes across the line in 2nd. Porter in 3rd. Kelly in 4th. So, Morgan Porter in 3rd. There's Dan Kelly in 4th. The next driver we're looking for is Sam Ward in kart number 63. Sam Ward has just moved up into 7th place. So, can the MK Racing driver, I'm going to look at my sheet here. Since the start of 2019, MK Racing have competed in every round of the British KZ2 Championship. They have not stepped on the podium yet. That could be about to change with that man, number 63, Sam Ward. Back in the day, Sam Ward was a cadet contemporary of the likes of Alex Albon, Ben Barnicoat, George Russell, Matthew Graham, etc., etc. He then moved up into seniors. He did the first ever Bahamas Speed Week revival with me back in 2012. Then moved out of karting a little bit, and then has come back in now this year in KZ2. He's about to pass the 2018 British champion Dan Kelly going into turn number 1, and that would put Sam Ward up into 4th place. Caden McQueen and Derek Morgan have come together, and that is their
just not been
game over.
Yeah,
they're both back in the race, but for how much longer we're not sure. There's Ward.
And it just shows that the slicks now definitely working. They're just dancing past everyone on the wet tyres. The track's pretty much dry.
Yeah.
There is damp patches out there still, and like the inside lines. And
7.5 minutes to go. Slick tyres are 5 seconds a lap faster than the wets, and that gap is only going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger as the wet tyres get destroyed. Here comes Sam Ward now passing. Well, he's about to pass Morgan Porter. So Porter almost just signalling it down there. There's no point trying to fight it, changing up and down the gears. And Tom Adams, new fastest lap, 51.97. So Sam Ward, calm as you like. He's got the grip on those slick tyres underneath. Put Sam Ward into P3.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, there's still 7 minutes left in this race.
Charlie Turner is going to be lapping. He's already closing in a little bit on some of the slower karts. He is he's lapped Spencer Shinner in kart number 55. He's lapped Derek Morgan. He's lapped Caden McQueen. Charlie Turner is 16.7 seconds in front of. Now the next driver we need to look for is the number 10 kart of Josh Price, the Andy Fairless Racing number 10 kart. Derek Morgan has come in to retire. There's Josh Price. He's the 4th driver on 6. He has had a crash, and he is about to pass his teammate Charlie Cole for 9th position. There, he's got Bradley Barrett behind him in the number 6, Alan Kenyon in the number 5, Joe Charlton in the number 3. These are drivers that finished in the top 10 of the British Championship last year, and because they made the wrong choice, they're being made to look like rental kart drivers compared to Josh. I mean, okay, Josh Price, former British touring car driver, he knows a bit. He's gone past Ashley Lewis, or he's just about to go past Ashley Lewis, so put Josh Price up into 8th place. Now he's got the British Open champion, the more racing kart of Shane Daly. He lays Shane to waste. And now we've got the next driver that Josh will attack, will be the number 37 more racing kart, the Demon Tweak sponsored entry of Miles Murphy.
So plenty of action still out there as the driver's just moving up into position again. Masterclass happening here from left, right and centre really, or the majority of this grid. But like you say, those lap times now very, very quick. We're into the 51s, the low 51s as well. So, you know, these drivers really putting in the effort now as, again, just down the inside goes Josh Price of Miles Murphy, gets that move done like it was nothing. Like it was absolutely nothing. And we know Miles Murphy is a quick driver. There's no doubting that whatsoever. But it's just the fact that the tyres are the wrong choice. The wets aren't working. They thought they were the right call. The track conditions looked like it was the right call at the beginning. But now the track itself completely bone dry, and you can see the rubber is now starting to go back down on those racing lines. And another new fastest lap of the race, Tom Adams in the 17, 51.03. So we're nearly into the 50 seconds now as they go down. 4.5 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. And right here, Josh Price on probably the greatest recovery driver. I say the greatest. I mean, Sam Ward is on par on one of the greatest recovery drives as well. He's gained 16 places in this race for the MK Racing team. And Sam Ward in that number 63, they were unsure whether or not the wets were the right call, but it turns out that it very much was the right call, as now Josh Price has latched onto the back of Dan Kelly. Now this is for 5th place, and Josh Price is probably just going to sail past now as they come into Gasworks. And yes, does so indeed. Absolutely nothing that Dan Kelly could do, and I would love to have a look at a set of those wet tyres when they come in. They will be shredded.
You mean you would like to look at them before they just take off, throw them in the skip? Well,
yes.
They won't, because they'll recycle them. And I noticed that here at Karting North East, they shred the wet tyres, and above them there's a big sort of rubbery mound.
Right. They also look after them because there is an elephant in the cafeteria that's made out of tyres.
Really?
There is.
A rubber elephant?
There's a rubber elephant.
Okay, fair enough.
There you go.
Learn something new every day. But, I mean, yes, it will be game over for these for the wet tyres. And further battling, down there, the battle's down in the pack. 3 minutes to go. Charlie Turner leads his teammate Tom Adams by 15 seconds. Sam Ward, 28 seconds back from the leader in 3rd position. Morgan Porter, about to be passed by Josh Price for 4th place, is 40 seconds down. So this is where it's going to be annoying, because Sam Ward started at the back of the grid, and you think, oh, if I was only starting up near the front, how close would I have been? Josh Price would be thinking, if only I hadn't had that crash earlier in the race, you know, that would have been. Now the race leader, number 4, Charlie Turner, he's in a big, thick pack of cars.
He's got to be careful here.
So he's got to be careful, but the good news is he has got 15 seconds over. He's lapping the driver. I mean, he's going to lap everybody. I mean, he's already put everyone down to 11th place a lap down. He's now going to try and lap Joe Charlton, and Charlton is battling with Shane Daly for 9th place. And you see Charlie Turner saying, well, come on, get out of the way. There are blue lights waving, there are blue flags into the back chicane. Charlie Turner and Joe Charlton. Don't get it. Take your time, Charlie.
Charlie, calm down, lad. You've won. You got a minute to go.
I know he's won, but I mean, if he gets a nose cone penalty,
I
that's
know,
5
he's got to be careful.
Tom Adams is 12 seconds back now.
Oh, and he's frustrated.
He's got to get out there. Now Joe Charlton lets him go. Well, he didn't have much of a choice. But of course, Joe Charlton doesn't want to lose out. He's
he's racing.
Because you've got in front of him now is Shane Daly and Alan Kenyon. We don't mention Alan Kenyon very much, but he's the number 5 seed in the country.
Yep.
But he does it because he just goes about his business nice and quietly.
Yeah, exactly that. And crikey, O'Reilly. I mean, you can't stop a racing driver from racing.
No, exactly. I mean, Joe Charlton's thinking, right, I'm going to try and use the fact that I'm getting lapped here to try and close in on Shane Daly. He's done that. Now, look at, there's Kenyon going a lap down, but up the gasworks behind him. Charlton, I think, has Charlton got past Daly? Yes, he has. So that's why Joe Charlton was in no hurry to let the race leader go through, because he wanted to try and position himself so he could gain a place. Daly drops back to 10th, Barrett is 11th, Ashley Lewis 12th, James Glenister only 13th. Then it's Charlie Cole, Lee Ward, Lewis Halliday, Dan Gould, Ashley Goodliff, Caden McQueen and Spencer Shinner. We've lost Derek Morgan and Hannah Lang. But, I mean, that little group of carts there, that has cost Charlie Turner 7 seconds. Because now Tom Adams is only 8 seconds down. And Tom Adams is lapping much quicker. However, he has got to get past a whole group of drivers, so he's going to lose time as well. Here comes, where's the number 17 car? There's the Glenister trying to battle past Ashley Lewis for 12th position. There's Charlton on your screens now in 9th position. Tom Adams is got to catch all this group of karts. He's, you know, so look, there's Adams crossing the line now. He passes Charlie Cole. So again, he's 8 seconds down now. We're on our last lap. So Charlie Turner, on a day where some gambles have not paid off, at the end of the day, in the biggest race, with the biggest karts, the biggest gamble paid off in spades. And Charlie Turner, 4th last year's championship, he's going to be looking at least 1 or 2 places higher this year. He comes out of gasworks the final time on a wet track on slick tyres, even when the track was at its wettest. He has smoked the competition like a kipper. Turner wins for Rush Performance, and look at that, he is absolutely, there's, leans over, he's just off the screen there. I can see big Derek Turner is there, he's happy with that. Brian Rush is team owner, so we're going to find out. I want to know, Anthony, when you speak to Charlie, who made the call? Was it Charlie, was it his dad Derek, or was it Brian Rush himself, the team boss? Because it's a race-winning call. He wins by 7 seconds. Tom Adams, wow. I mean, Tom's dad, Chris, will be very, very happy with that. And then in 3rd place, Sam Ward, MK Racing. Welcome to the podium, Sam Ward. Welcome back to the British Championships. Josh Price for Andy Fairless Racing in 4th position. And then in 5th place, the best of the rest on wet tyres, Morgan Porter, Dan Kelly in 6th, Miles Murphy 7th, Alan Kenyon in 8th, Joe Charlton 9th. The top 10 rounded out by Shane Daly, Bradley Barrett, James Glenister, Ashley Lewis, Charlie Cole, Lee Ward, Lewis Halliday, Dan Gould, Ashley Goodliff, Caden McQueen and Spencer Shinner are your remaining finishers. Wow, well, I've got to say, Karting Northeast and Warden Law, you have thrown everything at these drivers. Matty Hunter and his family have said they want to build a facility to rival PFI as the best in the country. They said it's going to take them years to do it, but they will do it. Already this track is one of the finest. The drivers love it, and today, one of the best tracks through everything, and made the best drivers in the country be at their very best indeed. We'll be back here with the Rotax round later on in the year, but Anthony Jordan, one more time, is going to have Charlie Turner down in the pits, and he's going to be beside himself. Charlie Turner, Tom Adams, this is Tom's first podium in the British Championship since he was a junior driver, and Sam Ward, his first podium for a long time indeed. There is a look at what is left of Morgan Porter's wet tyres. Well, they're going to try and sculpt an elephant out of that here. I do not know if there's anything left to run it. That is what these track conditions did to those drivers who went out on wets earlier on in just that race we've just seen. What a day for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. So, got to try and decide now, and everyone on the live stream, so we nominate here in the paddock one driver from each class that goes forward towards driver of the day. That driver cannot have had a single penalty, be it a start line infringement, contact or a nose cone penalty or any sort of exclusion during the course of the weekend. I mean, looking at Charlie Turner, an inspired decision. Sam Johns, I mean, it's hard to look past the winners. But then further back in the pack, you've got drivers like Ian Calichin, Dara McInerney, who's got his first win. Calichin had a great one in Junior TKM. Noah Baglin on the podium in IAME Cadet. In X30, well, Kalai Atkins had a great run in Senior X30 to beat the very best. And in Junior X30, so many potentials to think about Driver of the Day nominations. That'll be coming out later on. They'll be out tomorrow and they'll be online, the British Kart Championship website on Tuesday, and the public will vote on them until Thursday. And again, Vera Tools put a very, very good prize package together for that. Anthony Jordan, though, for the final time today, is in the paddock with a very happy Charlie Turner. Take it away, DJ.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our race winner. Well, I say race winner. You lapped nearly the entire field there, Charlie. What did you put on the tyres?
To be honest, I have no idea what happened there. I'm a bit shocked, to be honest, but no, the best thing, my hardest thing was to keep it on the track. Yeah. Everyone thinks it looks easy, but it wasn't by any stretch of imagination. The worst thing was trying to get through the back markers. Yeah. But I just kept my cool and managed to stay on the track.
I mean, the back markers section did look like a bit frustrating. I saw the hand gestures coming from yourself, but first thing that myself and Henry want to know, whose call was it to go for the slicks?
First, it was actually my dad's. Then I said, no, we're going wets. And then we all made a decision to go on slicks, and it was definitely the right call.
Yeah, definitely the right call. I mean, even myself, I was thinking, no, it's definitely wets out there. But like I say, what do I know? Yeah, no, a fabulous race. Again, talk us through the start. What happened in there? Because before we'd even ended lap one, you had like a 30-kart lead.
Again, I didn't expect that either. I thought I was going to go straight onto turn one. Obviously, there was still a wet patch there, but as soon as I got on the dry patch, I managed just to pull a gap and just quickly build up the time. And then I sort of built enough gap. I thought, that's it. Now I just need to try and stay and bring it to the finish.
Well, it was an absolutely fantastic achievement. Now, the slick tyres are starting to look more like wets on these ones now. All the marbles that are out on circuit, I suspect, from the wet tyres that are no longer wets, they're now slicks. But a fantastic result from yourself. You now lead the championship by 1 point going into round 3. Do we feel confident?
I'm not even looked at the championship, if I'm honest with you. My aim is just to look at one race at a time and just keep focusing and see how the next 3 rounds bring.
Brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Of course, everyone at Rush Performance and my dad for being a great off-track support, my Ollie for being a great mechanic, and Brian Rush, team manager.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Charlie Turner, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Let's have a chat to our second place man, Tom Adams. Tom, you're at the ready. Whoa, what a result that was again. Slicks again, the whole team thinking it was the right choice. It worked out, like yourself. Are you happy with P2?
Yeah, obviously I started on the inside, so I had a bit more wet on the track, so I couldn't get the launch like Charlie did, but eventually found the grip and came through all good.
Yeah, brilliant race in that one. I mean, talk us through the mindset stuff before that race even started, because you're looking at the track, it looks wet, you're on slicks. What are you thinking at that point?
We went slicks straight away, to be fair. We didn't change it once at all from the second heat. We sort of believed Alan, my mechanic's local from around here, and he knew the track, so it was very good.
You knew what the weather was going to do as well?
Yep.
Yeah, weather guru.
Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Rush Performance, my dad, my brother, my mechanic Alan, and all my family.
Brilliant stuff. Well done there. Second place, Tom Adams. Let's chat to Sam Ward from, well, Sam, get your suit. Yeah, scruffy back. Look at that. Sort yourself out, lad. Right, well, from the back of the grid, from row 10 to third place, I mean, we were talking there about select's the right call, and clearly it came out to win. Who was the call made by?
Partly myself, Wilty, Mark. It was just sort of a joint decision. We did some testing a couple of weeks ago because the track opens this sort of time on a Wednesday. So we've been lucky enough to get some testing in, and we knew how fast the track dries. We sort of thought the testing would be a waste of time because it was so slippery compared to this weekend. So, it's nice that we got something out of it.
It's worked out well. I mean, testing's always important, isn't it? Especially in places like this where the conditions can change wildly. But anyone you'd like to thank?
Just a big thanks to the team. We didn't decide to join FK or even do the class at all until it must have been late March. So and we've had sort of 10 years out of it as well. So just a big thanks to everyone involved. Steph, who's been here, Wilty, Mark, and Rich on the spanners as well. So.
Spot on.
After a difficult qualifying, difficult heats. Yeah, no, really happy.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. Well done. Enjoy third place.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, Hezza, you join us with your lovely Mohawk stripe there. That's handy.
Tara McInerney's Dan. I've got my little blue stripe there, but oh, what a day.
What a day.
That's, I mean, fantastic. I mean, you talk about this circuit being one of the best in the country. The drivers had to be at their best today. Mother Nature threw everything at it. You know, I mean, it's a very technical track, so not every race was full of passing, but then those finals, everyone on wet tyres had the right gamble until the very end when the drivers on slicks made it. And again, that little bit of extra experience, I think, you know, Charlie and his dad, and okay, Tom, he's a young driver, he's got experience around him, but Sam's a really experienced guy. Said just happened to be here testing at about the same time of day. Yeah. Fantastic. Really good, really good.
It was a fantastic day, wasn't it? And we get it all again in a couple of weeks' time. We head to Scotland.
Up to Scotland, even further north to Scotland. So again, just a massive thank you to everybody at Wera Tools, everyone at Demon Tweaks, all the drivers, their families, and a big shout out to Mark Littlewood's mum, who's recovering from a car accident. I hope she's watching. A big shout out to Lee Whittingham's mum, who's not very well at home. Hi to Heather as well. Just again, a big thank you for joining us, and of course for you. But I mean, I have been asked to do one thing.
No, you're not doing it. No. We're going to end the stream. There we go. Goodbye.